Gotcha.
Yeah, it should be fine. It's not a big deal. Okay. Um, but yeah, the way just to answer your question is, do you have a NVIDIA graphics card?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so you hit Alt and then Z or Z at the same time, and then it should just pop up GeForce Experience, and then you just hit record.
Oh, cool, cool, cool.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Start. All right, cool. We're recording.
Cool, cool. Um, you probably like I don't know how to set it up so you hear my voice. Like I don't know how to set it up so you hear the other person's voice. So if you can't hear me, I'll just send you my copy.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So anyway, starting off, this is two separate teams. First of all, like this is a very parallel, uh, situation. This is not like very common to find something that's just parallel on the map. It's just the main goal of this is to teach you um, sort of these terms that I've got down here. And so we got one team up here, Wraith, Bloodhound, Horizon, and then down here we got Horizon, Bloodhound, and Wraith. So first term is going to be LOS. I'm going to use this a lot. It just means line of sight. So all of these players have line of sight blocked from these players. Next thing is going to be angle. So what an angle is, or a dominant angle, is when this Wraith moves up here like this, she's going to be taking an angle on the horizon. Very simple.
Uh,
Everything, all of these terms, we want to pay attention to the word collapse. Collapse is the most important term. So we want to try to cause a collapse. We want to try to collapse this team in, and we want to try to prevent ourselves from being collapsed in. So um, an angle, very simple, is when this wraith moves up here because now she's got cover on this horizon. The horizon does not have cover on her. And so what this horizon's oftentimes going to do is she's either going to challenge this wraith. If she challenges him, the wraith, then the wraith should win this because the horizon's out in the open. But if the horizon moves over to this piece of the cover, now the bloodhound is going to have free shots on her back. So that just shows you the value of a wraith, like you said, like just the value of an entry fragger because you said you're a wraith, and so you can just provide so much value by positioning yourself in ways that opens up angles for either yourself or your teammates. So it's not always about opening
mhm.
up angles for yourself, it's also about for your teammates. So that's the first one, just a simple angle. Next one's going to be
Gotcha.
a counter angle. So let's say we're this horizon and we were a little bit smarter this time, and we understand that if the wraith gets here, we're dead. Not dead for sure. As a horizon, usually you can make it out of most situations, but at the same time, like this wraith and this bloodhound would have to suck pretty bad for this horizon not to die
Hmm.
if they're both looking at her. So anyway, next thing is going to be a counter angle. So anyway, like the horizon understands that if the wraith gets here, maybe she's not dead for sure, but it's going to suck really bad. So she wants to avoid having the wraith get there. So she's going to move to here. Now that's a counter angle. So like sorry, I got one step ahead. Let's say the wraith starts moving across. The horizon recognizes it. She sees that the wraith is trying to get here. Now she moves across to here. And now if the wraith tries to go up to here, obviously she's going to get fried by the horizon. She has no way to get here. And
Yeah.
she also, like, if she tries to get here, she's going to get fried by the bloodhound. So now her angles, like, now the horizon has full control over the right side of this little map that we have here. And so that's definitely what you want to be looking to do. And so next thing is going to be a collapse. So a collapse, I pretty much already talked about it. Collapse is when the wraith is up here. Let's say the horizon now collapses into the bloodhound. You never want to have two people on the same piece of cover because you're just asking to get collapsed in on because now the wraith can move up to here. See, and now the wraith has cover. They don't have cover, and they're going to be getting fried by either the wraith or the wraith's teammates. So that's a collapse. We
Mm.
want to do everything we can to prevent a collapse as the defensive team, or like I mean not the defense, but like as this team, we want to not get collapsed in, and then as this team, we want to be looking to collapse that team in. Next thing is going to be
Gotcha.
next thing is going to be an overextension. So like where the bloodhound moves up to here.
Mhm.
Very obvious. This is an overextension. He's going to get fried from here and here. Don't do that. It's just a
Mhm.
term I use a lot, so I just wanted to make sure you understand. Um,
Gotcha.
an overload now. This one's very important. Usually, you only see pro teams doing overloads. Okay, usually you'll see pro teams doing overloads successfully, or amateur teams trying to overload and failing at it. It's
Right.
so hard to execute. So what an overload is, the idea here is we see the horizon sort of alone on the right side, um, and so the reason why I said pro teams usually only do this is because you have to have all three people on the same page in order to do an overload. So that's where we all three go right side, okay, and we're gonna try to kill this horizon as quickly as possible. It's called an overload or a death ball, like either term. And so we're just going
Gotcha.
to ape this horizon super hard, all three of us, and we're going to try to kill her as quickly as possible. Now,
Gotcha.
the massive positive of this is if we get this kill on the horizon, then we're 3-on-2. So the positive is very obvious, but the negative is if this wraith moves up to here before we get this kill on the horizon, now we're pinched. Now we have collapsed ourselves. We've literally set up a collapse. Or let's say the horizon's able to somehow back up to here. Now we're collapsed into the right side because we've given up all left side control. So it's okay to give up left control if we're able to get that 3-on-1 kill. But
Mm-hmm.
if she somehow escapes, then we have given up the left side and we have now put ourselves in a very bad spot where we're almost guaranteed to lose if this is an equally skilled team. So we're almost
Mm.
guaranteed to lose from that point on. Because yeah, the wraith moves up to here and we're just going to be getting angled out super hard. So
So it's yeah. So it's okay. So it's all about playing cover and just forcing different angles and forcing your team, forcing your opponents into a bad situation, kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. And like identifying dominant angles too and taking those dominant angles. Like also like if we start from the beginning, if I'm this horizon, so like usually my philosophy is if I'm this horizon, like, yeah, I want to play a nice passive angle, but I also want to start working this angle too. Like because this is the dominant angle. So like while I'm walking up, let's say we're up here, like way up here, and we're walking up to the fight, what I'm doing is I'm thinking about what angles are going to be dominant while I'm walking up. So like what angles are going to be dominant? Okay, I need to get here before the wraith gets here, sort of thing. If I'm a horizon, so like I need to get right side control and start to collapse his teammate on the right side, and then my wraith on the left side is going to start to collapse him on the left side, sort of. If I'm thinking from this team's perspective, so as I'm walking up, I'm thinking what angles are dominant, and I'm trying to think of how I can possibly get to those angles. So Wraith, Horizon are really good. Bloodhound is also very good for that because you can scan. You know exactly where people are, so it's very it makes it a lot easier for you to get nice wide angles very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you've got your ult, so you can get there a lot faster. So
Mm-hmm. Okay, gotcha.
yeah,
One more thing too is that last time I kind of did the training a while ago, one major kind of takeaway the guy was telling me about is that I kind of play the game, like I said, not very or kind of a little too predictable. But then I also, he said, my play style is more like I play to survive and not so much like play to win. So
yeah,
I think that's probably where I'm kind of facing these problems with trying to be the aggressor. That's kind of maybe like the underlining fact. So it's like when you're like pointing out like all the different angles and so, and then I was just thinking, it's like, oh, well, if you go out there, like, yeah, you'll have an angle, but then what happens if like those two guys like ape you? But then I know at the same time, it's like you want to play the angles, you want to play all that, um, and then at least I have my cue too. I can get back to the team if I need.
mm-hmm. And just one more philosophy on predictability
Yeah.
is sometimes like yeah, it's a very good thing to not be predictable, but me like being good at like multiple games and lots of sports and that sort of thing. What I realized is so like I've never been as good at anything as I am at Apex. I've been very good at a lot of things, but never been this good. And I think that one of the biggest things that took me to the next level on Apex is that yeah, like I've always been in the mindset of trying not to be predictable, like especially in basketball. I tried not to be predictable, but I think that what's even better than not being predictable is having a plan that's so good that even if they do predict it, you're still gonna win. So like yeah, sometimes you want to be not predictable, but at the same time, like a lot of the things that I do in Apex are very predictable, but they're so good. I do them so well that they just simply can't counter them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it's always good. Like I'm not saying it's bad to be unpredictable. I'm just saying sometimes you can come up with plans that are so good that you
Hmm.
simply can't counter them. So
Hmm. And they'll see it coming. There's nothing they can do about it.
exactly, yeah. So or like an amateur level horizon like this, like someone that's maybe not as good at seeing into the future,
Yeah.
sees the fact that you're trying to get this wide angle, but she doesn't know what to do about it and she just tries to shoot you from here, right? When she's just really prolonging her death. What she should be doing is once again just getting to here. So now you have no control. You have no dominant angle. So it's a passive angle. Yes, she's taking this nice passive angle, but it's because she has to, because she understands that if you get to here, then she's dead if she's still here. So
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I think one of my big problems too is that I fight too often, kind of just in the open. Like I stay behind cover for sure, but then like a lot of the times it's like I'll take like the up close strafe battles, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
and then
think
that's
that's
sort of
probably like one of
50-50.
yeah, exactly.
Especially on console, that's very 50-50 because everyone's aim assist is zero point 0.6 if you didn't know, whereas PC controller is zero point 0.4. And
Hmm.
so there's a little bit more of a skill ceiling on PC because the aim assist is a little on the weaker side,
Hmm.
especially with non-controller like mouse and keyboard players. It's even obviously non-existent. So
Hmm.
and then like if they have shotguns, shotgun mouse and keyboard players are pretty nasty too. So
Oh yeah, they are.
yeah,
I buy a few of those.
yeah, with like all
Okay, cool.
the movement and that sort of thing.
Hmm.
But yeah, okay. Let's see. So next thing is going to be did I answer all your questions on everything I've talked about so far?
Yeah, so far with this, yeah, you've answered all my questions.
Cool, cool. So yeah, overload. Uh, I think I had one last thing on overload. Let me just put the things back so I can just think of what it was. Oh yeah, one last thing on overload. The reason why you don't see a lot of amateur teams calling this play, when I say amateur, I sort of mean predator teams that aren't really pro teams. So like my skill level, or like even master teams or diamond teams, just like anything that isn't a pro. The reason why you
Hmm.
don't see a lot of amateur teams calling this play is because you need to have 100% trust in your teammates to execute this. So like let's say I call a death ball right or an overload. Like a death ball is a more common term though. Um,
Hmm.
I just think that overload's easier to explain, but yeah. So like let's say I call death ball right, and the so let like we're just pretending I'm the wraith for this example, and so I just ape this horizon. Basically, like when you're death balling, the first one in, what your role is just attention. You're just basically the bait. Like you want to hit them for as much as you possibly can, and then like
Hmm.
sort of like phase out or just like you're baiting yourself. You know that you're gonna take damage, but then your teammates are gonna clean that damage up. While you maybe take a battery behind this little object or something, right?
Hmm.
Um, you take a battery, right? You heal up. So like it's very very frustrating when you call a death baller like ape right. I guess the most common term would be ape right, for example, like ape right, ape left. That's a very
Yeah.
common term that you'll hear. So like yeah, so it's very annoying for me when I call ape right and then like one of my teammates doesn't do it. They just continue shooting at these two for no reason, right? Like there's really no reason if he's by himself. Like he's not going to capitalize on two people. So it'd make
Yeah,
a lot
exactly.
more sense if we all three ape right and get this knock. So it's like sort of a trust
Hmm.
thing. So if you don't have 100% trust in your teammates, then this is like pretty much a waste of time to call this play. So,
Right, right. Okay.
um, but it's very important to have a good understanding of it because you'll see a lot of pro players calling this play or doing like overloads to
Hmm.
one side. And most of the reason why they can execute it so well is just because they're all on the same page and they all understand the importance of being together. So if you are going to
Right.
call it, just make sure that your team understands the importance of all three people playing together. It's definitely a
Hmm.
very strong play.
Definitely. Okay, gotcha, gotcha.
Another
I'm gonna
quick
have to give that a
example,
try.
another quick example of an overload would be, the vault, a train yard where it used to be called train yard. Now it's landslide on World's Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know the vault there.
Yep.
So I was watching Naughty play, Stay Naughty, and he called. What did he call? Oh, he didn't like use any of the terms that I use. He just said the guy in the vault. So he was fighting, and the vault was on the right side. So there was one. So he was playing Bloodhound. So he scanned. There was one guy on the right side, and then there's two people postured up on the left. And since he was on Bloodhound alt, he just called ape right, right? Like he's alone. I'm just gonna ape right. I'm just gonna full send left, right. Um,
Hmm.
and he basically he got the knock, but I'm just saying like that's another example, like especially where Bloodhound's super useful or like any scan character is you can see when someone's alone, and then but that's like an example of in game where you would see someone's isolated and yeah and do
And make the call out and then just go for it.
yeah exactly yeah just super fast right, and then
Hmm.
also sort of the mindset is to finish fights as quickly as possible to avoid the third parties. So yeah, that's a high risk play, but the goal is just to finish the fight as quickly as possible. Because you don't want to fight there for too long. Like you want to make fights very very quick because if a team happens to come from behind you, you're almost guaranteed to be dead. So
Yep.
yeah, all
Yeah,
right,
been there a few times.
exactly. So like it's so much better to have someone on your team like that that's willing to call an aggressive play and willing to take the
Uh-huh.
risk because it's way better than getting pinched and then just dying. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I try to make a bunch of call outs and all that kind of good stuff too. So I think I've been getting pretty decent at it. Um, but this definitely helps out a lot. I never really thought about like different actual like plays,
yeah,
you know. So
exactly.
this
Yeah.
that's cool. This is cool.
And these plays, just to be clear, they're not super official. Like you won't hear something like overextend. I don't know. You'll hear that, but like you won't hear all of these terms always. So like if you use these terms, people won't exactly know what you're talking about. It's just me trying to um, it's me. So like what I noticed is pro players do these things naturally, right? So I was trying to think of terms to that allow me to articulate what pro players do without thinking about it, which allows my clients to
Gotcha.
learn how to do those things way faster. So yeah,
Gotcha. It helps them like understand the concept
yeah,
basically behind
exactly,
what the play actually is. Okay.
exactly, yeah. Whereas pro players do this stuff without thinking, right? Just
Totally.
through experience. They have no idea what they're doing. They're just doing it. So yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Let's see. Next thing, passive angle. So now passive angle. This bloodhound's a little smarter this time, and the horizon's a little bit stupid. And so the wraith is going to walk across, trying to get a dominant angle. Now this time the horizon's not going to recognize it that she needs to get here, but the bloodhound is. So what he's going to do is he's simply going to back up to here and take a nice passive anchor angle. So an anchor angle on the horizon right here. Because now if the wraith tries to move up to here, oops, now, if the Wraith tries to move up to the spot that she's going to move up to right here, it's just not going to work because the Bloodhound's here. So if the Wraith tries to like fry this horizon right here, it's just not going to work because the Bloodhound's here to back her up. And so sometimes it's super, super valuable. It's not even like an aggressive thing. It's just, it can be very valuable to be that player on the team that just plays angles that relieves pressure off your teammates. So this is an example of that.
Gotcha. Okay.
And also controlled retreat. It's the same thing. Controlled retreat back to here. So the reason why it's controlled is because it's not all three of us running. It's just we're just one guy is just moving back to here. And now like if the Wraith needs help, he can help her from back here. And if the Horizon needs help, he can help her from back here. So it allows this Horizon to heal up. It allows, this Wraith to heal up. It just takes so much pressure off his teammates by playing back here. So
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah,
yeah.
so it's basically just like kind of repositioning and giving yourself like a sturdier position to hold those different dominant angles, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Because now this angle is no longer dominant. If this bloodhound swings over to here, this angle's not dominant. If he's over here, this angle's not dominant. And he
Hmm.
can easily move back and forth between right and left to help whichever teammate needs help.
Hmm.
So it's just like a pressure release kind of. So and then that allows like if you watch Furia, for example, if you watch Furia play,
Hmm.
they were super, super dominant at the last ALGS. And they have his Watson, their mouse and keyboard player. That's also why I think it's very valuable to mix mouse and keyboard with controller players. Um, so they've got him, like, he's usually in an anchor role. Usually he's third one in on Seer. And he allows his teammates to be almost brain dead, like just push everything because he relieves so much side pressure. So if they need to heal behind a rock, they can heal behind that rock because if someone tries to challenge them on that rock, they're going to get fried for at least 100 by that anchor. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, an
What?
anchor. Yeah.
Well, it's not exactly on this. This is that's actually really interesting. But you brought up a good point, like with the mouse, keyboard, and controller thing. We don't have to touch on it right now, but maybe a little later. Can you explain a little more with that? Because I know that there's a lot of, that's kind of been going on for a while.
Yeah.
Um, but maybe I just haven't figured out how to maximize the controller abilities or anything. But I feel like it's like not that like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's just because I don't know
Yeah.
the proper way of incorporating all that.
Yeah.
But that's a side note. We can talk about that after we finish this.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a lot. But um, yeah, just the reason I said they mix so well together is because they're very equal. Mouse and keyboard are very equal, but they do have their own strengths and weaknesses. And so if you have like someone who's a very good anchor and who really understands this role on mouse and keyboard, I think mouse and keyboard is far superior for that role.
Mm,
And then I think controller is far superior for the more aggressive role. And so
mhm.
that's why Furia was so dominant, is because they had one controller player and two mouse and keyboard players. They had one controller. Do you know about how dominant they were?
So I know that his Watson did really, really good. I'm not exactly too sure like how they did in general, but I remember hearing a lot about him, especially
Mm-hmm.
about his Watson and his squad.
Yeah, so they were like they had 20 kill games. So like in the finals, so we're talking about the 20 best teams in the entire world. They had
Yeah.
games with 20 kills as a team against the 20 best teams in the world, right?
That's insane.
That's how
That's
dominant they were.
insane.
They
That's
would
crazy.
they didn't win the tournament, but they were that dominant. They were as dominant, like they were playing it like it was ranked. They were as dominant as you could be. And so if you
That's
Yeah, it's crazy, yeah. So if you
just
study
like,
them and the way they play, like that's like, it's just that's how you play, right? So that's the
hmm
best way to play. So what they had usually is they had Seer back here. They had a Seer, which is similar to Bloodhound, and then they had a Valkyrie, which is also kind of similar to Wraith. Valkyrie was their controller player, and then they had a Horizon on mouse and keyboard. And so the Horizon kind of plays like a flex role, so like where he can be first one in, but he can also be second or third one in, depending on what they need him to do. And then like the Valkyrie basically just baits all the attention out, like takes the attention. And now
hmm.
the Horizon queues up, and as you know, like Horizon can queue up and build herself like a tower, kind of, like go up her lift, and then
Yeah.
it makes the angles so much more, like so much less predictable. So like for example, let's say this Wraith was shooting this Bloodhound. If this Horizon queues up, this is a 5 foot tall object. If she queues up, the Wraith would usually have cover from this corner to fry the Bloodhound, but as soon as she queues up, she can fry this Wraith. And so all the Bloodhound needs to do is take this Wraith's attention, and now the Horizon can easily fry her. So that's why I say Horizon's sort of a flex role, is you can be first
Mm.
one in, but it's sort of usually best if you're second one in. So
Gotcha.
and
Gotcha.
then
Okay.
Seer is best if you're third one in, because
hmm
you can cancel heals and because you don't have an ability that allows you to get in and out. So
Okay.
that's
Gotcha.
sort of what they did. So yeah. Um,
Damn.
okay.
Great combo.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, super, super nice. Yeah, right now that's still, even after the Valkyrie nerf, that's still kind of the best team is Valkyrie, Horizon, and Seer.
hmm
Just because those are some of the three best legends. And then, of course, Valkyrie's definitely not as necessary anymore. So you can replace Valkyrie with something else.
hmm
Okay.
It's just that free rotation's nice with her for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, like I say, like Valkyrie, you probably only actually need her like one in every 10 games, but
hmm
she will win you one in every 10 games because there are certain situations where you're just going to be getting gate kept by multiple teams and you just need that Valkyrie. So, yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then also, she's very underrated for fighting, like the positions that she can get you to, because a Valkyrie, like a lot of teams will just Valkyrie in fights to a stronger position and then fight from there. So, it's super strong for those reasons. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Um,
changed. I feel like with all the new legends, like it's so nice. You have so many different abilities to get you in like verticality in a fight, you know. And I
yeah.
feel like that's like what like a lot of the original characters kind of lack with the Wraith and stuff. Like
Yeah.
kind of a bummer that she doesn't have anything like that. But at the same time, it's like it is what it is. If I want to play someone else, and there's so many other options.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why Horizon's so dominant
hmm
offensively, is because you can push high ground so easily with your
hmm
gravity lifts. So, yeah.
hmm
All right.
Yeah, I like Horizon. Horizon's dope.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, next thing, anchor angle, talked about that. So we talked about everything. Now the very last thing that's super important is attention. So this Wraith right here has two people's attention. She's got the attention of the Horizon and the Bloodhound. And so even if she's not doing her job, or sorry, even if she's not doing damage, she is still doing her job because she has two people's attention. And so now it's just up to her teammates to understand the fact that she has two people's attention. And now they're going to swing wide left on this Wraith. Okay, so it's like a confidence in your team. It's from this point, it's about having confidence in your teammates. So the Horizon and the Bloodhound are confident that their Wraith can survive for longer than this Wraith can survive. And the Wraith is confident that this Horizon and Bloodhound, that her teammates can kill this Wraith before she gets killed, basically. So she's just going to basically bait these two people's attention while her teammates 2-on-1 right here, this wraith, and she's confident enough to know that her teammates are going to be able to kill this wraith and then help her, and then they can 3-on-2 this horizon and the bloodhound before she dies, because she will inevitably, if these players are equal skill level, she will likely die eventually. But if she can take
Mhm.
their attention for 15 seconds, maybe 20, then without dying, then her teammates will be able to 3-on-2. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, that must like it must be so nice having like a team like that where you can really rely on your like teammates like heavily. You
Yeah.
know, like that just seems like a different game than I play.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Wild. Okay. Like you get the random like person that like not bad, like your friends are not too bad and everything, but like to be able to rely on people like this, it seems like that's just it opens the game up to so much higher of a level.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, understanding attention is huge for this
Right.
reason, right? Or like for multiple other reasons. There's a lot
Hmm.
of other ways that we can abuse attention. So yeah, just take people's attention if you can, especially as a wraith, because that's
Hmm.
absolutely invaluable. But your teammates need to recognize, like, if you have two people's attention, your teammates need to start doing something aggressive. So yeah,
Gotcha. Okay. And then I can also make the call out on that too, just to
yeah,
kind of get their attention to it.
exactly. Yeah, usually me, I'm the person with two people's attention. It can definitely
Hmm.
be hard for me to like while I'm fighting two people to explain, hey, go. So usually my comm is just go, right? Just go fight, right?
Hmm.
That's usually the best I can articulate my thoughts in that situation. So
Hmm.
yeah. All right. That's all I've got for this. Any questions?
For that, no. I mean, you did a pretty thorough job covering all that, so that all makes sense.
Cool, cool. All right, we can hop in the game now.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so I'm on the Xbox.
Cool, cool. Yeah, I'm on my PC account.
Friend.
What's your Xbox account?
It's Kai Operon, KI
Yep.
space Operon.
Mhm.
That's
And
it.
that's it.
Yep.
Got it.
Cool. Just joined you.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. Do you want to start the Xbox party? I'm gonna bring my headphones over to the Xbox because I have it plugged into my PC right now.
Yeah, we can, unless you're comfortable to stay here, just because Xbox Party's inconsistent. Oh, and I still need to share my screen to you over here. So we could do Xbox
Oh,
Party
okay.
if this is like not comfortable for whatever reason. We can do Xbox.
Oh no, it's good. I just have to turn, I think, the volume down maybe on my monitor or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Usually,
I'll just do that. Okay.
usually I don't
We don't
really
really need.
yeah, I don't really coach with game audio because it usually gets in the way anyways. So
Mhm.
because now we can like shoot guns and talk at the same time. So yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
All right. So first thing is I'll just talk. So have you ever spent any time in the firing range?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I spend all like usually I'll spend like 10, 15 minutes like before every session just warming up.
Awesome.
So I do like a pretty big kind of like warm up. I do it every time
Cool.
I
Cool.
start my session.
All right.
Usually, do you want me to like walk like you through it real quick
Yeah.
or
Sure.
something?
Sure.
Okay. So what I do is I pick up like the R301, R9 with just a gold mag and then just like a classic sight. And then I'll just practice the recoil on like this and then that one until I get it like perfect. And then I'll move to like the bruiser and then do the same thing with that. Start moving down to dummies, just shooting them one clip and kind of thing. And then I'll move on to the R9, do the same recoil control. That one, and then the dummies. Then move over here, do the flat line, the cars, same thing. And then I'll take another car and then I'll go all the way down here to this, and then I will aim at this one right here, and I'll just practice my strafing like left to right while ADSing. So try and keep it just directly on the head. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think those things have like the whole aim assist or not aim assist, but yeah,
Yeah.
aim assist doesn't lock on with those targets.
Mm-hmm.
So I try and practice on that with going left to right with keeping my red dot just like right on the head, and then I'll do like shorter left rights and everything, and then I'll go up here do the same thing, and then hip fire, go like left and right like that, and then I'll eventually practice on the dummy.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's really good. Anything else?
Then I started doing like the wingman
Yeah.
since they took away my R301 last season.
Yeah.
I would just pick up the wingman, go right here, and then I just start like popping shots at the heads like on these guys, and then I'd start going like left to right, up here, practice on like vertical flicks like up, down, and then eventually down right here, and then I'd try and go to like hella far left and right, and then yeah, shotguns. Oh, one thing though is that I realized that like when I have shotguns, it seems like it's only like the shotguns too. I'll like move like my entire body, like in my chair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I'll be like going like left and right, and I'll like be ducking, like doing all these crazy things with like my body, and it's like I shouldn't be doing that. I think I know I shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Do you have like people who do that, or like do you have like any tips like just practice not moving?
Uh, I actually don't think it's that bad of a thing. I don't know.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Is it making you miss?
I feel like sometimes it does. Like maybe sometimes like I kind of like go back and forth, and it's like instead of that I could just be focusing on like my finger movement kind of thing, and you
Yeah.
know
Yeah.
it's probably just like adding a little inconsistency to
Yeah.
my shots.
Yeah. Well, I'd say like the good thing is, though is it's keeping you focused. Like I mean, it means that you're fully focused, so
Oh yeah,
because you're locked in.
mind, body, and full,
Yeah.
everything.
Exactly.
um yeah, so that's like my gun warm up, and then I just pretty much go over to like that wall right there, and then I just kind of go down it and then do like wall bounces, kind of warm up my movement a little bit. um and then that's pretty much it. That's my entirety of my warm up.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, that's definitely good. Just a couple things. So, first thing is that you said that you practice with a sight. I'd usually recommend practicing iron sights, but you do like whatever you want. Sight's definitely
Hmm.
not that bad. But like for me, iron sights are the hardest sights to use, and so usually I do iron sights.
Hmm.
The other thing is with assault rifles, you want to be using sights. So like a 3x, for example, 3x is super super useful because you know how the 3x is way harder to control.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And so I promise you that if you practice for a certain amount of time with the 3x, doesn't matter how long, your 1x will have so much less recoil if you do the 3x. Um,
Really? That
yeah.
was that that was totally actually going to be something I was going to ask you about, because I've seen like so many people do the whole 3x with the R301 with the flat line and everything, and I just have never been able to do it. I don't want to say recently, but a little more recently, I just started messing around with the bruiser probably like 2 seasons ago. Like I would just do the one times for everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it sounds probably terrible, but I feel like the next step would be the three times. And it is kind of crazier, a little harder to control. But do you think maybe like just changing the per optic settings would kind of help that out a lot?
I don't really recommend changing per optics. You definitely can. Like I did when I was on console. The thing
Yeah.
is, like on console, the input delay is higher, so recoil control is harder on console. That's just the truth of it. What
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're probably hearing me twice, aren't you? Let me fix that.
No, I muted my monitor
Okay, cool. I'm still gonna turn my open. Are you listening to me through game chat or through Discord?
through Discord.
Okay, perfect. There we go.
I don't hear any audio right now in game.
Okay, cool, cool. All right, what was I saying? Um, oh yeah,
Are you gonna
settings.
touch?
So what are
Yeah.
your settings right now?
Okay, so you want the like gameplay controller everything, or just like
Just sensitivity. We can definitely do gameplay and controller settings if you want, but for now, just sensitivity.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like my settings for the most part are good. We can definitely go over them briefly though, for sure, if you want. Definitely. But sensitivity is definitely something I wanted to work on for sure. I do the advanced look controls.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. So for my dead zone, I do 5%, outer threshold 1%, response curve. I had it at 8, but I actually think I had it at 6, but I increased it to 9. Actually, I've been messing with my ALCs and going back and forth between just like the classic like 5.3 for the last probably like I want to say like a week or two, and then yesterday I was like, I just want to pop in my old ALCs and see how that works for me. And I started frying again. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna stick with what I had before.
Yeah.
So dead zone 5, outer threshold 1, response 9, and then yaw speed is 300, pitch is 180, extra turning yaw is 250, 0 for the rest of those. ADS yaw is 120, ADS pitch 85, ADS turning 80, and then ADS pitch is 40.
Cool. Cool. Do you want to screenshot those and then I can make a couple quick recommendations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So first thing that I'll say is on console I used ALCs, but on PC 4.4 classic, just like classic settings, either 4.4 or 4.3 or 5.3. I like that you used 5.3. That's Snipedown's classic sensitivity from like season 4. That's why I
Oh
used in
yeah.
season 4. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um, Now I'm on 4.4 just because that's what like literally 99% of pro players use 4.4 right now, because it's so good. So the only reason that you want to be on ALCs is recoil control, if it helps you with recoil control. But anyway, let me share my screen to you so you can actually
Okay.
see what I'm talking about. So yeah, so when I was on console, I played ALCs, but on
Uh-huh.
PC, because so there's two reasons. Because the aim assist is weaker, 4.4 is way stronger. Not the aim assist itself, but 4.4 helps you stick to targets way easier. 4.4 does. And then ALCs, I think ALCs are definitely better in theory. And so the point 0.6 aim assist, the stronger aim assist on console, sort of helps me compensate for the fact that the settings are maybe not as easy to use, or less forgiving. So that's why I used ALCs on console. But I definitely would recommend experimenting with 4.4 Classic or something. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, perfect.
4.4 classic. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 4.4 Classic or 4.3, depending on, 4.3 is not bad, but it's a little bit slow for me, so I really like 4.4.
Hmm.
I would say about 80% of pro players are on 4.4, and then 15% are on 4.3, and then Jen Burton is on ALCs. Like Jen Burton, obviously Jen Burton's the best. And so
Hmm.
I pretty much say like the reason why Jen Burton's on ALCs is just because he's so talented that he can afford to be on settings that are maybe a lot less forgiving and very difficult to use.
Hmm.
But he's Jen Burton, so I don't know if he's the best person to yeah, I don't know. Like 95% of pros are not on ALCs anymore. Even Noct and Panders, by the way. Do you know who Noct and Panders are?
No, no,
Okay.
no, I don't.
Yeah, so Noct, he's Optics Pro Controller player. He is Optics. So like Optic is one of the best teams, and
Uh-huh.
Noct is their controller player. He is one of the people who convinced me to switch to ALCs back in like
Uh-huh.
season 4. And even he switched back to 4.4 because it's just so much stickier and so much more forgiving. And he's a movement player, like he loves movement, and he plays like with a lot of movement. And same thing with Panders. He's also someone who convinced me to switch to ALCs back in about season 4, and
Hmm.
even he switched back to 4.4 as well. And so like the movement on 4.4 is not as good because it's a lot slower. It feels terrible, but the aim is just so much stickier that 4.4 is definitely a lot better. But like I
Yeah,
said,
because
sorry, go ahead.
do you change anything else? Like, well, I guess not, huh? I guess there really is nothing to change if you're on 4.4 classic.
Yeah, 4.4 classic, all of these same.
Hmm.
And then yeah, look dead zone none. That's the most important. So are you
Hmm.
struggling? What are you struggling with on four or like on classic settings? Is the recoil control?
So let's see. So for with the classic, well, 5.3, it really wasn't too bad for me. Um, I guess it's more of, let's see. So when I was on 4.3, it was kind of slow, like a little bit. Maybe it's just I was playing on these ALCs because I used to change my sensitivity and my settings all the time. So then I was finally like, I'm just gonna stick with this, for a while. So maybe it's just I got used to it.
Hmm.
But I did find myself kind of being able to like one clip people a little easier when it was on the I think it was what like 5.4, 5.3 or whatever I had it on. I did find myself starting to like be able to do like pull those off a little more. Um, and it's not too bad. I guess what I want to kind of explore a little bit more is like you said, controller players like they are looked upon as kind of equals, right? In their own right, kind of thing.
Hmm.
They're different. Like you said, you got to play to your strengths for sure, right? But I don't think I know how to utilize those strengths to how people are either look at it as a strength. Um, do you think maybe you can explain that a little more for
Yeah,
me?
yeah. So when I switched to PC, so like I was very dominant on console, like yeah, on Xbox. I was
Uh-huh.
number 13 tread in season 9, for example.
Oh shit.
And but then like so I was very dominant, and I would say like that number 13 is like it doesn't like fully represent how good I was. I think I was definitely like even better than that. I was very good on console. I was one of the most dominant players on console. And then when I
Mhm,
switched to PC, I just wasn't that dominant. I was not as dominant as I was. And
mhm,
like I honestly expected myself to be immediately one of the better PC players, and I just wasn't. Like on controller, I was not doing the same things that everyone else was doing. And so I realized that I had to, and that was on ALCs, by the way. On console, I was playing ALCs. And then about 2 or 3 weeks ago, so like I got a new monitor, right? Very similar to my old monitor, just slightly better. Thinking that would maybe make a difference with like less motion blur, and it honestly did help a little. But
mhm,
that wasn't really the thing that really took me to the next level. The thing that took me to the next level was switching to 4.4, because these settings, I guarantee you, they will make you more consistent. There's just no way around that. They will be more consistent, but they won't be as flashy. They will be a little bit slower, and they're not going to be as
mhm,
fun. So there's definitely nothing wrong with ALCs. Like I said, I was one of the best console players on ALCs, but
mhm.
they're not as consistent. So like I think my theory, it's the same thing with Jen Burton. Like Jen Burton basically makes up for the fact that he's on very difficult settings. He makes up for it with raw talent, just absolute raw talent. And
Mhm.
like he can switch over to mouse and keyboard and still fry. He's just extremely talented. And so I think it's the same thing with ALCs on console. Like if you feel like exploring how talented you are, and maybe being more of a movement player and being more fast paced, then ALCs are right for you. But if you wanted to stick with what's most consistent, 4.4 is most consistent. Close range.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up because I feel like I do try and incorporate a lot of movement into my gameplay, and maybe it's just that I can't incorporate it that well, or maybe it's just I can't execute as well as I need to be able to pull like a lot of that stuff off.
Hmm.
Would you recommend more instead of trying to work on like the showy kind of movement tech and all that kind of stuff, just focus on like kind of start at the real basics, kind of really get the gameplay down and try and like, play the cover more and play smarter instead of trying to make some cool looking plays.
Yeah, I think so. But like it depends on what your priorities are.
Hmm.
It really depends on your priorities. So like I don't know. Like if yeah, like I said, like if you want to make cool looking plays, there's nothing wrong with that. But just understand that if you're not on 4.4 Classic and you go up against a flatline that is on 4.4 Classic, you're not going to win that every time, even if you're better. That's just the truth.
Gotcha. And you're saying that because I've heard about that too, is that a lot of people are going back to like the classic settings, and that was like what like that a month or two ago? It's like recently,
Hmm.
basically though, right? So would you say that even you said in console it's more ALCs, but on PC the controllers using classic, or would you still recommend still using classic or Xbox?
Yeah, so I know. So there's that's sort of a tough one for me, honestly, because Recoil control is harder on classic settings, in my opinion.
Mhm,
Just to start off with that. But a lot of top console players do play classic settings, but
mhm.
a lot of top console players cheat, like use strike packs and like recoil control stuff, right? So like
I know, dude. That shit's so.
yeah, so like and also for that stuff you need classic settings for that stuff.
Mhm.
Um, and so like for example, the number one, I don't know if I want to name, I will though. AC, um, not AC, not me, uh, but XAC
Uh-huh.
on on PlayStation. He was the number one guy last season on World's Edge. So
Yeah.
he's got no recoil, and you know how recoil is super hard to control on a high dead zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he plays small dead zone, which is a requirement for any sort of cheats. Like because the strike pack, I was talking to a client that used one. He said it didn't even really work that well for him, but he was saying that you need to be on small dead zone for that. And so AC he plays 4-3 small dead zone, and he has zero recoil. So I just don't understand how he can have zero recoil on small dead zone. Like I don't understand, but maybe he's just that talented. But it definitely makes
Yeah,
it.
that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, like to answer your question, I think that from my experience, my recoil control went to a whole nother level on ALCs.
Uh-huh.
But I've heard a lot of people say that you can have very little recoil on. Like I've got this one clip. I can send you my montage. So like I would say the first half of the clip, I was on 5.3, or the first half of the montage, and then about
Uh-huh.
halfway through, I switched to ALCs, and so you can't really see the difference. Like I still had pretty much zero recoil, but the thing is using a sight, like you were saying, like it's so hard to use a sight. Anyway, to further answer your question, the amount of aim assist that I get on 4-4, it's not even aim assist, it's more so bullet magnetism. It's like a different thing, because you have equal aim assist. Like I've got equal aim assist with ALCs or not ALCs. See, like this is how you test your aim assist: is you just go here like this and spin, and you can feel it pull you.
Uh-huh.
I've got exactly equal aim assist on 4-4 as I do on ALCs, but the sensitivity is so much more forgiving that it makes it feel like I have more aim assist. And so to tell you the truth, when I first switched to 4-4, it was so much easier to aim that I actually honestly got a little bit frustrated. And I understand why mouse and keyboard players can complain about controller, because before when I was on ALCs, I was like, I didn't understand the complaints really, to be honest with you, because my aim assist, or like I don't know, it was super hard for me to aim. And then once I switched
Uh-huh.
to 4-4, I totally understood. I'm like, this needs to be nerfed. This is way too strong. That's how strong it
No
is, and
way.
that's how consistent it is. So, yeah,
Okay, so I gotta try that.
yeah,
Okay.
definitely try it. But remember,
Perfect.
console you've got zero point 0.6 anyways. You've got zero point 0.6 on ALCs, so
Mhm.
the zero point 0.6 does make up for that a little bit. One other point is the reason recoil is so much easier to control. Like, let me show you my flatline, for example, on PC, is because our higher frame rate, like I'm on 144, so I react way faster. Like I'm able to react to the recoil way faster. So like, let me just quickly show you. It's very like it's basically impossible to achieve that on console. That's like impossible, which is partly why I switched to PC. And so that's on 4-4. So as you can see, I'm getting like 460. If I'm warmed up, I'm getting over 500 if I'm warmed up. So yeah,
Damn.
yeah. And that's with a 3x, of course. Like, you know, with a 1x, it's more like 400. But yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, the
uh,
3x just kicks so much harder.
yes, yeah. But like on PC, you can react to that so much easier, which is partly why I may recommend switching to PC. But
Hmm.
because it's just so much more fun, because I can control recoil. But yeah, like I was playing console a couple days ago just for fun, and yeah, I experienced exactly what you're experiencing. So anyway, ALCs are way easier to control recoil because you don't need to make as big of adjustments. And so playing on lower frame rates with higher response time or higher input delay makes it way
Hmm.
easier to control that recoil on ALCs because you don't need to move the right stick as much.
Oh, okay, interesting. Gotcha.
Yes, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to be nasty long range with full auto guns, you may just want to stick with ALCs. And then
Hmm.
close range, you're going to have to rely on raw talent because your settings are inferior close range. But if you just,
Gotcha. Okay, that
yeah,
makes sense.
nice, awesome.
Yeah, that's something that I was definitely looking at, like balancing those two things too. So it's like, do you want to be balanced kind of thing, or do you want to be heavy set more? less recoil or more with the aim assist, right? So if you have like that lower sense, even with the ALCs, right, then it's going to be like up close, you're going to have the advantage, but then like further away, like you're going to have more recoil,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
So it's pretty much finding the balance for what you want.
Do you
But
know
I
who?
do like.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, never mind. I was just gonna say like I do like how you say you have to rely on kind of like raw talent and everything for the up close battles.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Do you know who Chaotic much is?
No.
Oh, also one other thing. I was watching some of my console highlights. Not even highlights, just like it was raw, unedited footage. And there was
Uh-huh.
this one situation where I missed like a full flatline clip on ALCs. That was with point 0.6 aim assist. And so yeah, it's gonna happen. There are gonna be situations, not a full flatline clip, but like it was sloppy. It was a sloppy flatline clip for a controller player. A controller player
Yeah.
should not be missing that. And and yeah, so like even when I was like in my prime on ALCs on console, I was still like missing full flatline clips. Not full flatline clips, but most, like an unacceptable amount. So
hmm
that was definitely the ALCs because when I watch my buddy play, my buddy plays 4-4 on console, and that doesn't happen. Like it sticks, it's sticky. He does not miss close range. It just doesn't happen. So yeah.
That's wild. And he also do you think everyone kind of just runs the three times with like the flatline or the R301? Like
Uh,
once you get to like a higher level
I would say
kind of thing?
the two is definitely more popular. I would say
Uh-huh.
it's like 80% two and 20% three.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of prefer the three almost. Just be like on the flat line, especially. I feel like I no reg a lot with the two. Not even no reg, but like I don't know. I feel like sometimes I feel like I should be hitting my shots, but I'm missing, and I can't see why I'm missing. If that makes
Hmm.
sense, because it's just not zoomed in enough.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah. All
Okay,
right.
let's see. I think I wrote down a few other questions for you too. Um, let's see. Oh, so what about like recoil smoothing? Like I've seen that that's like a pretty big topic before, and I know that it's like your strafe is supposed to help with that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how that works?
Yeah. So yeah, your strafe helps you control recoil. So can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, so I personally prefer to just stand still usually. I find that to be most consistent
Uh-huh.
because so recoil smoothing works. Let's say the recoil goes right, it works when you go left, when you strafe left. But if the recoil goes right and you strafe right, you've made it twice as hard to control the recoil. Does that make sense?
Oh, right, right. Okay, so you're pretty much just doing the recoil pattern with your like for controller left arm instead of
Yes,
right.
with your left stick. And one other pointer is you know how higher dead zone is harder to control recoil with?
Right.
Yeah, so higher dead zone is harder to control recoil with. We cannot possibly make our left stick dead zone as small as our right stick dead zone is. See what I mean? So
Hmm.
it's so the reason why lower dead zone is easier to control recoil with is because when it goes left, right, it's way easier to make that micro adjustment on a small dead zone, right? It's easier to go
hmm
from right to left because you don't need to go as far. Now
Right.
with the left stick, our dead zone's way higher. So like if we look at movement dead zone, that's where it is. So like see my look dead zone is on none. So like I can choose from large, small, and none.
Yeah.
Movement dead zone, I can only choose from small or large. So it's not
Mm.
as small as the right stick. And so when you try to micro adjust with the left stick, it's not as easy because you have to move way further right and left. Um,
Gotcha, gotcha.
so
Something I did for that was with the whole Xbox Elite, you can kind of like customize like I guess the stick inputs. I did my left analog stick. I set that towards aggressive.
okay.
So then that way it kind of helps a little more with when I want to go left with the left analog stick. I guess it's a little more responsive.
Yeah, cool. Cool. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a good idea. I've got a Razer controller. I can customize the dead zones on mine too, but it customizes the dead zones for both sticks at the same time. So, but
Oh, gotcha.
I've got it set to none too. So yeah.
Okay,
But
okay.
anyway, like still like regardless of your controller settings, it's still like in Apex you can still only get it down to a small. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, one other thing is, let's see, I forget, but oh, Oh, yeah, yeah. This is the point. Is a lot of the people who teach recoil smoothing are mouse and keyboard players, and the thing about mouse and keyboard players is they can strafe left and right with way less
Oh
input delay.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's just AD, AD. Plus,
Right.
there isn't the delay in between. Like we need to switch from left to right, whereas they can just hit AD. So like it's instant.
Gotcha,
So
gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. We have that middle point that we have to cross
yes,
through.
exactly. Yeah. So anyway, to fully answer your question, I think that recoil smoothing is not a bad idea. Or okay, wait. It's very, very effective on submachine guns. Also, it's very effective. I always recoil smooth my submachine guns. But when it comes to assault rifles, because the strafe speed is slower on assault rifles, I don't really believe in it on assault rifles. Um, Also, just speaking like I think that recoil smoothing is very good on assault rifles if you want like very good recoil control. But if you want recoil control like I have it or like Chaotic has it,
Uh-huh.
you're gonna have to learn how to rely on that right stick if you really want to be elite on controller at recoil control. So
Totally. Honestly, I like I said with my warm up before, like I practice all the recoils anyway. So it's like I've spent a lot of time with the control and recoil. I guess one problem that I guess I have is like when I'm actually in the game and instead of, of course I'm shooting this thing, it's not moving, so it's like once I get like a moving target, like whether I'm moving or the target's moving, trying to like track it while controlling the recoil. That's I guess one part that I kind of have a little bit of a difficult time doing.
interesting.
But then I guess it kind of comes down to like practice, I guess more. Just need
Yeah.
to
So like I actually think that what you're doing is you're overthinking the recoil, because when you're tracking someone that's moving, you should have very little recoil usually. So let me because that's what recoil smoothing is. So I think that that's an issue that I often see with my clients is overthinking tracking moving targets. I think that you need to think less about the recoil and just track them. So let me show you what I mean.
okay.
You ready to track this guy? Do you have like a site that you like? Get like a site that you like, please. I don't want you to have a
Yep.
site that you don't like. Okay, good.
I've
Um,
got classics.
nice. And then yeah, get ready to track him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and so what you'll see is probably the issue is your tracking. It's not even really your recoil control. You just gotta get that recoil control down. So let me. You may want to grab a 2x for this on like a R301, but
Uh-huh.
yeah. So get
There we go.
ready. He's about to spawn back. Oh, he's already up in there.
Oh shit! I was waiting for him. I was like, yeah, where is he?
Here, I've got you with another cue. I just want you to see how little recoil you have when you're doing that.
Oh yeah,
Do you see what I mean? That you have a lot less recoil?
yeah. Like I guess that's what it. That's when now I see what you're saying. That's what it's called, recoil smoothing. As long as you're moving in I guess the right analog stick in a steady direction, right? Then it's pretty smooth. You don't really have a lot of like the recoil.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. And you'll see, like, I'll
Oh
send you my
wow.
montage. Yeah, I'll send you my montage so you can see exactly what I mean. There's this one clip where I'm tracking a guy that's moving. There's definitely a little bit of luck involved, but I had zero recoil. It definitely looks like I'm cheating, but I had zero recoil, and
Uh-huh.
like it's one of the nastiest one clips ever because it was with a 1x from so far away, and I just had zero recoil because the guy was sprinting full speed to the right, and it was from about I don't know how far away, but like maybe like 30 feet away,
Hmm.
and yeah, I just had so yeah, I had very little recoil. So yeah. So like I thought to myself, I'm like, oh my god, I'm like so talented because I can track this guy so easily. I can control the recoil and track him. So like I just thought I was the most talented player ever. But the truth
Uh-huh.
was I just didn't even have any recoil because he was moving so fast. So yeah,
Interesting. So as long as he's moving at like a certain, I guess, velocity, right? 'Cause I feel like the speed and velocity is just so big with this game, and so many different things that you have to do. So as long as the person's moving at a certain velocity and you're moving your right analog stick at a steady pace, then it should be kind of nullifying
yes,
the recoil.
yeah, absolutely. And
Okay.
if yeah, I don't know. I think you explained it well.
Okay, gotcha, gotcha. That makes
Oh,
sense.
what I was going to say is if you try to control the recoil through that, you're just going to be hindering yourself. Because if you try to think like right, left, like you would normally would do, then you're going to be hindering yourself. Also, one other thing when it comes to recoil patterns is I don't believe in memorizing them at all. I just believe in practicing them and getting good at reacting to them. So like I have no idea what the flatlines recoil pattern is. I have no idea what the R301's pattern is. I just practice them, and I get good at reacting to them, and I get good at like getting a feel for the rhythm rather than the pattern. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So
Yep.
the flatline has a totally what I mean by rhythm is the flatline has a totally different rate of adjustments than the R301.
Yeah,
The R
absolutely.
Yeah, you've got to make way less adjustments with R301, but they need to be a lot more precise. Whereas the flatline you can afford to be a little bit less precise in the accuracy of your adjustment, but the rate needs to be higher. The rate of adjustments.
Hmm.
Yeah. So
And then, yeah, you definitely want to go with like the fire rate too of the weapon as far as like your adjustments. That's basically what you're saying too, right?
yes. Yeah.
Hmm.
Because the fire rate's way slower with the flatline, but it does go right left a lot more. Like it does switch up a lot more.
Yep.
Whereas the R301 switches up less, but I would argue that the switch ups are more jagged with the R301. They're more jagged and more sudden, and you need to
Hmm.
be more precise. You need because there's less, so you need to be perfectly precise with the 301 with your adjustments.
Gotcha.
And
Gotcha. Okay.
do you know that when you don't have a barrel stabilizer, there's like multiple patterns? It's not just one.
No, I had no idea. Really?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it really annoys me when people tell other people to memorize a pattern, is because like the R301, like here, I'll quickly show you just so you can see exactly what I mean. The R301 also, like you said, like I love that you said that you practice with a gold mag because that's super, super important. All right, let me just
Hmm.
quickly show you. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, just pay attention to the different patterns. I'm purposefully not controlling it.
Hmm.
Pay attention. You'll see that there is just so many different patterns, or like they're all similar, but it's different variations of the same one. So to memorize, you see like already that's just totally different.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
What?
yeah,
Yo, I had no idea. So anytime you don't have a barrel stabilizer, it can do like a variety of there's more random
yes,
I guess spray,
yes.
right?
Which is why it's ridiculous. See that one? That was like it just did a full circle. It was just totally different. So that's why it's just absolutely ridiculous to memorize patterns, is because they're all different. So
That's you just blew my mind right there. That's crazy.
yeah.
And that's just for weapons that have barrel stabilizers.
Even the
Whereas
flatline does vary a little, but I feel like it varies less. So let me show you. It definitely does vary. Like there is a lot of variation to it.
uh-huh.
Like I said, like to tell you the truth, I don't even really know because I never memorize them.
Yeah.
But I would say that there is inconsistencies, but probably less inconsistencies with the flatline.
Yeah, you just blew my mind with that. That's crazy. I've been playing, since for like 3 years, man, and I kid you not, I thought it was all like 100% predictive recoil
Yeah, yeah, I
to the
knew
T.
I knew it wasn't because like I looked when I first started out. Someone showed me a chart of the I think it was like Nicewig or something showed a chart of the recoil on a certain gun, and I tried to copy it and work. It would work sometimes, but I knew something was up because it's not always working. And then I tested it,
Yeah,
and it's like totally different every time. So yeah,
that's insane.
yeah.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Um, let's see. Is there anything else I have here? Oh, okay. So another thing I was kind of interested in exploring are, I guess, like the better weapon choices for the play style that I want to kind of improve at.
Mhm.
So usually I like going with like, I mean, there's the good old reliable R301, you know.
Mhm.
Um, so I usually go with like R301 and car. Those are my usual two loadouts.
That's my go-to.
Um, that's your go-to as well?
Mhm.
Okay. And then I usually try and go with like the bruiser on the R301 and then, if I can get like the Digi course for the car. Um so those are my two go-to weapons. Do you have any other recommendations that might really benefit, I guess, like the entry fragger? I would think like high damage, something with high damage. That's probably why a lot of uh pro people and entry, I guess, fraggers would use wingmans, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like as soon as you said that you're a Wraith player, I think that the Wingman is like without a doubt maybe one of the better Wraith guns
Hmm.
because you've got so much mobility with it. It's not even about the damage, it's about the mobility. So like
Oh, that's true.
yeah, because you can strafe so fast and still hit your shots. So like
Hmm.
especially as a controller player, that's why pretty much most Wraith players use the Wingman because it's like extra strong on Wraith because
Gotcha. Yeah, that
you're
makes sense.
you're so small and you can move so fast while you're shooting it. But I will say, with that being said, I would argue that the Wingman's a little less strong on console. It's a little bit stronger because your aim assist is stronger, so that's true. I mean, like for you, it's stronger. But
Hmm.
in general, close range, you die a lot faster on console. That's just the way it is. Close range.
Hmm.
And I feel like double spray weapons is sort of, that's usually what I relied on. I didn't even really play shotguns when I was on console. So, yeah. Be-
Yeah, because that's a good point for sure. Is that like I just feel like the spray weapons are just I don't want to say more reliable, but whenever like if I have the wingman like all last season I tried running the wingman car because R301 was in the crafter, and so I tried getting pretty good with the wingman, and it didn't really help too much. Like I've definitely made a lot of improvements, but um, it's just like I don't know. It was just a little too inconsistent, or maybe I was just inconsistent with it. I would get like when I would get no regs, which happens a little too more often than I like to admit. Well, maybe more than yeah. Oh no. Anyways, I don't know. I just feel like maybe I need to get better with it, or start using it differently,
yeah.
or maybe it's just like the whole using cover more and then capitalizing
Yeah.
on a knock or shield break or anything like that.
Yeah. It's also like the Wingman. I think a huge thing with me is usually I'm doing so much more damage with it than I realize I'm doing. So like because you know how like the numbers add up with the spray weapon, they sort of add up, they
Yeah.
stack. Whereas the Wingman, it basically just shows you 45, 45, 45. And oftentimes
Hmm.
like I find that I'm actually doing way more than I like am with a or sorry, it's not that I'm doing more than I am with a spray weapon, but it feels like I'm doing less than I am doing just because the numbers add up differently. So same thing with
That
the
makes
Prowler.
sense.
Yeah, same thing with the Prowler. The numbers add up so much differently with the Prowler. They don't always stack, and so oftentimes it feels like you're doing less than you actually are. Like you're doing so much with the Prowler usually. So yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Do you have any recommendations for like training with the wingman then? Because I think like for me it's I know I kind of I try to use it, I guess, tracking, so in that way it's not so much relying on flicking. Um, I have I told you I have the Xbox Elite and then I've got the Control Freaks. I think these are like the high rise. I have high rises on both. Um, with a dome. So I don't know if that like makes a difference. Do you use any? Would you recommend any sort of like like
Um, yeah, good question. So I don't use any extended sticks. I certainly don't recommend them on your left stick. I'm going to tell you right now. So like it's 50-50 whether or not they're helping on your right stick. But when it comes to the left stick, I guarantee they're hindering you. You definitely don't want them on the left stick because there's really no reason to have that amount of precision on the left stick because what it's doing is try to strafe left and right with a control freak on. You'll see it takes you way longer to switch directions, and then try to strafe left and right with it off. You'll see it's way easier with it off.
oh my God, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
exactly. Yeah,
That marks the second time you blew my mind already during this session. Okay, gotcha.
and then
So left one off.
yeah, left one definitely keep it off. And try to keep the left stick as short as you possibly can. Even if you have like extended sticks on the left, you definitely want to keep those off. Next
Okay,
thing
gotcha.
now on the right side, I've been experimenting this so I have experimented multiple times throughout the years with control freaks. I think control freaks are definitely better for a game like Call of Duty because the
Huh?
time to kill is a lot lower. So where it's a lot less about tracking, it's more so about snapping onto the target and doing, hitting him with maybe 3 to 4 bullets with a full auto gun, and then he's dead in Call of Duty. Whereas in
Right.
Apex, we need to hit like 15 bullets with a full auto gun in order to get a kill. So It's more so tracking reliant, and we got to be tracking hitting our shots. So anyway, let me explain what I actually mean by that. So first of all,
Hmm.
when it comes to recoil control is naturally a little bit harder with a control freak on, because we have to make a bigger adjustment to go from right to left, just like
Right.
with the strafe. Now that doesn't mean it's not possible, because the best recoil control player in the world, Chaotic. Do you know who Chaotic is?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
And it sounds like I need to watch more people.
yeah, so Chaotic is someone that's going to inspire you a lot with what's possible, and he's also someone who inspired me to switch to 4-4. Um,
Uh-huh.
he is so like I've always felt like I've got pretty much the best R301 on controller, and he has without a doubt a better R301 on controller than I do. Like his R301 is on another level, and so he's also who made me realize that I need to switch to 4-4. So, but he uses control freaks. And so yeah, so he's got the best recoil control, and he does use control freaks. I think that that's more so a case of being just so talented that he can afford to do that. Or actually,
Okay.
like it's very possible to have good recoil control. But anyways, like with a control freak. But my philosophy is that you have to move way further right and left to control that recoil. So on console, because you have to move further right and left with the higher input delay, it's way harder to make that adjustment because you have to move further. So that's why when I was on console, I didn't use a control freak. Now the reason why on PC I don't use a control freak, because I experimented with both. The reason is because when you have a control freak, the base of your thumb and the base of your hand doesn't have as much support from your controller, because you have to arch your thumb more. So you see what I mean? So like think about
Yeah.
with a
Yeah.
control freak, yeah, versus without. So you've got to arch your thumb more, and so that lifts the base of your thumb off of your controller, and so naturally you have less support, and so you're using smaller, finer muscles to control the recoil or to make adjustments. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. I've thought of like a lot about that kind of stuff. I tend to overthink just about everything. It's like my superpower pretty much. But yeah, like I've thought about like all that kind of stuff because it does like lift like your thumb like way higher. And I mean, I feel like especially games of this, like it's all about repetition, practice, and all that kind of stuff. And if something like mechanically isn't like is something holding you back, then it's maybe it's not your skill or competence. Maybe it is like just your actual kind of form, right? Kind of same thing with like lifting and playing sports
Yep.
for sure. So I mean, I've definitely thought about that for sure. I used to have like a low rise stick, concave low rise stick, but then they like I think they discontinued it.
Mm-hmm.
So got this little one. When I tried to learn how to do the wingman a little more, so I figured dome might be a little easier to kind of hit more shots, make it easier to go left and right with.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try and get that low rise again. Let's see. So if I get the low rise though, so then would I my aim would I be overshooting, undershooting? Would I try and compensate that with decreasing my the pitch or the left and right?
Honestly, you'll adjust to it super easily. If anything, I think you would be overshooting, but I don't think it matters
Hmm.
too much. I think you'll adjust to it super easily. So yeah. But just wait. So like, the other reason is because it just you want to keep your thumb as straight as possible, right? Because the more arch in your thumb, the harder it's gonna be. So that's also why. So like, I really wrap my thumb all the way over my thumbstick. And yeah, so like it's super straight, which is what I already said. But let me
Yeah,
think.
but it's good to reiterate for sure. So that definitely makes sense. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, for
trying to
sure.
focus on that.
Oh,
Um,
and then one last thing is with the control freak at this range right here, I found it
yeah.
so much harder to micro adjust. So my hip fire, I couldn't really micro adjust as well, and so I felt myself under adjusting with the control freak, which was so bad that I felt like I couldn't really get used to it. Like at first, I felt like okay, that's something I have to get used to, but then after a
Hmm.
while, it just simply wasn't on the same level. And so
Hmm.
I definitely think that my long range, like when it came to tracking targets like this far away, super far away, I definitely think it was better with the extended stick. But when it came to this range, like anything closer than that, and recoil control, it was so much better without the control freak. So yeah.
That's interesting. Okay. I might actually try and like scrap them completely and give that a shot too then.
Yeah, I would honestly. I use a Razer controller, which has the shortest sticks, in my opinion, out of any controllers from my experience. It's got very short
Hmm.
sticks. I would definitely
Hmm.
recommend using the shortest sticks that your controller comes with.
Gotcha. Okay, so shorter sticks, and then okay, so I'm gonna try and do the short sticks. I'm gonna try and rock the 4/4. See how that one goes for me. I'm gonna give that like definitely a fair shot. And then yeah, hopefully that's gonna be awesome.
Do you want
That's
me to go through ALCs really quickly and just a couple of my philosophies on that?
yeah. Yes, please. That'd be awesome.
Cool. So first one is Dead Zone. You can definitely copy these or like whatever you want, screenshot it
Hmm.
or whatever. So Dead Zone, yeah. So I play on a nice low Dead Zone, like I already said, because that's way easier for controlling recoil. Outer threshold 1%. That's completely useless. I don't know why anyone has outer threshold on. Do you know what it is?
Is it's once it goes max,
Yeah,
that's the input.
yeah.
Okay.
It's the opposite of Dead Zone. So I don't know. Is there a use for it that you know that I don't know?
I would think that it's the extra turning yaw. So if you want that to kick in sooner, I would think that maybe you would increase the outer threshold.
Mm-hmm.
So in that way, if you want like the extra yaw to kick in like sooner, before you all the way hit the stick against the side, then it would make that ramp up time, or I guess the extra pitch,
I see.
all that kind of stuff kick in sooner.
Yeah, yeah. I see. Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Hmm.
But anyway, yeah, that's that. Response curve is on a 6. I'm definitely, since I made these ALCs, since I switched from console, I've become a much bigger fan of response curve. I think response curve and dead zone have a very similar effect. They're obviously much different, but they have a very similar effect. And I'd much rather, so like increasing response curve also decreases stick drift. And it sort of deadens things up just like Dead Zone does. But Dead Zone's pretty much completely useless because what it does is it just makes an area where the stick is just completely not registered. So long as your stick isn't broken, which I think 99% of controllers are not broken, like most people who think that they have bad stick drift don't actually have bad stick drift. So
Hmm.
3% is a really good starting point, and then a
Three's good. Okay.
10% or 10 response curve is a really good starting point as well. But I played on a 6. I think
I,
that yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say that with the reason that I switched up my ALCs before, like I think I was telling you what, like 2 weeks ago or something, I started going back to like the classic. Um, but that was because it felt like too twitchy. Like I really enjoyed the how quick I was able to, move left, right, and it was great for when I was using the wingman and all that kind of stuff. But when okay, so I used to be focused just on tracking, right? I never did like flick weapons really, so my tracking was awesome. The response curve was way higher, and then I wanted to move on to more like the flicking weapons to actually practice and get better at that. And then I lowered both like the dead zone and the response curve. But then anytime I picked up an automatic weapon, it was like it was just way too twitchy, I guess. So that's what I started messing with that too, right? Is that you increase that to kind of reduce the twitchiness of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you kind of have to find a balance between that and I guess the yaw and the pitch.
Yes. Sorry. Are you done now?
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at that. I was like, so is that your? Oh, never mind. So those are your controller settings because you're not on mouse and key right now, right?
No.
Because
Yeah.
that doesn't.
I play a
Okay,
little bit of mouse and keyboard, but no, I'm a controller player.
gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
and then my other question for you, I'm looking at your settings right now. Why do you? So what you do you have any thoughts on the extra yaw, extra pitch?
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess I'm done with this response curve. But basically my point is I'd recommend turning response curve up before you turn dead zone up because they have a similar effect. I think dead zone's pretty much completely useless. I mean, I play on
Uh,
3%. I don't recommend going below 3, but I also don't
mhm.
recommend going above 3. I definitely stick with 3 and then find a response curve that's appropriate for you. Um,
Okay, gotcha.
yeah, dead zone's just a garbage setting. You want to keep it as low as possible. But response
Mhm.
curve
Okay,
definitely has a similar effect, but actual value, it does provide value, at least a little value. Moving on, yeah. So
gotcha.
you said yaw and pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in extra yaw or extra pitch, or at least I didn't. So like I said, one last point is when
Mhm.
I was talking about like ALCs and the strengths and the weaknesses. between ALCs and classic settings. Um, the main point that I was trying to make, or like one of the main points, is go with ALCs if you're trying to be like a mouse and keyboard movement style, like if you want to be more similar to mouse and keyboard, but understand that you're not getting the real controller experience. You're getting closer to the, so like that's sort of what I was going for with these settings when I made these settings. So I was going for a very something very close to a mouse and keyboard experience. Same thing with Jen Burton. He's trying to be very similar to a mouse and keyboard player.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and his aim is very mouse and keyboard like, but
Mm-hmm.
with aim assist on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so what I'm trying to say is like, I think that a lot of ALC players are still stuck in the mindset of trying to be like a mouse and keyboard player. But at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, you just have to accept that you're a controller player and play to your strengths. And 4-4 is like classic settings are the biggest strength. But now that I've said that, if you want to be like a mouse and keyboard player, I will now go into my philosophies on how to be like a mouse and keyboard player. So
Cool.
anyway, yaw and pitch. I think that turning extra yaw and turning extra pitch are totally ridiculous because like no mouse and keyboard player uses any extra ramp up times, anything like that. And I think that they're pretty stupid because what it does is it's giving you a second sensitivity. So when I turn this up, what it does is it doesn't it doesn't kick in. It's not a fluid transition from not being kicked in to being kicked in. Whereas if we
Mm-hmm.
don't use any extra sensitivities, it's a perfectly fluid transition always. The more I increase the input on my right stick, it's a perfectly fluid transition. So it
Mm-hmm.
feels a lot more cracked, and it just feels a lot better to not have this any extra garbage turned on. It feels so
Yep.
good. So
Mm-hmm.
that's my reason for that. Same thing with
Gotcha.
ramp up time. I think it's pretty
Mm-hmm.
garbage. I hate the fact that I've got ramp up time right now because I'm playing 4-4 classic. I hate it, but the fact is the settings are a lot stickier. It makes me a lot better player overall. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, that's something that I thought a lot about too. Is that it's like you want to have like good sticky aim, right? So maybe decrease the yaw and pitch, but to kind of combat that, maybe you add the extra turning yaw, and then that way it like helps you if you have to like kind of turn around real quick. But at the same time, you when you do that, you're incorporating a lot of inconsistencies within just any time you use your sticks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely recommend giving these a try. I think you'll love them if you're going for that mouse and keyboard feel.
Yeah, definitely. Can't wait to try this.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. So everything extra turned off. Now 125, 125. I actually played on
Hmm.
115, 115 before I switched to PC. But I realized that I wanted to speed up my pace, so I went for 125. I think 115 is probably best overall,
Hmm.
but it's definitely on the slow side. Like you will have issues tracking certain movements. The reason I keep these two the exact same, I'm sure you're curious about that, because most people
Yep.
go like with what you have, which I think you have something around here.
Yeah,
Um,
something like that.
and so the reason I keep them the exact same thing with Jen Burton. Jen Burton and I both keep them the exact same. Is once again just for that perfect mouse and keyboard feel. Um, because now, so like with 125, 125, if they're not the same, so let's say they're 125, 85. When I move up and down, that's 125. When I move left and right, that's 85. Or sorry, exact opposite. When I move left and right, 125,
Hmm.
up and down, 85. When I go up and to the right or up and to the left like this, now what am I getting? If it's 85 and 125, I'm getting 105. I'm getting right in between. So you see it's always inconsistent. It's always giving me a different value depending on what
Yep.
direction I'm going. So that's why I keep them the exact same. Is now if I go up and to the right, it's always 125 no matter what. And so the tracking, the feel of these settings is absolutely insane. It feels really really good. Um, so yeah,
That's awesome. I definitely gonna incorporate that and
cool, cool.
try and get all those all, all that kind of stuff like dialed in because that's definitely something that I've wondered about. What about so you with that strategy? What about the whole non ADS? Is that just because it's like you usually use way more like left and right, like uh, I guess yaw
Yeah,
compared to like vertical?
yeah, that's a really good question. It's just basically, yeah, exactly what you said. And because with non-ADS, with hipfire, you simply just don't need to be as precise.
Uh-huh.
Like I mean, like having it higher. As you can see, I'm missing a lot because I'm just not used to these settings. But like having a slower pitch speed, um, it just doesn't really matter because you don't need to be that precise when it comes to hip fire.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I definitely would, like, I'd be willing to go with maybe something 350 350. I'd definitely be willing to go with the exact same, but I just never really saw any reason to do that.
Hmm. Well, and like you said, like for this, like your settings right there is kind of going for a little more like mouse and keyboard. So in that way, you can make like quick movements, quick turns, all those kinds of things.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So you see how I just went off the target at the end there? That's like, there's no way I can control that. I don't know if you can tell. You probably can't tell. But like, the reason you can't tell is because you're not the person that's aiming. But basically, I'm going off the target a lot more than I would be with 4.4, which is arguably because I haven't used these settings in 2 weeks. But yeah. Anyway,
Gotcha.
oh, per optics. Let's go over per optics. So the per optics, once again, this is going for like, a very specific, precise feel. And so
Uh-huh.
I do use per optics on these settings because, yeah, basically the only thing that matters is the 2, the 3, and the 4. So of course the
Hmm.
1, so the 1 is a base multiplier. So the 1 is 125, 125. That's what the 1 is. And then the 1.3 would be 125 times 1.3. That's the way that this multiplier works, if you didn't understand that. So
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
so it's 2. So yeah, so the 2 takes the value of the 1 and then multiplies it by 1.3, whatever that
Okay.
is, right? So I don't actually know what it is, but the reason why I used multipliers for my per optics is because um, the reason is because the 2 usually feels a little bit slower than the 1, and so I wanted to make them feel the exact same. I wanted the 2 to feel the exact same as the 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that was the goal. Through experience, I have found that that doesn't matter as much as I thought it did a year and a half ago. That's
Shit.
yeah. That's why now I'm just on 4.4. So like I think basically when I was designing these ALCs, like everything,
Uh-huh.
like keeping these exact same. As you can see, the common theme is trying to keep everything the exact same so that my brain
Yeah.
doesn't have to adapt. What I have
Hmm.
learned is I massively underestimated the power of the brain and the power of muscle memory and the power of whatever. Because the truth is, you can play 4.4 Classic and be absolutely cracked, like with per optics off. That's the truth. So, anyway, like I love the fact that I thought that this was excellent, and I think it is actually excellent. It is excellent, but 4.4 is better for consistency. So.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Dude, I'm so excited. I have today booked off. I'm not working today or tomorrow, so I'll rate all these things
Awesome.
into this and like try it out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to decide what playstyle you're going for, but they're both
Yeah,
great.
yeah, I'll definitely give them both a shot. I think I'm gonna try and set up the ALCs, and then maybe I'll give that a shot. No, I really want to try the 4.4 first. So I'll try the 4.4, and then yeah, and then I guess kind of go from there.
Yeah, for sure. Okay,
Let's
so
see.
now let's actually talk about recoil control and how I practice it.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
so so as you know, like I just made a very drastic settings change a couple weeks ago, and so
Uh-huh.
I sort of had to relearn everything. So oh, I'm still on ALCs. So yeah, so I had to relearn everything.
Hmm.
And so the main thing that I did that helped me was just practicing with the 3x. So grabbing a 301, and then practicing with the 3x. Also practicing with the 2 to 4 and practicing with the actual 4x on the 2 to 4. Like if you want to go extra hardcore with recoil control, do that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, practice with the 4x. Because the 4x is obviously the hardest to control. And if you
Yeah.
can control the 4x, you can control anything. So like as you can see, like I'm a little bit shaky on the 4x. Um, but like if you practice the 4x for 10 minutes and then switch back to a 3x even or a 1 times especially, you're gonna have zero recoil, absolutely no recoil. So
Ooh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah, yeah, you see how hard that is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
way more difficult.
So
Wow.
even try like 2 more clips of that and then try switching to a 1. You'll see it's just so easy. But especially if you do that for like 10 minutes, it's gonna be a very 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 big switch.
Oh yeah, it's almost like hard to like get used to it after like doing the four.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But if you if you switch back and forth enough, that transition isn't
Mhm.
going to be too hard. So like I said, that's the exact same thing that like I thought that it was impossible to make constant transitions, so that's why I tried to keep everything the exact same.
Yeah.
But I definitely underestimated the power of the mind on that one.
Mind and body, huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's an amazing thing. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I got so many things to practice now. Um, let's see. So as far as so I know we covered like all like so much stuff like in-game practicing, like settings, all those kinds of things. I just have like a question or two about like the actual like hardware, I guess you can say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so for the Xbox, they got, you know, their next gen update, which it's still only 60 FPS cap, but then it can go up to 4K. Do you think it's better to, you know, keep it at the 60, of course, because we have to, but play it in 4K? Or do you think performance-wise, it's better to kind of just go down to like the 1440?
Is there an option to
Do you
switch?
think that matters? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we can have it to 4K, I think, on console now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's stuck at 60,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But yeah, but I think we can switch to like 4K, can we?
Yeah.
Or like
Yeah.
at least change.
I've got the Series X too. I haven't seen the option to switch. Maybe it's in the Xbox settings though, or something.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just have it set to like in the Xbox for sure. So it's not so much Apex settings, but it's the Xbox itself. So I
Okay.
was wondering maybe that'll make performance maybe a little better.
Yeah. Yeah. Like playing on 1440.
Yeah,
Um.
instead of the 4K.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. It definitely might lower the input delay.
Hmm.
Like so the frames are consistent 60 no matter what. Like I haven't seen a Series X ever drop below 60.
Yeah.
Um, but but and this is a big but, like it's a big maybe, definitely a
Uh-huh.
big maybe. It may decrease input delay, and now I have no idea how to measure input delay, but based
Hmm.
off so like I've done some. I haven't actually done the test, but I've done some research on tests that have been done on PCs and on the
Hmm.
resolutions, and from my very limited tests and my limited understanding of this, lower resolution can increase or decrease input delay. So
Hmm.
it can, but
Yeah,
that's a big but. That's a big
yeah,
but.
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like you're also if it's not true, then you're also kind of like giving up the whole like a little clearer, a little nicer.
Yeah.
But
Exactly. Yeah.
okay, you'll
So
explore
are
that a
you
little
on
bit.
a 4K or like a 1440 monitor?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I actually I just got a new manga. I had like the BenQ was it like Zowie, I think 24, but then I just recently got the what is this? Mobius 32.
Yeah.
So it's a little bigger. But yeah, dude, this thing's badass. I treated myself.
Nice, nice. Awesome.
Yeah, this thing's so dope.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean it does 4K at I think it does 4K at 144 or 120.
Mhm.
So that was the big thing, you know, Apex was coming out with a new next gen update, and I was like, cool, I want to make sure I get something that's going to be able to play it like really, really well. So I got the monitor, but then Apex came out and they didn't release the 120 with it. But maybe that'll come out soon, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope so. They've been kind of lying
Hmm.
about that.
Yeah, next gen updates here, guys. Come check it out.
Yeah. It's like
um,
the reason they're doing that is because the 120 FPS isn't as noticeable to like casual players as the 4K. So that's why they prioritize resolution.
okay, well, I guess that makes sense. You know, as long as they're kind of like still working on it, that's fine.
Yeah.
It still looks pretty nice, but I think that I remember when I was playing on PC for sure. When I was on the 140, it felt so smooth. It was just so buttery.
Yeah.
And I'll
Absolutely.
wait to get back to that.
Yeah.
Um,
What about, sorry, just one question on the monitor. Do you find
yeah.
that your new monitor has like slightly more motion blur than the Zowie?
No, not really. I think my Mobius it's yeah, it's pretty good. It's honestly I can't really tell the difference all too much. It's super clear to be honest. And maybe if I was playing on the PC more often with the Mobius, I might be able to notice a little more,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
But with it just being on the Xbox, I can't really tell the difference all too much.
Yeah, cool, cool.
Hmm.
All right.
Um,
Next question.
so the internet, I have I think it's on IP4. Do you recommend using IP6? Is that like a big thing?
Uh,
Or
I'm not really sure, honestly. Is that like
gotcha.
for the Wi-Fi?
Well, I'm hardwired in here, but I think like you can use like IP4 or IP6, IPv4 or IPv6. I think it's just like a bigger uh LAN number or something. I forget exactly what the terminology is.
Cool.
But yeah, I think it's just like a different type of connection, but it's supposed to be a little more thorough, I guess. I was just saying if maybe you knew anything about that.
Yeah, yeah, I really don't. I use yeah, I'm just hardwired into. I've just got a like really really good hardwired internet. So yeah.
Gotcha. What's so do you use the performance display? Yeah, you do. Okay, so I'm looking here.
Oh,
Can you tell me what like the I/O is and the yeah, so I know what the FPS, the loss, choke. What's choke?
choke. I have no idea. I would say so. Like where it says 0 to 0, I think that definitely means it's good because my internet's perfect, and so that means that you want 0 to 0. I would
Right.
assume. And then
Uh-huh.
the I/O, definitely don't know what that means. Uh,
Gotcha.
as you can see, it's bouncing between 6 out of 24 and 5 out of 24 ish. Yeah.
Hmm.
So I have absolutely no idea what that means, but I think that it's probably not super super important. It probably has something to do with what's it called, NAT type, probably, but I don't know. I actually don't know.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I've seen it sometimes like it's like right now it's for me it's like 5 out of 8, but then I've seen it go up to like 58 or like, 60 something, 70 something out of 40.
Oh yeah,
So it's yeah, it varies a lot. I
yeah.
wonder if you know what that one is. Okay, let's see. Um, I think you answered like all my questions, man. Thank you.
Awesome. You're welcome.
Dude, this is so helpful. I'm really looking forward to getting in there and really just trying to focus on everything you went over. So even with the engaging and everything, and trying to find different angles and all that kind of good stuff. I'm hoping it's gonna take me to the next level, man.
Yeah, it definitely will. We're not done though.
uh,
We got a lot more to go through.
yes, perfect. Okay, cool.
Cool.
All
All
right.
right. Next thing is going to be so yeah. So just recoil control. Like I said, usually I practice with iron sights, but definitely
Uh-huh.
since I've switched to 4.4, practicing with those more magnified sights,
Uh-huh.
the amount of adjustments that you have to make are so extreme that using those more magnified sights is super important. And then of course, oh, you were talking about guns, so I'll talk about like a few of my go-to loadouts
Uh-huh.
and like sort of how much ammo I hold for them.
Cool.
All right, so first thing, let's just talk about the flatline. So flatline, I like to go flatline car, flatline prowler. Prowler is definitely not my first option, but I'll rock a Prowler if I have to. R9, I'll go flatline R9.
Mhm.
Once again, like car is way better than R9 though, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Moving on to shotguns, I'll go like flatline Peacekeeper, flatline Eva. Definitely not afraid to rock one of those.
So flatline's usually always gonna be your go-to.
Flatline or R301. I consider them basically the exact same gun. So like the
Mhm.
thing is the flatline's way easier to control on PC than it is on console. So like I never. That's one of the main reasons I wanted to switch to PC is because it's so much easier. So like I couldn't really run the flatline as my primary on console. I mean like okay, actually here's a funny story. So when I switched to PC, I switched to PC, but I was still like sort of switching back and forth between PC and Xbox. When I
Yeah.
switched back to PC or back to console, my flatline was way easier to control because I had a much better understanding of the micro adjustments that I had to make. So even though I couldn't actually react as quickly, I knew what I had to do, and so my flatline's recoil control was better when I came back to console. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you may even want to do that yourself. But anyway, I use the flatline a ton as my primary. R301 is definitely my preferred gun, but the
Hmm.
flatline's like basically the same gun. It's very similar,
Hmm.
so I'm not afraid to run a flatline. All right, so yeah, flatline primary, R301 primary, just consider them the exact same thing. And then and then I'll also go Volt as a secondary. Volt secondary, Car, Prowler, R9, sometimes Wingman, and Peacekeeper, Eva. One of those.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, definitely nice having the bolt back on ground loot for sure.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I love it as a controller player for sure. And then primaries. So like a couple primaries that I might run rather than a flatline or an R301 would be my first option for heavy would be the Hemlock. I love the Hemlock.
hmm hmm
Definitely not the Rampage when it was on the floor. Definitely not.
Yeah.
But I'm a huge fan of the Hemlock. It's super underrated. Not the best on Wraith, but still very usable.
hmm
And then for light weapons, my second options would be definitely the Scout. I'm a huge fan of the Scout. On Horizon, I prefer the Spitfire though, because it's just sort of better for gravity lift.
hmm
So yeah, Spitfire, Scout are some primaries that I love. The Repeater, I'm definitely not the biggest Repeater fan, but it's really good on controller right now. So, but also
hmm
probably not the best on Wraith because you want to sort of be up in their faces on Wraith.
hmm
But you can
Yeah,
use it.
exactly. I've tried it, but like you said, it's not the best. It's like then when you're up close and you got that, it's like not the best, not ideal.
Exactly, yeah. Now snipers, of course, the Wingman. I love the Wingman as a primary, but when it comes to Horizon, I think the Wingman kind of sucks. Anything single fire, I'm not a huge fan of on Horizon. You want to go full auto. But
Because when you go up or lift, you don't have too much like the recoil, like you showed me before with the dummy.
yes, yeah. So like going up the lift, it's basically 100% tracking. You got a lot less recoil going up the lift,
hmm
and so the Wingman, it's just pretty pointless. Like it's super. Plus, I'm not comfortable rocking a 2x on the Wingman. It's pretty much got to be a 1x. And so
hmm
like I just can't see that well because usually when I'm going up my left, I want to go up maybe a little bit further away from people than I would usually be comfortable using the Wingman. So yeah, definitely Wingman's awesome, but if I'm running it on Horizon, it's going to be my secondary, not my primary. So
Interesting. So what would you use as your primary then, if
R
you had the wingman?
R3 owner flatline, and then just a Wingman as a closer.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Which so this is something I just want to tell you really quickly. So Sweet, do you know who Sweet is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sweet, he's not a controller player, he's a mouse and keyboard player, but he does have experience on controller. And what he says the most broken thing that he wants to see get nerfed on controller is not even the aim assist. He says the most broken thing is the aim assist that you get when you're swapping weapons. So watch this. Can you see my screen?
Uh-huh.
So this. How the first shot is always so accurate. Because you
Oh,
apparent
interesting.
yeah, according to him, one of the hardest things about mouse and keyboard is when you switch weapons, you don't get any aim assist, so it can be hard to stay locked onto the target when you're switching weapons. And he says that that's incredibly strong on controller, and so that made me switch like practice switching weapons. So like what I'll do a lot is I'll grab an R9 like this. If you want to see my screen, can you see my screen?
Yep.
So I'll practice so like that, and then I'll just practice hitting my first shot with the Wingman. So that's what a lot of controller players do is actually run the Wingman as like sort of like a secondary, and then just like as a closer. So like boom like that.
That's wild. Okay, okay. That actually brings up a good point. Another question I had for you too is that I've seen like a lot of people almost do. I don't know if it's like a animation cancel or something when they like switch weapons, but I feel like maybe sometimes I accidentally do it. But it seems like I switch weapons and pull out the other weapon and able to shoot like way quicker
Yes.
sometimes, and I don't know how I do it or if it's an actual thing.
Yeah. I've heard I've heard about that too. I think it has something to do with reloading. Basically, it's so hard to, or it's not hard to execute. What I'm trying to say is it takes so much thought to actually execute it that when I heard about it, I pretty much wrote it off as something that's useful.
Uh,
Because I would say that it takes so much thought to actually execute that I'm not a huge fan of it. So
gotcha, gotcha. Do you know what it is then? Is it the whole you gotta switch, you gotta crouch, and
yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Maybe if you start your reload and then switch, but like it's also such a minor advantage that I don't think it's a big deal.
yeah, okay.
Um, let's see, but I'll give you some information on the topic of switching weapons since you
Cool.
asked. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So most people do this. So most people slide, jump, and then hit Y. Right? That's not very fast though. Slide, jump, hit Y. You're not really ready fast enough, especially as an entry
Uh-huh.
fragger like a Wraith. You want to hit
Right.
Y and then slide jump. See, and then I've got full momentum and my
Oh.
yeah. So it's Y and then slide jump, which is why I use four paddles. I use Y, X, A, and B as my four paddles. Of course, B is on the left side because that's more important. And so yeah,
That's interesting. Okay, yeah, I like that a lot. I've
yeah.
always done it the other way.
So what that's good for is like wall bounces. So can you see my screen?
Yep.
So like especially with wall bounces, because I can hit Y, slide jump, and then my gun is automatically out. So it's very, very nice for comboing with wall bounces and then just like swinging around corners. It's very nice. So yeah,
Oh, damn, yeah, it's kind of wild.
yeah. And then another thing in relation to that is, can you see my screen?
Yep.
So like, watch. I'll show you what it looks like, and then I'll actually see how every time I reload, see how I've got full bullets, like without getting slowed down at all. Oops, I actually messed it up right there. But watch. See, so I can holster, and then and then it finishes the animation. See what I'm doing?
Oh, gotcha. So it's like you're starting the reload, holstering it, and then pulling it back out, and then it's kind of finishing it automatically,
Yes.
or like kind of quickly.
Yeah. So just watch how fast it is. So I start the reload, holster it, and then it finishes. See?
Oh yeah, and you're able to get that momentum, I guess, boost.
Yeah. So I'm combining everything, right? So boom, boom, boom. All right, let me show you how to do it. So can you see the bullets in the bottom right?
Yep.
So if I start my reload and holster too quickly, actually the R9 holster it's so fast. So see like that. I started holster too quickly. You see how it still says 25?
Yeah.
That just cancels the reload. So my gun's gonna instantly be ready. But I only have 25 bullets. Now, if I wait until it says 0 in the bottom right, watch. See, that's when it activates it. See, and now when I see it finishes.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so you gotta do it. Oh.
So and then try that with the Wingman. You'll see it kind of sucks with the Wingman. So it's really good with full autos, but that is it's pretty pointless to do with the Wingman, and you'll see why if you try it. Because do you see what
Oh
I'm doing?
yeah, it still does the whole animation pretty much, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's really good with the flatline R9 car, R301. R301 it's not quite as good with, but like any submachine gun, it's very strong on. It's less strong on the Volt, so it's very animation dependent. Though to answer your question, it's animation dependent.
Oh dude, that's crazy. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. So stuff like that is very important for a Wraith to know because it's going to speed up your actions per minute. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, okay, that's actually really cool. Let's see, is there anything else that's kind of like that? I feel like I know there's like lots of little like niche kind of text and all that kind of stuff. And I think I have a pretty decent grip on. I don't want to say all of them, but like some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do you have any other like recommendations that might
Yeah.
be really kind of important?
Yeah. One more thing for a Wraith. So you know when you phase, how it slows you down.
Huh?
So what you can do is you can hit LB and then slide jump. So it's LB and then slide jump like that. You see what I just did? And then it doesn't slow you down. So it's the same exact thing as with the weapons where you hit Y and then slide jump, but now it's LB and then slide jump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Same thing with the portal.
Oh,
Did you do it?
no. So,
So the timing's precise. So you have to work on the timing, but it's LB and then slide jump. Because if you don't slide jump fast enough, then you're just going to get a dead slide. But yeah, you understand. It's just
gotcha.
it's a timing thing.
We gotta be running. Oh, dang it. Yes, I think I gotta do it like way quicker. So it's like almost like right when you start the animation for your phase.
Yes. Same thing with the portal. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So it's like this. So it's like portal, so LB and RB at the same time, and then slide jump like that. So it just allows you to carry momentum rather than having to slow down.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So you can even do that from like a dead stop kind of thing. Like you can do this and then you can kind of Oh yeah, look at that. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So I don't
That's
know,
so cool.
just slightly faster. All right, moving on.
Yep.
Next thing is, all right. Can we grab a submachine gun and an assault rifle? We're gonna talk about sort of the movement between those two guns a little.
Yep.
So a preferably a R301 and an R9, but it doesn't really matter.
All right.
All right. Um, so can you stand right here, please?
Okay.
Perfect. So this is my R301 strafe speed, like this when
Mhm.
I'm aiming down sights, and now this is my R9s. So way faster because it's a submachine gun.
Yeah.
Now, if we look at the hip fire on both guns, you'll see they're the exact same. Exact same. So the hip fire strafe speed on every gun is exact same. And so that means that we have to be abusing the hip fire at close range when we're using an AR, because like if I ADS you at this range with my AR, see, I'm just not
Mhm.
moving fast enough. You're gonna fry me. I'm not moving fast. So
Right.
I've got to be hip firing you. So I'm moving like this, like way faster. Um,
Mhm.
and so what I do to practice hip fire at this range with the AR is just strafing left and right at first. Just work on that tracking. Make sure that you're on.
Mhm.
You can try that, and I'll talk. So yeah, just make sure that you're on with that hip fire, not missing at all. The goal is to make it so that your right stick adapts to what your left stick does automatically, so that you don't have to think about it at all. So, how does that feel?
Feels good.
Awesome.
This is part of. I feel like this is like part of my work warm up, so I'm kind of used to this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I usually try and do it on this,
Yep.
but yeah. This is like the same thing. So yeah, I like this.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I knew you would be warmed up on it already because it's sort of a beginner level drill. So yeah.
Mhm.
But anyway, once you're comfortable with that, then you can do it with shooting. I think it's a lot better to do it on the dummies because they have aim assist on them. So it's going to teach you how to manipulate your aim assist, and how to
Mhm.
like fully utilize it. You can just keep doing that while I talk. And so yeah, so you just want to get to the point where your left stick, or to where your right stick is doing, or is adapting to what your left stick does. So your left stick can do whatever it wants, and your right stick adapts to it. Now let me give you a couple quick strafe tips. So for my
Yeah.
strafe, like usually, if you want to look at me now, um, usually what I do for strafing is I never do. So this is a short strafe, short, and
Mhm.
now this is long. I never go any longer than this, but that's what I call a long strafe, and then this is what I call a short strafe. I never do
Gotcha.
more than 3 short strafes in a row, and I never do more than 2 long strafes in a row. So I switch it up, as you can see.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something that I want to work on and get better at too, for sure.
Yes.
Is the whole strafing.
But to tell you the truth, the most important thing is that you're strafing, and that you're hitting your shots while you're doing it. Your strafe should be helping you hit your shots. So it's more important that your strafe is helping you hit your shots than it is that your strafe is making your opponent miss. See what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's a philosophy thing, right? Some people think that their strafe, the most important thing in a strafe is that it's making their opponent miss, but the
Yep.
most important thing is that it's helping you hit your shots, because your opponent's
Gotcha.
gonna miss. Your opponent, if you're strafing, your opponent's gonna miss at least a little. So
Mhm.
most important is that you're hitting your shots. All right.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I definitely did have, I think, that skew of reason why you strafe,
Yes. Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely. So like,
What are your thoughts on the crouch, like when you crouch?
don't really believe in it, but I do use my crouch to help me aim. So
What do you mean? Like
so
almost.
I use it to help me make minor vertical adjustments, which is kind of why I don't like playing Pathfinder. So maybe just try switching to Pathfinder and doing like a crouch strafe, and you'll see it's very awkward. Just so you can see exactly what I mean.
Mhm.
So it's very awkward on Pathfinder to aim while you're crouch spamming. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
So that's
Oh,
probably,
because he's so tall, huh?
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. I literally crouched and like stood up, and it literally went right over his head.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Over his head. That's wild.
So it's not that it's not possible on him, but it's very awkward. And so that's
Mhm.
partly why I'm not a huge, like, I love playing Pathfinder, but that's one of the reasons why I don't play him more, is that. So, yeah. So that's what I mean. I think you have a good understanding what I mean now by using your crouch. So you can use your crouch to help you make minor vertical adjustments, whereas you use your strafe to help you make minor horizontal adjustments. See what I mean?
Hmm.
So
Yeah, definitely.
yeah. Um, so anyway, yeah, like it's the same exact philosophy with your crouch. Like the truth is sometimes if you're crouch spamming, you're just gonna move your head into my bullets. If we're fighting, you're just gonna move your head into my bullets if you crouch spam. Sometimes
Yeah,
you'll
that's
duck.
true.
Yeah, sometimes you'll duck under my bullets. Sometimes you'll move your head into my bullets. So definitely having the mindset of crouching to make your opponent miss is the wrong mindset. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea in season 1, but like season whatever 14, it's not a good idea. People are way too good for that. So yeah,
Interesting. Okay, gotcha. So I'll try and focus a little more just on the left and right as well.
yeah, yeah. The strafe is what's going to make your opponent miss mostly.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right, next thing is going to be submachine guns. So now for submachine guns, I work on ADS strafing. I think you already said that you do this too. So I just
Hmm.
start off with not shooting and tracking left and right. So you can give
Hmm.
that a try without shooting. I'm sure it's going to feel pretty good for you
Hmm.
because he's not moving, so it's pretty simple. And then of course you can try it with shooting once you feel comfortable with that. So give it a quick try, please. Is that something that you do?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah, cool, awesome. Yeah, so quick backstory on that. That's super important. I got fried by Nicewig like maybe like 18 months ago. Um, and because he used that, like I was using an AR and he used that on me with a Volt and he fried me. So that's when I realized like, hey, I've got to come up with a drill that helps me practice that.
Yep, and I think he's always said before too is that he loves like the R9.
Yes.
That's like his favorite weapon.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, like season 3. Yeah, it was
Yep.
definitely him. All right, but yeah. So anyway, that's that. Um, and that's like the perfect time to practice your strafe pattern too, is on that drill. You can practice switching it up, but once again, the most important thing is keeping that strafe a little longer, or I mean not longer, but keeping it in a way that's helping you aim rather than hindering your aim.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay.
Quick
Yeah,
note.
so it's like,
Sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
I was gonna say like if we're battling kind of thing, like this is probably how like I would uh strafe like right here.
Yeah.
Is that like decent or
Are you on
is
hold
it a
crouch?
little more predictable? Yeah, I'm on hold.
Yeah, I feel like your head's a little bit too low for a little bit too long.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
remember, the more that you crouch, the slower your strafe speed is. So like if I'm crouching, I'm not moving as fast, right? It slows me down. So if I
Hmm.
do crouch in a fight, it's just a literal tap. I'm not crouching for any longer than just a tap.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been doing that for so long, and I think that's what's kind of been messing me up too is that I don't let go of the crouch like too like enough. So my head, like you said, stays kind of in like that one general spot.
Yes. So practice your crouch spam on the dummies and practice with the good habits that I've showed you so that you build those good habits into your mind.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's submachine guns. That's how I practice it. Practice it with shooting. Practice at different ranges too. Yeah. One other like quick thing on your warm up. I love the warm up and I love the commitment to the warm up. But
Hmm.
the thing with the warm up is, well, for me at least, I'm not a huge fan of like a routine. I
Yeah.
think a routine makes it feel like work, and then it's like just not as fun.
Hmm.
I think that what's way more fun is identifying a weakness. So, for example, the 3x, I think a 3x is pretty much every controller's weakness, every controller player's weakness. And
Yeah.
so identify a weakness and then just work on that weakness. I think that's a lot better than a routine because you're going to get to the point with a routine where there's certain things that you're doing that you've mastered already and you're sort of wasting your time. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah, that's
That
what
makes
I,
that makes total sense.
yeah,
So focus on what's kind of the weak areas,
yeah,
and instead of enjoying like the things I'm good at,
yes, yeah,
that's all gonna come naturally. You
yeah,
want to improve on the weak spots. Okay, gotcha.
yeah, yeah, that's a huge note. Is like, I think a lot of people in their routines just do things
Hmm.
that they enjoy and
Yeah.
because they're good at it, right? And then they don't actually get better because they're not practicing on what they're bad at. So yeah.
Yep.
All right. Next
Okay.
next thing, let's talk about assault rifles. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right. So for assault rifles, we want to be a lot more methodical with our positioning. We want to play very cover to cover. Oh, this is also partly why I'm not a huge fan of recoil smoothing. I just want to quickly explain this. So one of the reasons I'm not saying it's bad. It's a very good technique, but one of the reasons is we need to know how to control recoil without recoil smoothing. So for example, this, right? Like just peaking nice and tight and controlling it naturally, rather
Hmm.
than, because if I wanted to recoil smooth, I'd have to peak way wider, and now I'm further away from the cover if something goes wrong, right? So I'd much rather
Yeah,
just be able to just do a nice quick peak, fry him, and then peek back like that, right?
gotcha.
And then the other reason I'm not a huge fan of recoil smoothing. Another situation is like this. So surfaces that are not flat, like if I fall off. So like if I'm trying to recoil smooth and then I fall off of this, that's somewhere that like I need to know how to control recoil without moving my feet, because moving around on a surface like this is going to hinder me way more than it's going to help. See what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Awesome. So anyway, now assault rifles, we want to be a lot more methodical with our positioning. Play cover to cover. It's okay to get caught out in the open if you're better than whoever you get caught out in the open by. So like if you're able to get first shot off, it's okay, right? So like using this technique where you got your gun holstered, slide jump, or like Y and then slide jump. So like for example, you're sliding around a corner like this, Y, slide jump, and then fry him, right? It's okay.
Gotcha.
But
Hmm.
let's say he gets first shot off. I've got no movement speed to rely on at this range. That like I've got no movement speed because like if I hip fire to move fast, I'm not going to hit him enough, and if I ADS, I'm not going to be moving fast enough. So if he has a submachine gun, he's going to fry me, right? Because he's going to be moving way faster. I'm not going to be able to track him, and he's going to be very easily tracking me if he practices this, which most good players do. So,
Right.
what's the point? I don't know. Oh, the point is that like you have to get first shot off with ARs. It's okay if you get first shot off. Also, do you know that you flinch more when your armor's broken in this game?
No.
Yeah. So do you know what flinch is?
So it's like I thought that was usually just like if you have like if you're getting hit by a heavy weapon, right?
No, no, no. That's a complete myth. The whole heavy bullet thing, where heavy bullets slow you and nothing else does, that's a myth. Everything slows you. Um,
Oh shit.
yeah,
Okay.
everything slows you. It may have been real in like season 0, but ever since then it's been a myth. Um,
Gotcha.
so aim down sights, please. All right. Watch how much you flinch. You're not flinching at all because you have armor. All right. Now watch when
Yeah.
you don't have armor. See?
Oh yeah. See what you're saying? It does like kind of kick up like that.
Yes. So that's why whoever's armor gets broken usually loses the fight when it's full autos. Whereas like now with an R9, with like an R9, a Wingman, something like that, now I've got a lot more movement speed, so I can rely on my movement to make him miss. So if I don't get first shot off, it's not the end of the world because I can still outplay him with skill. You see what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Awesome.
Yeah. That actually, I'm really happy that you touched on that because I am usually just like I guess I use the automatic weapons way more often, or at least I feel way more comfortable with those. And like I've said before, is that I kind of get caught out, I guess, in the open, or at least I take like lots of 1v1s, and I get pretty confident in them, but it's just the whole like um not guaranteed kind of win, I guess. But
Yep.
like I take lots of risky, I guess, fights,
Yes.
and knowing that I think is definitely going to kind of help because if I get my armor broken or something, then it's like need to back up real quick, regroup, or something,
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
pull out quicker or something.
Yeah. So now one last technique with the AR though that's going to make it a lot more versatile at this range is going to be a
Uh,
hipfire transfer. So that's where we start off aiming down sights like this and then transfer into a hipfire like that. Right?
oh yeah, I've heard about that. So is that true for all of ARs?
Yes. 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 But it's most, so the R301's hipfire is the most straight. Like it's way straighter than the flat lines.
Uh
And so
huh.
it's most valuable on the R301. So as you can see, like it's very, very straight.
Yeah.
So if we abuse that technique properly, we're going to be frying. So, and then like what you want to do is you want to, so like as you can see, like I was moving super, super fast and hitting my shots. And so
Yeah.
what you want to do to practice that too, if you want to make this extra hard, use a 3x because that transition from 3x to hipfire is so awkward. So yeah, do you understand that the purpose of this is to increase our movement speed?
Yeah. So that's all that is. That's like the only, not only, but that's the reason why you're doing that
Exactly. Yeah.
because it makes you harder to hit, allows you to increase your strafing speed, and take less damage, I guess, right? Make your opponent miss a little more.
Yeah. 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 Exactly. Yeah. Because like if you just stand still with an AR, you're gonna get fried. So
Yeah, exactly, totally.
yeah.
Okay, so how it works is I just want to make sure I know how it works. So, um, when you're ADS and then you go into hip fire, it's still gonna think that you're ADSing for a little bit. Is that what it
Yeah,
does?
yeah. So it combines the precision of the ADS with the speed of the hip fire.
Is there a time frame that you will have that kind of correlation, or will it like is it like for 1 second after?
Just watch me do it for a minute. Um,
Yeah,
so to answer your question, like when it comes to all the time frames of this and all the super, I don't know, technical mechanical stuff, you just got to practice it and sort of answer that question for yourself. Because
gotcha.
if I answer it, I'm just going to confuse you. It just takes a lot of practice so that you get a very because so like the range is very dependent on that time frame. You see, like I can do it at different ranges. Let's see if I can do it this far. Probably not. Yeah, see, like I can't. So the range is very dependent. Like I don't know. I've definitely attempted it at this range. Like this is pretty much the furthest I'll go on this technique. See, like it's still kind of possible. But yeah. Does that answer your
Crazy.
question?
Okay, totally. Yeah. So I didn't know it was also kind of dependent on like the range
You
too,
see
but
that
that
one?
that
That
makes
was
sense.
nasty.
That was nasty. Okay, cool. So, okay, and that's just with the ARs. It's best with the R301, and it's pretty much you just do the same recoil pattern that you normally would. It's just you're unscoping for a little bit. You're non-ADSing for just a little while.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you see how I start off ADSing and then I'll start ADSing again?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure you understand why that is. Like if I feel my aim start to go off, that's why I ADS again.
Gotcha. Okay, and that's what you were saying. Like it kind of is a feel thing where you have to like go in and actually like feel it.
Yeah.
It's not like if you start in ADS and then you go in hip fire, you're gonna do the same spray
Yeah.
the entire time.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Does it work that way for SMGs as well?
Yeah, but so with SMGs, I'd much rather because we can still strafe so fast while ADS. I'd much rather just do this, right? Like so,
True.
yeah, it does work, but the amount of speed that you gain with the hip fire on an SMG,
Hmm.
you might gain about 20%. I don't know the exact number, but the number's so
Hmm.
low that it's not really worth it. I'd much rather just hit all my shots by ADSing.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay.
So,
Yeah,
anyways,
that makes sense.
to go into more detail on hipfire on SMGs, I don't really hipfire SMGs unless so like let's say I'm this close and this guy's moving. If he's moving too fast for me to ADS him and track because I play 4-4, then I will hipfire because my hipfire sense is higher, right? So I can track him better.
No way. Okay, I thought always you always just kind of hip fire SMGs when you're that kind of like this distance.
No, I'll definitely ADS a little. Like if I can still hit my shots, then I'll ADS. It just so like the only reason why I would hip fire an SMG is because I'm more mechanically comfortable hip firing at certain ranges because of my AR practice. Because I'm an player primarily,
Yeah.
so sometimes I'm just more comfortable hip firing certain scenarios. And I have hip fire transferred SMGs before, like this. Like as you can see, I can kind of do it. It's so
Hmm.
hard to do though. I have done it just purely out of muscle memory because I'm an AR player for the most part.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, so that's pretty much all this really kind of comes back to again is it's just muscle memory. Is just doing something repeatedly, and if once you're able to kind of do it on like the ARs, that'll carry over to the SMGs.
Yes.
It's all transferable skills, and then you're just putting it all together.
One other thing I want to point out is right now my hipfire transfers. I don't know if you're watching me, but my
Yeah.
hipfire transfers right now are so much more accurate than I ever thought possible because I'm on 4-4. So like on ALCs, actually I sort of came to the conclusion that I answered your question with when I said that I don't really hipfire transfer SMGs. I sort of came to that conclusion on ALCs, but now that I'm on 4-4, I see that it's sort of a lot more possible than I thought it was.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's crazy. So the 4-4 is making that big of a difference. That's crazy.
yeah, it's very sticky,
Um,
very sticky.
that's wild. And it looks like since we've been in the firing range, it looks like your movement's just so much crazier than almost like what I'm capable of. Is it because you're on PC, or is it just because you've gotten the movement down so well with timing for every little thing, like even like all the wall bounces, all the jumps and zip jumps and all that kind of good stuff. Is that just because you have the timing down and everything, or is it?
Yeah, it's definitely the timing, but I am tap strafing. That's the only thing that you
Ah,
can't do.
gotcha,
So
gotcha.
like
Yeah,
this, see, like you can't really do that.
yeah.
Let's see if I can do it again, kind of. But yeah, you can't do that. But everything else you can do. Everything else that I'm doing.
What about that little super jump off?
Yeah, yeah, you can do that. Oops.
But I see that you get like really high.
Yeah, it's so just single tap X, double tap A. So you're not actually super jumping. You want to go up to it, single tap X. See, like I messed up right there. Single tap X, double tap A. So I'll
Oh,
teach you. I'll teach you super jumps really soon. Um, yeah, I'll teach you super jumps. I just don't want to get too ahead of myself. I just want to just quickly teach you shotguns, and then we can quickly do movement. Okay,
oh, gotcha. Okay, cool.
sounds good. All right. So anyway, let's grab a peacekeeper in R301, please.
All right.
Also, my peacekeeper has become a lot more consistent on 4-4. It's just stickier, kind of. So yeah. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so first thing that I want to sort of debunk is time to kill. So watch my time to kill without headshots specifically on the R301. Now watch with the Peacekeeper. You'll see the Peacekeeper's a lot slower, and that's worth a purple bolt. So you'd assume that Peacekeeper's a lot higher because it's a shotgun, but it's not. Doesn't mean that it's bad. It means that we want to use it strategically like this, right? Because if that guy's an
Right.
R301, he's hitting me like 18 each time, right? I'm hitting him
Mm-hmm.
90, right? So, yeah, you get the point.
Yep.
And then one other thing is like if I'm out in the open, especially on console, right here like this, I'd way rather have an R301 honestly. Like just watch the difference. Because see, I can just move so much, and it's just so much faster, right? So
Yeah,
like
it's way quicker.
exactly, yeah. So doesn't mean the Peacekeeper is bad, but it does mean that you want to use it very strategically. One other thing that you'll see a lot of pro players do with the Peacekeeper is this. So if they do find themselves out in the open with it, you'll go boom, one pump, and then switch to full auto like that. That's sort of like the
Yep,
fast.
I've seen a lot of people do that too,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's really good. All right, that's a Peacekeeper. Eva, it's very simple. I'm sure you understand. You just want to barrel stuff with it. One thing I'll quickly debunk for you though is the double tap. So let's
Mm-hmm.
quickly look at the time to kill on the double tap. It takes that long. Now on the full auto, it takes this long. So full auto is better.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. People, I don't know. Double taps. Also, double taps way harder to use, in my opinion. I don't know what
Mm-hmm.
you think, but I definitely think double taps way harder to use. So,
Mm-hmm.
single tap. Oh, also one more thing on the single is don't hold the trigger down. Like I know it does go full auto, but you don't really want to use it full auto unless someone's standing still. Like if this guy was using a longbow standing still, and I walked up behind him, I'd definitely go full auto and kill him fastest. But if he's moving in
No
any
way.
way, I'm definitely using it single fire because precision is way more important than speed.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, and if it doesn't like 100% make sense, just experiment with it yourself, and you'll see that you're way more consistent with just single tapping it. Take your
Mm-hmm.
time. So.
Yeah, 'cause since I figured out that it was fully auto, that's all I've really been using it as. But yeah, I mean, it definitely makes sense that you definitely want to prioritize hitting as many pellets as you can.
Yes, yeah. That was me in like season 7. I found out it's full auto, started using it full auto, and then I started sucking with it because it's so hard to track with in full auto unless your opponent's standing still.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started like sort of really studying how other players use the Eva, and what I realized is that good Eva players just use it single fire basically. So yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Also, don't be afraid to run a 1x on it and ADS with it like this because you've still got full strafe speed on a shotgun. And if it means that you're going to be more precise, then yeah, definitely do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't be afraid to ADS it. There's nothing wrong with ADSing the Eva. But I would argue that you definitely need a sight if you're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any shotgun questions?
No. I think he. Oh, just looking at this. Fast handling, large aim drift reduction, fastest. Yeah. Okay. Nah.
Yeah, so my thoughts
That's
on
that's straightforward.
I'll just quickly give you my thoughts on the stock. Stocks are, I think, very useless on the shotgun. I could be wrong because it's sort of a new addition, but I would say it's quite useless. So if you have a stock, always move it over to your AR.
Yeah.
And once again, if your teammate doesn't have a stock on his AR, then drop the stock off your EVA and give it to him because it's way more valuable on the AR. Same thing with submachine
Gotcha.
guns. So like my
Hmm.
teammates, we all run because we're all controller players. We all run submachine guns with ARs.
Hmm.
And if one of us doesn't have a stock on our AR, we always ask, we say, hey, can I have a stock, right? Like off your submachine gun? And the answer is always yes, because we understand how valuable it is. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
yeah. All right. Moving on. Any more questions on that?
Shotguns? No, I think you did a good job. You covered everything.
Awesome. All right. Next thing is going to be up here.
All right.
All right. So first thing is going to be a ledge slide. So we just climb up and slide. Oh, one more thing when it comes to button layout.
Uh-huh.
I know you're happy with your button layout, but are you on auto sprint?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. And do you have anything bound to your left stick?
Bound to left stick?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't think it's
Other than sprint. Yeah.
anything.
So I'd definitely recommend considering it because that's a button that you don't need to lift your thumb off the stick for, obviously, because it is a stick. And so like you could put X, you could put Y, you could put heal, you could put whatever you want on the left stick. Not a lot of people do that. So yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a really good idea. I was thinking about that. I literally don't use that at all.
Yeah.
Um, on the paddles on the back, I have like bottom left is crouch, bottom right is jump, top left is like pretty much like X, like interact kind of thing, and then top right is my heel wheel.
Okay, cool. So just one note, or just like an idea. You definitely don't need to
Uh-huh.
take it because I think you've got more than enough buttons. But
Uh-huh.
I personally just heal with my right thumb. I hit up on the D-pad with my right thumb, and it's never an issue for me. So usually, so like, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of having heals on a paddle. I think it's a waste of a paddle, but you can definitely keep it if you
Hmm.
want because it's not like you have a shortage of paddles. So you could put what do you hit? Oh, and then you could put Y on your left stick since I think you should have Y on something. But yeah,
Yeah, that's definitely a good call because I feel like I do have to kind of stick, take my finger off the paddle to kind of do that, and I wish there was like a I know on mouse and key, all you have to do is hit three, and your weapon's away. I
yes,
wish there was something like that on on console.
yeah, that would be way faster. I wish that too.
Hmm.
So anyway, yeah, that's what I recommend. So but yeah, other than
Gotcha.
that, I think your button layout's really good. I use default, and then I have the same thing as you, but I have Y rather than heal. So yeah,
And the heels. Okay.
and I've
Cool.
got tap strafe on left stick, so I can't put anything on my left stick because I have tap strafe. So yeah.
Hmm.
All right. Um, what's next? But if I was on console, I'd consider having heal. But like I said, I use my right thumb, and I have absolutely no issues with my heal because I just use my right thumb to do it. All right. So
Gotcha.
do you understand what I mean by I use a right thumb on the D-pad? Like I literally move my right thumb to the left side of the controller, and it's very nice.
Y Yeah, it's just right there. And I mean, most of the time you already have it kind of set up,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah. So
You
it's
already have like a hotkey, like whether it's gonna be like a cell or bat or something. You already kind of have it all
yeah,
set up.
exactly. All right. So first thing is going to be a ledge slide. I'm sure you already kind of know how to do this one. So it's just like where you start off like this and then you slide. So you can give that a try. Ledge slide.
So you just hop on, and then
And then slide. So you hold forward on your left stick, and then slide when you. Yeah, you got it. So where I use this is like an acceleration one. So let's say I'm using this thing as cover, and I hit someone for 100. I climb up and then hit a nice quick slide like that. That's where I use that.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. I see. There it is.
Yep. All right. Next thing
Is
is
it-
going to be a 90-degree slide. So like this, we climb up, do a 90-degree slide. So climb. So you can see my screen if you want.
Oh, yeah.
Just climb, turn 90 degrees, and then slide.
Oh, interesting.
There you go. You got it.
That
Yeah, you got it. It wasn't full 90 degrees. It was a little sloppy, but it was for your first try, so it is what it is.
first one wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
There we go. Okay, getting better.
there you go. Yeah, that was it.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah. So definitely practice that so you can use it in game, but that's it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it's all just about the timing.
Yeah, yeah, it's timing. Yeah. All right. Next
So is
thing.
that almost like the super glide, right? I thought you had to like hit them both at the same time, and then like your legs are supposed to like kick out or something.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do I'll show you one more and then we'll talk super clouds.
Okay.
All right. So, next one's going to be a ledge jump. So it's like that. So a normal jump, we go half the length, like that.
Uh-huh.
A ledge jump, we go the full length, like that. So that's a ledge jump. Same thing as a slide. Yeah, you got it first try. Nice. Next one's going to be a 90-degree ledge jump, like that. So we just, same thing as the slide. We just turn 90 degrees and then jump. Yeah, you got it. Nice.
Oh, cool.
So where we use these are way more useful than the slide. You would think the slide's better, but these are better than the slide. So can you stand right here, please? We're just going to pretend to fight. So
All right.
let's say you're right there and I'm right here. Oh, can you stand like right
Mm-hmm.
here, please?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So let's say you're there and I'm here. And I jump over your head like this. Try to track me, like kind of pretend that we're fighting. Yeah. So see that? See how hard that is to track? It's very hard for you to
Yep.
track. So that's where you now try doing that to me, and you'll see it's way easier for you to track than it is for me. Like the person jumping.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's very,
It's
very
just
fun.
so it goes into the whole trying to be a little more unpredictable kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. You're so,
Oh,
so hard hit.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Very hard hit when you do that. So yeah. Next
That's
thing
awesome.
is going to be a 90-degree jump. So now where we would use this, can you stand right here? As once again, let's just say we're fighting. I could do a little 90-degree jump to you like that. So same thing. It's just a little more versatile depending
Oh,
on the angle.
90. So you just hop out and then just. Oh,
So turn.
oh,
There you go. You got it. Yeah. So
okay.
that's where you would use a 90-degree jump. Preferably, you would go over my head so that I have to turn around, and so then like if you go over my head, yeah, I'm gonna have to look up, and then I'm probably gonna track you and then turn around, and that's gonna give you at least half a second of an advantage over me. So
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. I like that.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right. Any questions on that?
No, that's pretty straightforward.
Awesome.
So you can do that. Well, you can do that with the just like a straightforward jump. You can do that with 90-degree jump like that.
And you can also do kind of a
Yeah, I think
backwards jump. But if you want to come down here, I'll show you one more thing is we can do these off any height of object. So like, see, we can do off this height like this, see? So like we can do the slide off that height. We can do the jump off that height. We can do it off any height, but the timing is going to be different off different heights. See? So
Oh, okay, gotcha.
yeah. And then if you want to come back up here, I'll show you the timing's a little different off short things too. So you can do it off short things like this as well. So yeah, that's that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All right, now talking super glides. So super glide now is a combination of the two things that I just showed you. A super glide's way harder to execute. It's like you only have one frame. It's frame specific to do it. And so super
Mm-hmm.
gliding is actually easier on 60 FPS than it is on 144.
Oh,
The lower your
perfect.
FPS, the easier it is to super glide. Yeah. So because it's way easier for your brain to recognize the individual frames on lower FPS. So like
Mm-hmm.
I have to be way more precise. So like on console, I could do this 80% of the time, super gliding, and as you can see on PC, I can't even do it. I can do it maybe 30% on PC now, but right now I'm thinking about it, so I can't do it at all because I'm thinking about it. But anyway, the way that you do it is you hit jump 1 millisecond before you hit slide. So you hit your jump paddle and then your slide paddle. So you can give that a try if you want. You got it.
Oh.
Yeah, you got it first try. um, so yeah,
Thank you. I had a good teacher.
yeah. It's jump and then yeah. So yeah, I just got it. So it's jump and then
Oh,
slide.
crazy.
Yeah.
So you just okay, so you jump right before hitting slide. I thought it was the other way around.
Nope. Nope.
I thought you had to slide first. Okay.
Yeah. So it's
Ah.
very, very, very precise timing. So very difficult. But like to tell you the truth, on console it's pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people can do it like 90% of the time on console. So yeah.
Easy.
And then on mouse and
Oh.
keyboard, yeah, you just did it. On mouse and keyboard, on mouse and keyboard, it's even easier because you can hit spacebar and C with the exact same thumb. So like it's way easier to time because it's the exact same finger that you're hitting it with. Whereas controller, we have to hit it with two different fingers, so it's a little bit harder to be that precise.
Wow. Do you need to have momentum going into it or
No,
no?
no, no, definitely not.
You could just stand here and then you can just
Yeah.
oh.
So it's really, really, really nice for 1v1s because if you ever do that in someone's face, they're not going to be able to hit you unless there's an element of luck involved in their accuracy. So yeah,
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, that's awesome. I definitely need to practice that because I feel like it's a little, well, very inconsistent.
yeah, yeah, very, very inconsistent. So you can just practice that while you're running around the map. That's the best way to practice it.
Hmm.
So
So on like every little thing. So you just hit jump a millisecond before,
yeah,
and you. Oh, there it
yeah,
is.
you got it. Yeah. So the timing is different on different heights. You can do that off any height of object. The timing is going to be different though.
Is there like an animation cue or sound or anything?
Yeah, but I can't really explain it.
Gotcha.
um,
Fair enough.
so the animation is totally different depending on the height of the object.
Ah,
It's also like, in my opinion, it depends on your perception. So like, what I mean is, you might perceive it as when your right leg gets on top of the object. I might perceive it as when my left leg gets on top. You see what I mean?
gotcha. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
So like, yeah, it's definitely not something that I should tell you even because it might just confuse you.
Yeah. Well, it's totally just up to perspective kind of thing and
Yeah,
like how you perceive it.
exactly.
But the fact that I've been doing it wrong the whole time, it's jump first is crazy, man. It blows my mind.
Yeah.
Can't believe that. And you can do that like a 90-degree thing too, right?
Yes.
Like what you were showing me before. You can do that with the 90 degrees.
Yep. I've never really done it with 90 degrees because I'm not as consistent enough
Hmm.
to do it with 90 degrees. But yeah, I mean, I've done it once or twice, but not really consistent.
Hmm.
All
It's
right.
not something you practice.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Next thing is going to be wall bounces. Um,
Yes.
so wall bounces are pretty simple. You just slide, jump in, and then wall bounce. It's just a
Hmm.
basic wall bounce. Can you do it? A wall bounce.
Oops.
So,
Oops.
quick, quick, quick,
I've,
quick first tip is going to be momentum. You want to have like a decent amount of momentum going into it, and then that's going to improve your consistency a lot. There you go. So yeah, that's a wall bounce. All right, next one is going to be right here. If you stand right here, I'm going to give you like a few variations. Can you stand like right where I am?
oh
Perfect.
yeah.
All right, so this is going to be a bounce peak where I peak you nice and high like that. You
Hmm.
can watch from your perspective if you want, so you can see like how hard that is to shoot back.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the bounce peak. So what I'm doing is I've got my weapon holstered.
That's nasty, dude.
Yeah.
That's nasty from your perspective. Holy shit, dude. Okay.
So I've got my weapon holstered like this. I hit Y, then slide jump in, and then boom like that. So a couple things that you need to understand is I
Huh.
can do it from any angle like this. See, like any angle I can do it from.
Yeah.
But like, of course, the goal is we want to stay nice and tight to the wall because like if we go like this, now I'm out in the open, so it doesn't really, it's not as ideal. It still works, but it's not very ideal.
Right.
So if I'm approaching from wide right like this, my momentum is going to go far left like that. It's going to go far, far left. And so I need to hold right with my left stick to counter the momentum. Does that make sense?
So is it right after you hit the wall?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like so you're going this way. I think you're holding left, right? Like you're bouncing off this and you're holding left, but then the second you leave the wall, you
I'm
direct it
actually,
right.
so when I bounce, I'm actually holding back and then I transition
Oh.
from back to right. I transition from back to right to counter the momentum so that I go back to the right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought you always had to go in like the direction that you're, I guess, like having your momentum go with.
Nope.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
so you can definitely
Gotcha.
manipulate the direction a little on controller. You can do it a lot more if you can tap strafe. Like
Hmm.
see like this, I can do this with tap strafing. So if you ever see someone do that, don't get jealous. It just means that you can't do it. Um,
Yeah.
because yeah, you just simply can't do it. You can do
Yeah.
it a
Yeah.
little bit on horizon. You've got a lot more control on horizon. You can manipulate your direction a little more, but you can't completely change it unless you tap strafe. But anyway,
Hmm.
this right here that I'm showing you, this bounce peak, this is without a tap strafe. It's just a minor change of direction or momentum
Right.
change. And then of course, like if I do it from this angle here like this, I'm not holding right as hard. I'm definitely holding right a little, but I'm holding right a
Hmm.
lot less. So
Gotcha.
because I've got a lot less momentum to counter.
Gotcha.
And then of
Gotcha.
course, if you want to stand right here and observe, please.
Yep.
Observe how close I am to the wall too. So I try to stay nice and tight to the wall like that. So I'm also close.
Oh,
Yes, yeah. See, nice
so
and
you're
close.
not bouncing like hella far off either.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Because then I can
that's
spam it
it's.
like this. See,
Mhm.
like that. See?
I was gonna say that kind of looked like the what is it like the wall fatigue
Yes, the
bounce?
fatigue bounce, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the infinite wall bounce. Yeah. So that's what the infinite wall bounce is. So anyway, that's that. That's the bounce peak. It's gonna take you a lot of practice to learn how to manipulate the momentum, but yeah,
Yeah,
that'll help.
definitely, definitely.
All right, next
It's
one.
definitely gonna. How do you do it so you don't get too far from the wall? Is it like also because I feel like when I'm doing like right here, it's like I'm bouncing and I'm ending up like right here. When you were doing it, it was like the wall fatigue bounces where you would go like straight up but stay like really close to it.
Yes. So you hold forward with your left stick. You hold forward. So that's how I stay nice and tight like this. Is I oops messed up, but I stay nice and tight by holding forward with the left stick. So wall bounce and just hold forward the whole time. So whoever taught you to wall bounce probably told you to let go of your left stick. I never let go of my left stick ever because I want to move in a certain direction. So just hold your left stick in whatever direction you want to go.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I see it. You're right though. I did originally learn how to do it, the wall bounce with letting go, and then one of my buddies was telling me you want to look in the direction with your stick when you hit the wall, and then that's how you're able to do like wall bounces off like little tiny small things.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that leads me into the next one, which is the wall bounce off a shorter object, which you already said. You just hold back on the left stick. So yeah. And
Oh
then
yeah, there we go.
yeah, nice. And then like practice these a lot. You want to get very good at these. So get good at doing it off different surfaces
Hmm.
and off different angles. So that because if you only know how to do one angle, you're not ever going to be able to do it in game because there's so many different angles in game. So
Totally, totally.
all right, next one.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say next one. Are you gonna go over like the how to jump over
Yes, that
like a
will
wall? Okay, cool.
that'll be the very last one because we have to go somewhere else for that one.
Gotcha.
Next one is going to be just a bounce off a angle like this. So I just simply I hold back on the left stick and then I turn my right stick in, like I turn my camera into the wall, into whatever I'm trying to bounce off of. I turn my camera into it. So that's that one.
So you're saying that you're going and the left stick you're holding like down,
Yeah, yeah,
and then you're just kind of looking into it.
yes, yeah. Because if I don't look into it, I'm not going to get a bounce. So if you want to make this easier for yourself, like just like start from here like this. That's like sort of a more easy angle. So you want to make sure last second that you're looking into it. Do you want to see my screen? What I'm doing?
Oh yeah.
So watch how with my camera, last second I turn my camera into the wall like that. Because if I don't turn my camera into the wall, I'm just going to brush off of it. I'm not going to attach. So like watch, if I don't turn my camera into the wall, I'm going to do that. All right, I'm going to do nothing. Whereas if I do
Right.
turn my camera into the wall, I'm going to actually attach to it for a millisecond and then jump off.
Hmm. And you're hitting down on your left analog stick?
Yeah, down at the last second, right as I bounce, I hit down. Or maybe I might not exactly hit down. So like if I'm going right like this, maybe I'm hitting like what would that be, 5 o'clock on my right stick or left stick. I'm hitting 5 o'clock if I'm going to the right like
Okay.
this.
And what's the significance of that compared to if you just hit
6 o'clock.
like say you're going this way and yeah, I hit like a left on the directional pad. So what's the difference between that and you said almost like a down,
Oh, left.
right?
Yeah, you can definitely do it with left too. I think the down. Yeah, you can do it with left too. Honestly, I didn't know you could do it with left. So yeah, you can do it with left.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I didn't even
Perfect.
know.
And that's
Yeah, you can do it
yeah,
with
that's how
left for
I've
sure.
always been doing it too. Is just like whatever direction I'm kind of going in,
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of look that way.
Yeah, yeah. So you can do that. I honestly didn't know that, but yeah, you can. I've always held
There you
back.
go.
It's the exact same effect. So yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Perfect.
All right, moving on. Um, very last. Oh, we didn't talk fatigues. So fatigue bounces. Definitely practice these. Fatigue bounces are the most versatile wall bounce because we can just spam them. Like we don't need any momentum. Like the downside of normal wall bounces is the fact that we need momentum going into it. So yeah, you
Right.
just jump at the wall and then you jump again. You need to not have momentum to fatigue bounce though. I feel like you're doing it.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're doing it. So that's a fatigue bounce. In my opinion, it's the most valuable wall bounce because it's so versatile. You don't need momentum. So
Um, can you use that lack of momentum like anyway? So like, can you like do like a little slide jump and then right like immediately like kind of get into the fatigue bounce?
mm, if you slide jump, then so like if you're sliding, then you have to do a normal wall bounce because you need to have no momentum to fatigue bounce.
Gotcha.
But
So if you do, could you like slide jump and then start to run and then, oh yeah, okay, you can.
yeah, so you can't. If you have momentum, you cannot possibly fatigue bounce like that if you have momentum. But let me show you a way to slow your momentum like this. Watch. So if I go slide jump, I messed up the. So like this is super hard. So if I want to slow my momentum and then fatigue bounce, but there's no point. Like I can just do normal wall bounce if I so there's no point. But let's say
Yeah.
like sort of the dimensions are a little bit awkward. I can go jump and then like that. See, so if I go
Well,
if I go slide jump like that. So see, let me explain. So the true definition of a fatigue of jump fatigue is your second jump. So see how my second jump is way shorter than my first jump?
right.
That's a true definition of a fatigue bounce. So if I want to slow my momentum into a fatigue bounce, I can go slide jump and then run and then jump. And then that's a fatigue.
Ah,
So if I go slide jump fatigue bounce. That's slowing my momentum.
gotcha, gotcha. Could you do like the whole like bunny hop thing and then when you get up and yeah, okay, that's dope.
Yeah, you can definitely combine it with bunny hops. And then like the other thing that you can do too, this is extra hard, is watch my screen please. Like this.
Uh-huh.
See, you can do back to back wall bounces. See? So it
Oh,
slides.
yo, that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
So you can just string it all together.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, that's dope. That's dope.
Which, like, to be honest with you, I've never used in game, but it's just kind of cool. So, yeah.
But you could if you needed to.
Yeah, you definitely could. It's just like the objects have to be such a precise spacing, like between the objects. So
Hmm.
it
Okay.
has to be like premeditated. Like you have to really think about it to do that. So
Mhm.
I would have to think of a place to do it and then like bait someone into that place and then do it.
So it's pretty much way more effort than it's actually worth.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
All right, so that's that. All right, next one. So a bounce over wall, you just hold forward on your left stick, and that's all there's to it. But we need to like, if we bounce right here, we're gonna attach like this. So we can't do that. So we gotta bounce right here, right there. So like we gotta
Uh,
bounce off the taller part so we don't attach, and then so we approach from the left so that our momentum goes right. Yeah, you got it. You just have to hold forward on your left stick now. Just hold forward. Then your momentum. Yeah, you got it. Perfect. So
oh, okay, cool.
yeah, that's how you do that. And then of course I can bounce off the pillar too. That's also a tall enough object that I can do a forward bounce off of. So yeah,
Gotcha, gotcha. I heard that if you want to do a lower one, you have to.
your mic cut out.
Uh, oh, my bad. I heard that if you want to do it on like a smaller thing like that wall, you just have to be on the downward motion of your jump, right? Uh,
That might be true.
maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
So the thing is like you're always going to attach to it if you hold forward on your left stick. So like I can do it with a tap strafe. So I hold back and then forward, and then I tap strafe forward. But you can't tap strafe.
No, I wish that'd be awesome.
So yes,
Okay.
so it's like impossible for you to do it off shorter objects, unless
Oh,
that thing that you're saying is just something that I don't know about.
yeah, try it. So it's like you jump and then
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
on the way down.
I got it. I actually did get it. I got it, but it's. I think most of the time you're going to attach because that takes so much precision.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely possible though. I see what you mean. That's kind of cool. All right, next one.
Okay.
Next one's gonna be just a basic bounce like this. I already taught you how to do that. It's just a cool place to practice it.
Oh,
So yeah, that's it.
it actually is pretty dope. It's actually pretty satisfying when you make it through the uprights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Another like small controller tip, since you seem to be interested in like very precise movement, is running
Uh-huh.
along these things. This will make your left stick a lot more accurate because as you can see, this is actually very difficult. So yeah, just like
Gotcha.
running along
And
these.
this is good to practice like this. super jump on too, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So
Whoop.
yeah.
Oh yeah, that is tough.
And if you want to see one that's even more difficult, so I
Uh,
saw Ace doing this one. He's on mouse and keyboard, obviously, so it's like way easier because you can just hold W and go perfectly straight. But yeah, it's just this one. So we just like run along the these things, and it will make you a lot more difficult. So
yeah, that is actually really hard.
yeah, it's so hard on controller. It's very easy on mouse and keyboard, but very hard on controller.
Oop,
All right.
oop.
Anyway, I haven't practiced that much. It's kind of stupid, but it's just difficult. All right, next one.
Uh-huh.
If you want to come up here.
Yep.
All right, so now we're going to talk about climbing. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so for climbing, I need to know how far left. This also ties into the wall bouncing at an angle. So I need to know how far left and right I can look while staying attached. So I can look this far left and this far right. The reason that's important is I need to know where my camera needs to face. If I'm wrapping the beam, I need to know where my camera needs to face in order to wrap it and stay attached. So if I want to wrap
Oh,
like
okay.
this, see, like that, right? So if you want to wrap left, you hold 11 o'clock on your left stick. And if you want to wrap right, you hold 1 o'clock.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
And then you just need to make sure your camera is facing it the whole time. So if you want to climb up here, you just start right here like that. You got to start up there if you're going to make it up there. And then, yeah, get to that side. Yeah, you got it. Perfect. Any questions on that?
That's dope. Nope.
Awesome. All right.
Resurf.
Now we're going
Oh
to go
yeah.
into one that's way more difficult now. Same exact
Okay.
thing, but way more difficult. So if you want to stand right here and observe what I do.
All right.
Perfect. All right. So for this one, I just do a little slide jump like this and then wrap around like that. So
Oh, that's dope. Oh, yo. Dude, you're flying around like a madman. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, that was a super glide. I love hitting super glides off that. It's super cool. But anyway,
Dude, that's wild. Yeah,
um,
that just makes your like you have no idea where you come from at that. It's like I see you coming in this way, and then all of a sudden you're wrapping around that whole cage part and coming behind.
like a revenant, but I'm not a revenant.
Yeah, for real. That's crazy.
So yeah, so oh yeah, you got it. Oh my God, yeah,
Hey,
you got it first try. Nice.
that's actually really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
Oh,
it's pretty it's super hard as you can see. Your first
mm-hmm.
try might have been a little lucky, but uh,
Beginner's luck.
yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, that's that. You can stay up there and practice that for a second if you want. I'm just
okay,
doing
cool.
something down here. So yeah, that's that. You got it perfectly first try, so I'm sure you don't really have any questions. But
Oh, there we go. Nice.
do you have any questions?
Nope, that's pretty straightforward. It's I think just new way to use like the movement tech and everything.
Exactly. Do you ever watch Stormin?
I think I have.
Yeah.
I think I have. That sounds like really familiar.
Yeah. So he's that Octane movement god. He's the guy with the mustache. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yeah, and he like wraps around buildings like that with that technique.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, he's that guy. So
Gotcha,
that's like a
gotcha.
Storm on technique. So what he does, it's extra good on Octane because you can stim and then you can go extra far on that technique. So
That's wild. He did that thing where he did that. Like he scaled all the way around, didn't he? Like that thing?
possibly, yeah,
With like a fatigue wall bounce or something like that, and he just like kept going.
yeah, yeah. I don't think I saw it, but I can definitely see that what he did.
Hmm.
But so anyway, super jumps now. For a super jump, we just single tap X and double tap A. So you walk up to it, single tap X, double tap A. The rules for this,
Oh,
yeah, you got it, nice. The rules for this, the only rule is your feet have to be on the ground. That's the only thing. Your feet have to be on the ground for this to work. You can be
no
running,
way.
yeah, you can be running and it works. Just so long as your feet are on the ground.
You
So
have to look up
no, no,
or
you can look wherever you want. It's just time is the timing is very precise. So
gotcha. So it's just XAA,
yeah, XAA.
pretty much.
It's a lot easier if you don't use like if you use your thumb rather than your paddle. It's easier to time because it's just easier to time things with your thumb. But it's way superior if you can use your paddle because then you can aim and do it at the same time. So yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, moving on from that.
Yeah, that's fun.
So now we're gonna.
And
Yep.
you can do that, the super jump off anything, right? Is it also vertical ones that you can do this with?
Yeah, absolutely. You do it. So that's how I'm going high on the vertical. So
Oh, that's cool.
yeah.
I got the timing down now.
All right, next one. If you want to come down here, I will show you the next one.
Okay. Are you?
Oh, I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
All right, so for this one, I just want to show you like sort of the limits of the super jump. So see, I can super jump from. I'm struggling to super jump right now, but I can super jump from above things as well as below them. So see, like you can look down at the zip and it's still super jump like that.
What? No way.
Yeah. So that's kind of cool. You just look to where it says like hold X to ride, and then you're good. You can do it. So yeah, that's that.
Yep.
It's gonna be kind of
You
hard
gotta
on that
just
one because your head is blocked. Your head is you got something over your head. So yeah,
try on
chat
this
on
one.
that one. Yeah, you probably won't get it today because the timing's very precise. But yeah. So two ways to get up here. You could just climb up, or you could super jump. If you super jump, you got to stand back here to do it, and then hold forward on the
Oh,
left
you
stick.
gotta stand back here?
Like yeah. If you want to make it up there, then you want to like stand back there, and then it makes it way easier. There you
Whoa. All right. That was dope.
go.
First time ever doing that. Okay, and then whoop, same thing, just kind of ah. Okay, yeah, that's really tough.
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna have to spend a lot of time doing that.
yeah,
So it's just the same thing. You're standing on top of it, and then you can look down and do it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just has to say hold X to ride, and you can do it. There you go. You got it.
Whoa.
Yeah, you did it.
Yo, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's
I
that.
was thinking that was like one of the texts that's only like mouse and keyboard or something.
It's way easier on mouse and keyboard because you can bind jump to scroll wheel, and you can do it 100% of the time with zero effort.
That's wild.
So yeah. All right, next one is gonna be this one right here. So now I can stand here and look across. Let's see, I messed up. But yeah, I can stand there and look across and hit a super jump onto the high ground. So like this.
Whoop.
Can you see my screen? Or you can come back
Oh
up.
yeah.
Actually, you can just hit the portal, and then look. So see, I look across here like this, and then I super jump up to here. So
What?
yeah.
Yo, that's crazy. Okay, okay. Uh, well, that's why we have the portal down here, right? Yeah, that's nuts. Okay, so it just shoots you like straight up.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Okay, that's gonna take a lot of practice too.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely does. All right. Next one is going to be right here. So I look here like this at this one, and then I can like do a little super jump into a climb up there. So you want to stand back here like this. You stand back here, and you super jump up and turn and climb. So
You
up,
stand like right here.
turn and climb. Not right there because then you're not really close enough. Yeah, right there. And then you hold back with the, so you super jump and then hold back on the left stick. So yeah, that one's also gonna take you a ton of practice. That's like expert level. So yeah,
Oh, yo, this just adds like so much. I feel like just there's so much technicality to this. It's awesome.
absolutely. Yeah, awesome.
This is like exactly like what I wanted to kind of get from this kind of session is like just a lot of like niche kind of stuff like that.
Yeah,
Whoop.
yeah, exactly. All right.
Hell yeah.
Do you have low ball unlocked?
Yeah.
Cool. Could you come down here and get your low ball, please? And I'll give you a couple moving while looting tips.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Can you put your alt right here, please? Any other questions on super jumping?
Super jumping? No, I think that's just gonna take like a lot of time. Just right there.
The biggest thing is, yes, please. The biggest thing is release X immediately. That's the biggest thing for consistency. Just make sure you're releasing X immediately. So don't hold X, release it. Just tap it. So, yeah.
Okay, so we're tapping.
Sorry, I was talking about super jumps. Make sure you tap X, don't hold it. For super
Gotcha.
jumps,
Gotcha.
yeah. All right, now for looting, like moving while looting jumps. So like, see, I can loot, like I'm on controller, I can jump and loot like all the way over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way I do that is you see how my X button is filling?
Yeah.
Yeah, so right before it's full, that's when you jump. And then of course
Gotcha.
you can like switch it up. You can do pretty crazy things with it as you get better at it. So yeah, it just gives you enough time to get an armor swap while you're in the air. So it's a lot better.
Gotcha. And then you can like do like running, sprinting, or something like that too.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. So like this. So see what I'm doing here?
Oh yeah, you like you stay on there actually for a pretty long time, I feel like.
Yeah, so that's two different ones. You can do the one where you jump right before, or you can do the one where you just run into it. So
Okay, that's interesting.
yeah,
I feel like when I've tried this before, it's still like too slow when I do it.
which
I
one?
try and do this and like I try and do like a jump.
Yeah,
Maybe I need to try and hit like a direct like jump in like a direction or something. So then maybe it like a little harder to hit.
yeah. You see what I'm doing? Because like if you just do that, then it is what it is, right? But you can do a jump in a direction.
Yeah, that's that's a wild what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah. It's really nice. So, cause
Yeah, because I would like literally just go up to it and then jump and then just kind of keep going. But it's super easy to hit me when I
yeah,
do that.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay, that's cool.
cool. Any questions on that?
Nope.
So you understand there's two different ones. There's a jump and there's a sprint one.
Yeah,
Yeah, cool.
there's
So
that, and then you can mix them
the sprint is
together.
better like if you want to gain ground or like run from someone, like if time is of the essence. But if you want to be harder to hit, the jump is way better.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, cool. Oh, we didn't talk about the car. So I actually just thought of this. This is very important to talk about. Can you see my screen?
Cool. Yep.
All right, so for the car, I just want to point out recoil smoothing is makes the car way more consistent. So can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So watch my consistency while I'm standing still with the car. See, it's like pretty garbage.
Uh-huh.
But now watch when I strafe, you'll see it's just like so much more consistent. It just shoots way straighter. So you really want to be recoil smoothing with the car for a couple of reasons. Because it's so much, well, first of all, the movement. So like on an assault rifle, the movement that we're gained, like we're not really making ourselves harder to hit by strafing. Like we are, but barely. Whereas a submachine
Yeah.
gun, it's so much more significant. So yeah, it's
Mhm.
way better. And then the other reason is because it negates, like it's got so much horizontal recoil that from this range, it's so worth it to recoil smooth. It makes it really just so much better. So you like, once again, like if I'm standing still, it's just sort of, it's not bad, but it's still a little bit all over the place. But now if I
Yeah.
strafe, it's so much better. So like, and then like you can practice, see, like that's not bad at all for the car, right? Like 190.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So yeah.
So you're doing like the same kind of strafing every time for that, right? It's like you're doing what, like down, left, right, or you're doing like left, right, left.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think there's definitely a little bit of thought being put into my pattern, but it's all subconscious.
Gotcha.
So I have no idea what the pattern is. But one thing that I have noticed is my R9 and my Volt, the strafe is way longer and my car is way shorter. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Is
So
it? Do you think maybe also it's kind of because the fire rate? of well, I guess the R9's actually fast too.
Yeah, the R9's actually faster. It's not the fire rate, but it's the rate of adjustments that need to be made.
Gotcha.
So the Volt and the R9 are kind of like the R301. They do need to be adjusted horizontally, but not as much. The rate is a lot smaller, whereas the car is more like the flat line. It needs to be adjusted horizontally a lot. So that's why the rate of change in the strafes is a lot higher in the car. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. Um, so and for the smoothing, like you're saying with the rate and everything, it being faster, um, you do the opposite with the left analog stick. If it like if for the car, for instance, it's usually down to the right. So instead of having to do that with your right stick, you go left with your analog stick, right? Your left analog stick.
Yes, yeah. But I'm definitely not thinking about it. I just want to be
hmm
super clear on that. I'm not consciously thinking about it. It's just experience,
hmm
practice, practice.
like you said, muscle memory at this point.
Yeah, practice and muscle memory. Yeah, I'm not putting any thought into it. So I don't mean to like dismiss your question, but it's just I'm not putting any thought into it.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not dismissing. I mean, that's it's something that comes with experience, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
that it's second nature now
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
for you.
and I think it'd be way worse if I was thinking about it because then I'm not thinking about like me not thinking about it allows me to devote all my attention to tracking
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay.
or tracking and decision making, tracking and positioning, tracking and does my teammate need help, right?
hmm
Because if you're thinking left right on your recoil, like you got so much more important things to think about than left to right.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Because there's a lot going on in the fight. Okay, that makes sense.
yeah, cool, cool. All right, very last thing is
hmm
just something for actions per minute. So I already showed you a bunch of actions per minute, but now it's
Yeah.
with healing. Can you shoot me, please? So now with healing, can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is why I use my thumb to hit up on the D-pad, but your paddle works just as well. So most people, it's the exact same thing as the weapon, by the way. So you remember Y and then slide jump, right? Same thing,
Yeah.
phase and then slide jump, right? It's all the same,
hmm
but now it's with heels. So what we're gonna do is let me show you. So most people, let's say there's a doorway right here. There's a set of doors. So most people go slide jump, open door, close door, and then heel behind door. All right.
Right.
But what we want to do is we want to hit up on the D-pad and then slide jump. Up on the D-pad, slide jump, open door, close door. Boom. Like that. All right. Or if I'm sliding behind cover, up on D-pad, slide jump, behind cover, like that. See? And it's just way,
Gotcha.
way faster. So, or it's for you, it's not up on D-pad. It's whatever paddle you have. But yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Then that way you're at least able to keep your momentum going.
Yes. Yeah. So, and then you can experiment B-hopping a little, but B-hopping is pretty much useless with heels. It's a little bit useful, but not really.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that. That's super, super helpful. Like it cuts a good couple seconds off your heels. So you want to practice it so that you're not doing it too early and you're not doing it too late. Too early would mean that you're dead sliding, like you're not even getting a good slide, and too late would mean that you're just not optimizing the actions per minute. So
Gotcha. Yeah, it's there's so many like different timing things that I had like no idea
yes,
what there even was. But
exactly.
all if you put all that like together, it makes I'm sure it makes a huge monumental difference.
Absolutely, yeah. It just speeds up your pace, right? So if you can play at a faster pace than your opponent, he's going to be very uncomfortable and you're going to win a lot of engagements because of it. So,
hmm
yeah.
Something else I noticed is that like a lot of my fights, like I keep doing like a bigger heal, like when we're like in like the middle of like a big fight kind of thing, keeps getting me killed. So would you recommend like more popping like small cells more often rather than like a giant big heal?
No, I definitely always go for the bat. Like my philosophy, pretty much like if you watch pros play, most pros agree with my philosophy too, is that you always go for the bat because like 25 HP on a cell, 25 HP is never going to be the deciding factor, whereas 100 HP might be a deciding factor. So like popping a cell before helping your teammates is not really worth it, but popping a bat before you help your teammates is arguably worth it.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
let's say your teammates need you, or like me in this case. Let's say my teammates need me. I'm never gonna pop a cell before I help them because, uh, let me think. Because 25 HP isn't worth waiting for them to die, right? I'd much rather help them while they're alive, because they have the attention of the enemy. So I just literally, my HP is pretty irrelevant. I just walk up and shoot whoever they're fighting in the side or the back. See what I mean?
Gotcha. Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
That makes sense. Strength in numbers kind of thing. And if you
exactly.
can like pad those anymore, go for it. That should be your focus.
Yeah. But a battery is 100 HP if you have a purple, 125 if you have a red. And so that can be the deciding factor, a battery, and it's like not even that much longer than a cell. So like two cells take I think 0.5 seconds longer than one battery. Um,
Hmm.
and so like a battery definitely can be a deciding factor. So maybe I'm definitely not going to let my teammate die to pop a battery. That's probably a bad mindset to be in, but maybe I'm going to like what's it called? Show confidence in my teammate's ability to survive by himself for an extra 2 seconds, so I can finish my battery. Whereas, like, if he's going to die, I'm going to cancel my battery so I can come help.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Very situational, but still, it's kind of like you gotta really be paying attention and trust kind of thing. It seems like trust is like a big factor too in a lot of these, I guess, decisions kind of thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's something that I talk about a lot, like with my teammates. Like, one of my teammates has a habit of overhealing rather than just helping me when I have two people's attention. Like, if I have two people's attention, you gotta just come help me, because if I die, then you're gonna be 1-on-2. Right?
Yep.
So it's way better. Like, I'd way rather fight 2-on-2 with 100 HP each, like have both of us have 100 HP each, than have one of us have 200 HP, because that and fighting like 1-on-2 with 200 HP is just not worth it.
Yeah.
Because those two people have to mess up really, really badly if they're of an equal skill level for one of us to win that fight, assuming we're
Gotcha. Yeah,
equal
that
skill.
makes sense.
Yeah. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
Perfect.
Cool, cool.
Man, I feel like we've gone over like so much stuff. This is awesome, dude.
That's
Thank you.
awesome.
I appreciate all the time that you've really given me and everything. And this is exactly what I wanted to get out of this. So
That's
thank you
awesome.
so much.
Yeah, you're
I
welcome.
really appreciate all that.
You're welcome. I'm glad I could help.
Mm.
Well, thank you. Any more questions?
No, man, I went through my whole book that I
Cool, cool.
that I all my prep work and everything, and I think it's just putting it all to use and really applying it and everything.
Yep,
Um, and I think it's like reevaluation, figuring out like where I'm kind of struggling at, and really just kind of going from there.
yep, absolutely. Yeah. Cool, cool.
Gave me all the good tools, man. I appreciate it, dude, so
Yeah, you're welcome.
much. Hopefully, this is for me. Uh,
For
and then
sure.
I'll have to check out some more people. You brought up a lot of really good names, and I did kind of realize that I have to like I want to start watching a few more people, to kind of I guess learn from and I guess be able to like if you want to play basketball professionally, you watch the pros, see what they do, and try and like uh, not copy, but like do stuff like that. Like do their moves, try stuff out, you get new ideas, right? Would you recommend anyone
Yeah.
specifically that's kind of like how I'm trying to play?
Um. So like for controller wraiths, especially for wingman wraiths, I'd recommend Slurpee G. Like for nasty,
Slurpee G.
nasty, yeah, Slurpee G
Okay.
for a controller wraith. Yeah.
Hmm.
And then like I think the most underrated controller player right now, and the nastiest controller player.
Uh-huh.
This is specifically on Horizon though. He's specifically on Horizon, but like I'll just send you like one video of his.
Hmm.
Um let's see. This is a good one. He dropped like multiple 6Ks in pred lobbies last season.
What?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, he's insane. So like I don't know, he's probably gonna inspire you to play Horizon, but I totally understand if
Hmm.
you want to stick with Wraith. But yeah, and then he's also gonna inspire you to play 4-4, just like with me.
Yeah.
He inspired me to play 4-4 too. Um,
Hmm.
because so before I thought 4-4 was very good. I always knew 4-4 was better for anything single fire, like the Wingman. I also always
Right.
knew it was more forgiving close range, but I didn't know that it was possible to control recoil as well as he controls recoil on 4.4. And so once I saw that, it fully convinced me because then I saw there was really no advantage of me being on ALCs anymore, and so that's what made me switch. So anyway, yeah, I'll link you
Okay.
that. He's definitely like pretty much like I don't want to say he's better than Jen Burton, but in my opinion, he's probably better than Jen Burton right now. Jen
Yeah.
Burton's very unique. Like he's got very unique clips, and he's got he's a very good player, but he might be the most talented. But I think that Chaotic might be on another level right now. So yeah,
That's who it is. Okay, so chaotic. Okay, so I'm gonna have to check him out. I do remember you mentioned him a few times before too.
yeah,
All right. Well, I can't wait to check those people out, man.
for
Thank
sure,
you.
for sure. You're welcome. And then I've got one more. You can always check out me. You can see my console mixtape, so you can see some of the stuff that's possible on console because it's pretty nasty. So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely do.
that's me. That last one. So yeah. All right, cool. Well, have a good night.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you again. Spending all the time with me means a lot to me. Hopefully, it's gonna. I think this definitely will get me out of this plateau for sure.
For sure.
Um, but hopefully, I'm gonna continue to watch you and watch all the people innovating movement and controller tech and all that kind of good stuff.
Absolutely. Sounds good. All
All
right.
right, man.
See ya.
Have a good one.
You too.
Bye.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. How are you?
Doing swell. How about yourself?
Awesome. Yeah, I'm doing really well. Thank you. Um, so is there anything you want to tell me about yourself, like what you're looking to learn and that sort of thing?
Uh, Pretty much. Let's just act like I'm more or less new, I guess. I have 300 on file, but I've the highest I've ever made it's like silver 4, and I'm constantly typically the person getting carried on my team.
Cool. Cool, cool. Sounds good. Um, all right. We can let's see. Yeah, we just start off by hopping into the range, I guess.
All
And
right.
uh and we can go over a few things. Does that sound good to you?
Do you want me to share my screen?
It'd be best if I share my screen because I
Okay,
I can
that's
teach
perfect.
you things. So,
Gotcha.
it'd also be best if we hopped into the same range. So, what is your name in game?
At Grant King 2256.
Cool. Is there no space?
Yeah, no space.
Got it. Oops. You should see that friend request there.
Yep.
Cool, cool.
I know the person that I typically play with is. So I've been playing a little Bangalore, but this is probably the person I've played the most with just because support role repositioning.
Cool. Yeah,
I,
Valkyrie's really good. She did receive a massive nerf, but I think she's still one of the better legends.
yeah.
Uh, I think that though, to tell you the truth, like her nerf was only about 8 days ago or something, so I still don't really
Hmm.
have a full opinion on how big of a nerf that was.
Right. Everyone, whenever the season started, that because I play with some pretty good people, they were initially saying the nerf was really bad. Then they started playing with her, and they were like, "It's really not as bad as I thought it was."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I see a lot of top teams, top pred teams, because comp isn't really a thing right now. But I see a lot of
Hmm.
top pred teams still running her, so uh, she can't be that bad. I'm not sure if it's to tell you the truth. I'm not sure if it's the individual ability of Valkyrie, like the passive and the tactical, or if it's the ultimate that's sort of the deciding factor. Like I always like to try to figure out what the deciding factor is in playing a certain legend. I would say it's more so the individual ability, but the team ability is definitely very strong as well. So yeah,
Hmm.
cool, cool.
Yeah, the repositioning ultimate is typically why I use her.
Yes, absolutely. Um, what um what other legends do you like?
Bangalore. I have been running the newer one, obviously, just to try her. I do like the fact that she has a sniper rifle. That's probably my strong suit. It's still not really great, but I'm better at long distance fighting than I am close up. I have a bad habit of doing this down sights.
What is it that you're doing?
Whenever we're close up on each other, I'll still be aiming down sights,
Yeah, we'll
which
talk
is
about that a lot.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but what I mean is, on certain guns that's okay, and on certain guns that's totally unacceptable. So
Right.
that's what I meant. But we'll talk about that a lot.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but a pistol specifically, there's nothing wrong with it because you still have 100% strafe speed, so you're really not losing anything by aiming down sights. Whereas
Gotcha.
a gun like an assault rifle, you have to be hip firing because you're not moving as fast when you're aiming down sights. So see, this is my assault rifle. See, this is my strafe when I'm aiming down sights, and now this is hip firing. So that's the point.
Oh.
Like a lot of people say you need to be hip firing, but they don't understand why. So that's why. That's the specific reason is because I'm just not moving fast enough if I'm aiming down sights. But if you look at the pistol, you have 100% strafe speed either way, so it doesn't matter.
Gotcha. Gotcha. That does make sense.
Yeah. So what I mean by it doesn't matter is it depends on what you're more mechanically comfortable with. Now, when we're talking about a pistol or a shotgun, it depends on what you're more mechanically comfortable with. Are you more mechanically comfortable aiming down sights or hip firing? And that's totally personal preference, usually based on
Gotcha.
sensitivity.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So same thing
All
with the shotgun. You can hip fire a shotgun, you can ADS it. It doesn't matter. But the Mastiff, you do want to aim down sights, um, like in the very last millisecond, because let me demonstrate. Let me share my screen to you so you can see exactly what I mean. All right, you should be able to see it. Can you see it?
yes.
All right, so with the Mastiff, if I go like this, so like if I hip fire, see I'm hitting for 84. Now if I ADS, 118. So it tightens the spray greatly. See 56 and then 84 at that range.
Oh.
So it tightens the spray greatly. So this is how you want to use the Mastiff, is you want to just like aim down sights last second always. Because if you're not aiming down sights with the Mastiff, you're putting yourself at a great disadvantage. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool, cool. So anyway, we were talking about Legends. Is there anything else that you wanted to say about Legends?
No, not particularly. I think I. How did I end up with this? What button did I push?
Oh,
Sorry.
so you can just open your inventory and drop that gun, and that'll fix it. There we go.
Gotcha.
So yeah, so nothing specific. Bangalore, I've got a ton of Bangalore tips. I used to be a massive, massive Bangalore fan.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm a huge fan of Bangalore. I think Bangalore and Valkyrie are super straightforward to play, and they're pretty easy to get a lot of value out of. But when it comes to Bangalore and Valkyrie, they're also very high skill ceiling because so like you can get a ton of value out of them if you have a very basic understanding of them, but also if you have a deep understanding of them, you can get a lot more value. So that's pretty cool. So yeah,
Right.
I guess we could start off with that. We'll start off with that because that'd be kind of fun, just like something nice and fun to start off with. So I'll start off with the Valkyrie. I'll just give you a couple quick tips with the Valkyrie. Of course, the jetpack. So did you used to spam the jetpack like this?
Yeah, but it wastes a lot of fuel.
Exactly, yeah. So it didn't used to waste a lot of fuel, but now it does. So I don't really know if I would recommend still doing it. I would definitely still recommend doing it, but just understand you're going to waste a lot of fuel. Because the issue is like if you hold down jump, like if you hold down your jump input, it's just not like, you're way too hard to hit. So like you got to find a balance between the two. So like if you're trying not to get hit, never hold it down. If you're within range of someone shooting at you, then never hold it
Gotcha.
down because like see like let me just show you, I'm way too easy to hit when I'm holding it down. Way too easy. So never do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Very slow moving.
exactly. Whereas like if I spam it, it still works, but it consumes a ridiculous amount of fuel, but it does still work. So like it still works well enough for me to use it once in a while. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's Valkyrie's passive. It's pretty basic. It's super easy to use. I think something that people like don't use it for a lot is like this. So like I'll show you once I get my alt. So like just like quick backward movements like that. That's something that's super underrated. Is quick lateral movements. So like let me show you. If I'm on Valkyrie, I've got way more confidence like extending out of cover. So let's say I'm using this thing as cover, this weapon
Mm-hmm.
rack right here. I'm
Yep.
way more confident extending out of cover like this because I can quickly get back into cover like that than any other legend. Like I can get back to cover way faster than any other legend. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's like it's just movement like in whatever direction you want to go. You can instantly go whatever direction you want to go. So that's something that's super underrated about Valkyrie. So other than
Okay.
that,
Okay.
yeah, yeah, and you can also use it inside too. Like you can use their passive to get around faster inside, and you can just turn corners very very quickly with it. So there's a lot of different ways you can use it. So yeah, all right. Moving on now to her ultimate. Do you know how to optimize the range on the ultimate?
No.
No. Okay, your mic cut out a little, but I heard what you said. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, don't hop on with me, but so you'll see. Just pay attention to the numbers in the bottom, not the bottom left, but the left side of my screen. Oops. So pay attention to the numbers on the left side of my screen. They're not there yet because I'm not flying. All right, now you see the numbers on the left side. See, so I want to
Yes.
go straight until I hit 130, or more specifically 128. like between 128 and 130, and then once you hit 128 or 130, you dip down until you're 140, and then you start going straight again. So let me show you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me show you exactly what I mean just one more time.
Okay. 128 is about the time you just start free falling, essentially.
Yeah, it's when you don't really have momentum is at 128. I mean, you still have momentum. It might look like you still do, but it's not. It's a garbage amount of momentum. It's not good. So see, I start going straight out like that, and then 130, about 130 or 128, and then 140 like that. So it's just two different settings. I just keep switching between 128 to 140.
I guess I was subconscious, or not subconsciously, but I guess I didn't know what it was called. But yeah, I pretty much try to say between 130 and 140 typically.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah. So that's definitely how you optimize it. I heard Verhals is one of the best Valkyries, and I heard him say it's 128. I've always done 130, but he says it's 128, so I just believe him. So,
Oh yeah, of course.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, all right, that's that. But yeah, like I can't like I never get outstretched, so usually I stick with 130, but definitely like I don't know. He says 128, so
Exactly.
it must not be that bad. All right. Um, let's see. And that's for stretching, of course. Like if you want to just go somewhere as fast as possible that's not too far away, you want to keep your speed above 140. If you want to get somewhere as quickly as possible, always keep your speed above 140.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All right, that's her ultimate. And then, of course, her tactical. The best way to use her tactical is when someone's behind cover. So let me quickly show you that. Can you stand right here, please?
Yep.
You just take my armor too, please. It's going to be on the ground. Try to grab it really quickly. Perfect. All right, now just, yeah, stand behind that wall. All right, so can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, so if I know someone's behind this wall, okay, so I know you're there, I'm going to aim my tactical like this, and then it's going to hit you. See? So, oh, it didn't hit you. That might be because of the nerf, actually.
That
But,
was really lucky.
yeah. So you already know about that, though?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
perfect. Then I don't really need to show you. But anyway, that should be hitting you. There we
Yep.
go, it hit you. So, apparently the tactical got a decent size nerf, but still pretty useful. So, yeah, that's how I use the tactical. One other strategy. Do you know how to blow down doors with it?
No, I do not.
Yeah, not really. So it's like it's kind of difficult. Let me think of a way that I could show you. All right, so let's just pretend that this wall is a door. So
Okay, I'm watching your screen.
perfect. So like literally all I have to do is I just have to look at it like this. See? And then it's gonna blow down the door. So
Uh,
yeah,
okay, so you just tap it essentially.
sorry?
You just tap it essentially.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to aim at all. You just look at it. Just look at it, and then it's gonna blow down the door. See?
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
yeah, that's how you use it. Like that's how you use it horizontally, kinda. Like if you ever want to use it horizontally, that is how you use it horizontally. If that makes sense when I say horizontally, do you understand what I mean
Yeah,
by? Yeah,
perfect sense.
yeah, perfect. So, but of course, like that only works super close range if someone's like pinned up against a wall. So
Yeah, trying to block the door, trying to heal.
exactly, yeah. All right, that's all I've got for Valkyrie. Of course, oh, one more thing is when you're spamming her rockets, which, like we said, it's a lot less useful now than it used to be. But when we're spamming, not her rockets, but her passive, we want to sort of go side to side like this. So just, if you could watch me on your screen now, just try
Yep.
to watch like how hard I am to track. So like this kind of, if we ever want to
Oh
back out.
my goodness.
Yeah. So we can only do that 5 times now. It used to be like 10 times, but now it's only like 5. So kind of sucks, but it's just the way it is. But it's still like it's still like more than enough to get in and out of places. So yeah,
Of course, of course.
yeah. All right, that's all I've got for Valkyrie. Do you want to do Bangalore really quickly?
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Let's hop on Bangalore. So first thing that I want to show you, are you on controller or mouse and keyboard?
Mouse and keyboard.
Cool. So um, the first thing is like understand that controller players don't have aim assist and smoke. Okay, so like that's super strong because if you smoke out a controller player, it's like super hard to aim without aim assist. So that's super valuable to know.
Uh,
Yeah. So Yeah, I don't know if you know, like just a couple aim assist countering tips is controller players don't get aim assist when you punch us. I will not get aim assist for about 1 second if you were to punch me. And then another thing is we don't get aim assist through barred windows. We don't get aim assist through smoke or gas. So, and then also there's one other. Oh yeah, also at this range right here, we get no aim assist. So like right here, as you can see, I've got no aim assist at this range right here. So uh, that's something that like pretty much no mouse and keyboard players know, and it's definitely a weakness of controller players. So anyway, anything related to smoke, if you're ever fighting in smoke, if you're ever suspicious that you might be fighting a controller player, that's definitely something very strong that you can abuse. Next thing is going to be I'll show you like a couple techniques to actually like place your smoke. So can you stand right here beside the dummy, please?
Yeah.
And just kind of pretend that
Yeah.
we're fighting. So like if I shoot my smoke here like this, now turn off friendly fire. Watch how, just try to predict where I'm going to peek, or like watch this. See, I'm here. See that? And then like I can back into the smoke and I'm here. See? So like, what's the point? Is that when I'm inside my smoke, I can see you a lot better than you can see me. That's sort of the point. So you can definitely use that too. So you see
Yeah, I
how
was
it's,
definitely having to use audio to try to locate you
yes,
because I couldn't see you at all.
exactly. Yeah. So I can see you. So like if you want to come test this now, if you want to test it, so just try it out. So when you're inside smoke, you can see the person that you're shooting at way better than they can see you. Plus, if you're playing against a controller player and you do that to me, I'm going to have no aim assist on you. So you're at a massive advantage. So, yeah.
That gum.
Yeah, I cannot see you. If you can see on my screen, I cannot see you at all. So,
Oh, that is incredible.
yeah. And so you don't even really need a digi threat, like a digital threat, like the site that allows you to see through smoke.
Mm-hmm.
If you abuse that, you don't even really need one. So yeah, it's a super hard controller counter, especially. But even mouse and keyboard players, it's very annoying to play against. So yeah, you just stand on the edge of smoke, and yeah. Now I'm gonna give you a couple of quick tips for how to set that up. If you want to come up here, please. So let's say we're just fighting this guy who's right there. Now I can smoke right here like this, and then walk up and destroy him like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first way. That's the most obvious. It's pretty simple. Now
Yeah.
let's move over to this section right here. So we see we're fighting this guy right here. Okay. So and
Mm-hmm.
let's just pretend we're a team of three. So there's two obvious ways that we could approach this where we have cover, because we don't want to just challenge him out in the open. So the first
Mm-mm.
obvious way is to play here, to play the cover. If we're a normal legend, right? Play the cover there. You can actually watch my screen for this if you want. And then
Yeah.
the second obvious one is to play the cover right here. So that's probably what our teammates are going to look to do, right? Play the cover on the right, play the cover on the left. What Bangalore allows us to do is play out in the open, because we can use our smoke as cover. So now, as we can see, that's a completely open area, and now I can just use the smoke as cover, walk up, and fry him through my smoke. See? So like, um, it allows you to create cover where there wouldn't usually be cover. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And then especially if you have a digi threat, like if you grab a submachine gun with one of these right here, this gold sight,
Mm-hmm.
then you've got the ability to see through smoke, which makes you extra strong. So that just allows you to stand further back. So now I can stand back here and fry him rather than having to stand back up here. You see? So yeah,
Sheesh.
yeah. So yeah, Bangalore smoke, it's nasty. It's super strong. Now, giving you a couple ideas. So that's just the most obvious ways to place a smoke. Now, a couple like sort of more complicated ways to place a smoke. If you want to just watch my screen for this, that'll work. So let's say I want to attack this guy right here, and I want to use my smoke. I want to abuse my smoke for this. I can place my smoke. So see, just first of all, pay attention how the smoke shoots out. You'll see it shoots out horizontally like that. So if I
Mm-hmm.
place my smoke right here, like this, it's going to shoot out horizontally to the left. Now I can challenge him from inside my smoke like that. See? And then let's say he fries me or he hits me just a little. I just have to back up like a foot. See? I just have to back up, and then I'm back in my smoke. He can't fry me. He cannot shoot me. So once again, let me just show you how you would place the smoke once I get it back. So let's say I want to challenge him out here like this. I place it like this, and it's going to pop out to the left. I slide into the smoke, and then I fry him from within the smoke, and then I can just dip back in like a ninja kind of. So it's kind of cool. So yeah, does that make sense?
Holy cow. Yeah. Absolutely.
Cool. Um, Next one, very last one is, let's say I'm retreating and I want to challenge, like I don't want to just run. I want to be able to retreat and do damage while I run. So let's say I'm running from this guy here. I can shoot my smoke in front of me like this, slide into it, then challenge him from within the smoke, and then I just have to back up a couple feet and then I'm good. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, perfect. So let me just show you just one more time. I just want to make sure you have it. So if you're running from someone, you shoot your smoke in front of you like this, turn around, challenge, and then run. Perfect. Any questions?
No, not at all.
Cool, cool. I'm sure you understand Bangalore. So that's pretty much all the ways. Oh yeah, and then also because you're a mouse and keyboard player, I would never do this as a controller player. But you can just, if you have a digi threat like this, you can just shoot your smoke straight at people and then fry them. I've got no aim assist, so I'm gonna struggle if I do that. So I would never ever do that because it's gonna negate my aim assist. But yeah, you can definitely do that as a mouse and keyboard player. So if you ever watch Shiv does that a ton. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't, but I understand why you would want to do that with a mouse and keyboard versus on the controller.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, cool. So that's all I've got for the. Oh yeah, and then the obvious one is, I'm sure you know about this. If someone's sitting up here annoying you with a charge rifle, you know, shoot it at them, and now they're no longer an issue, right? So, do you know about that one?
No, I did not.
Yeah. So it's pretty simple. Like anywhere, like I don't know. Let's say someone's sitting up here with a charge rifle. I just shoot it at the top of the rock, and then it pops out like that, and now they're just not an issue. So it's pretty nice.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah. Um, let's see. And then, like, of course, the most basic one is just shoot it at your feet. If you're running, if you ever want to back up, you can shoot it at your feet. But be careful with that one because that one can really annoy your teammates sometimes. So just be careful with it. Also, like, I don't know. I guess the biggest, like, whatever it's called, warning to you is if you're playing against a scan character, you have to be very, very careful with your smoke. Don't do any of these techniques if you're playing against a Bloodhound or a Seer or even a Crypto because you're going to get fried. So,
Shit, because they can just see you through it.
yeah, exactly. So, I mean, like a Bloodhound, if he's not in his ult, you can definitely still do it, but you have to be careful. You also have to be careful, like if you're later game, so like early game, these techniques are better because no one has digi threats yet. But if you're later game and people have digi threats, then you're gonna get fried. I mean, like if you don't have one. If you don't have one and they do, then you're definitely giving them the advantage. So you have to be careful with that.
Right, right.
Or if your teammates don't have one, then you're also going to be putting your teammates at a disadvantage. But there's ways that you can place it. So, like, for example, there's ways that you can place it that are going to benefit you more than your team, or that are going to benefit you more than the enemies possibly will. So, like, what I mean is, if you shoot it close, like here, like this, now only you can use your smoke. Now only you can abuse it. Your enemies can't abuse it. Whereas if you happen to shoot it like Shiv shoots it at their feet, now they can abuse it, right? You can abuse it too, but they can also abuse it. So it's like sort of a trade-off.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So late game, keep it closer to yourself.
Yes. Yes. Usually. Usually. But if you have a digi threat, like if you have a digi threat, then I guess it's probably safe enough to hope that they don't. Also, if you have a digi threat, if you have a digi threat and you shoot at them and they have a digi threat, let me explain. Let me try to explain this. Let's say you guys both have digi threats. If you have one and he has one and you shoot it at him, it's way easier for me to locate where he is from outside the smoke than it is for him to locate where I am from inside the smoke. Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Cool, cool. So anyway, that's all I've got on that. Any questions on the smoke?
No, not at all. It's pretty straightforward. The ultimate of hers, I guess I need tips on how to throw it further because I don't get any.
Yes. Yeah. So first thing
range
is
on it.
like I'm gonna guess that you're really, really struggling to use it effectively.
Yes.
You said yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the biggest issue that I see with people like is not understanding the fact that it's more of a defensive minded alt than an offensive minded alt. So Bangalore, none of her abilities are super, super offensive. Like if you look at a character like Horizon or Seer, their abilities are very, very offensive. They're gonna help you push. But Bangalore's abilities, I'm equally as confident on Bangalore as the two characters that I mentioned. but not because her abilities are offensive necessarily. It's that her abilities are a bailout if things go bad. So what I mean by that is like, I think you know what I mean by that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I've got her double time, which makes me way faster if I need to. Like her passive gives me, like, I'm way more confident being aggressive on Bangalore than I am on Seer because I've got her passive, which allows me to run way faster than anyone else, so I can easily back up. And I've got her smoke, so like I can shoot it here and then back up if I have to, right? So it's not even that her abilities are aggressive; it's that I have a way out. And then also it's the same thing with her alt. Like I think that thinking of her alt as an offensive ability, like Gibby's alt is very offensive. I think
Mm-hmm.
that Bangalore's is way more defensive because it takes so much longer to explode and it usually hinders your teammates that it's just not effective offensively most times unless you put a lot of thought into how you're throwing it. So anyway, first place that I love to use. So basically I love to save Bangalore's alt for pace control. So think of Bangalore's alt as a pace control. So
Okay.
let's say one of our teammates, we're in an open field, one of our teammates gets knocked. First thing I want you to observe is how much ground this alt covers. So observe how much ground it covers, please. So let's say
Okay.
one of our teammates gets knocked. We throw it at their feet and then go for the revive. It's so,
Oh
yeah, see, it
my.
covers so much ground. Yeah. So it's so hard for us to be pushed when we have that much artillery down because it's like they would have to go so far around it. They would either have to run through it or go way around it, right? So long as we
Right.
throw it at our teammates' feet. Also, as you like, I don't know if you know, but let me show you. So Bangalore's alt does not go in a perfect circle around it. It goes in a line in front of it. So see, if I hit it, even if I throw it right here, it's barely even going to hit me. It's just going to go in front of me. See that? So it just goes
Mm-hmm.
in front in a straight rectangular line, like a rectangular shape kind of. So it goes super wide, not that wide, but it goes super, super far. So
Gotcha. So it's more of a square coming off of where you threw it,
yes.
or a rectangle rather.
Yeah, a rectangle, yeah. So yeah, and then Gibby's, if you want me to show you Gibby's really quick, you'll see it's a circle. It's a perfect circle from where you throw it. So Gibby's is a lot more offensive because it comes down a lot faster and a lot harder, but it's a lot smaller area. So it's a lot better offensively. It's not bad defensively, it's not bad, but it's definitely more of an offensive ability, which is ironic because it is called a defensive bombardment. If you look in the bottom right, it's called a defensive bombardment, and Bangalore's is called Rolling Thunder. So, yeah. But anyway, just look at the area of effect. It's very small in comparison to Bangalore's. So, and it's a perfect circle around it as well. So,
Oh my.
yeah, it hits way harder, way faster, but it's a smaller area. So you have to be way more precise with Gibbies. But like, do you understand why it'd be less defensive? It's less defensive because it covers less ground, so it's way easier to go
Right.
around. So like,
Right.
if one of my teammates gets knocked in an open field, what I can do is I can like bubble on them and then alt myself, right? That's like sort of my best option. But like, let's say they're literally any character with any mobility, they can easily just get inside my bubble, and now the alt is also negated by my bubble. It's not going to hit them either. So yeah. So like, I don't know. Not saying Bangalore is better than Gibby, but Bangalore is definitely I don't know, just a different type. I think Bangalore's a lot more versatile than Gibby. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, where you want to use Gibby's alt is usually when you have a team pinned down and they can't move. Or like Gibby's alt is usually very good against Gibby's. So if you can shoot a Gibby, hit him 100, force him to panic bubble, force him to drop his bubble, and then Gibby alt his bubble, so count to 6, and then Gibby alt the bubble, that's where it's super strong because he feels like he's safe in his bubble, and then as soon as his bubble drops, he's got a Gibby alt coming down on his head, and that's where it's super
Ooh.
strong. So that's called forcing
Okay.
bubble. That's where you make a Gibby panic so he bubbles. So that's usually what pro teams do is focus the Gibby super hard so he panic bubbles, and then they Gibby alt them, or Bangalore alt, or Horizon alt. Basically, the goal when you're fighting a Gibby is to force his bubble so that it's no longer in his back pocket because a Gibby's, not useless without his bubble, but very, very, very easy to kill because he's so fat, so easy to shoot, so easy to do damage to that he's super,
Right.
super vulnerable without his bubble. So if you can start off a fight by forcing the Gibby's bubble, that's super strong. So just shoot him, make him panic, and then he bubbles. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Also, what you can do is you can throw arc stars on top of so count to so the Gibby bubble lasts 12 seconds. So you want to count to about 8 or 10, preferably 10. Count to 10, and then throw an arc star on top of the bubble, and then as soon as the bubble disappears, the arc star drops on his head. So if you can count to 10 and then throw it on his head, then he's gonna take a lot of damage. So yeah. Same thing with Bangalore Alt. You can count to, since the Bangalore Alt takes so long though, you can count to about 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then throw the Bangalore Alt at the Gibby if he bubbles, and then it's gonna explode right as the bubble goes away. So that's gonna hurt him. All right.
Gotcha.
So now, like I said, defensively, throw it in a way that's going to, like, I usually see Bangalore's throwing their alts way too far. So that doesn't make sense for 2 reasons. First reason is because, like, we can throw it at our feet and still be safe, right? Like, it just goes in front of us. The second reason why that doesn't make sense is because it goes so far that usually, even if we throw it at our feet, the furthest rockets, the furthest artillery or whatever, aren't really going to have any effect either way, even if we throw it at our feet. So, like, it doesn't usually make sense to throw it as far as you can.
Okay.
Yeah, because it goes so far anyways that usually it doesn't make sense to throw it as far as you can. Sometimes it does, but oftentimes you want to just throw it at your feet, and that's going to give you maximum value, especially if you're using it as a pace control, because that means that they have to work so much harder to get around it. And usually because teams have to work so hard to get around it, they're just going to wait for it to explode and then push. So it's going to buy you at least 10 seconds usually. And the other thing is like even if I can push through a Bangalore ult, usually I'm not going to, because chances are my teammates won't be able to. So, like, I'll be completely alone if I do. So usually it's just best to wait out a Bangalore ult. So yeah, that's why it's such a good pace control. So anyway,
I think it's actually the first time I've actually seen the alt itself, like, full scale.
yes, yeah, because I see a lot of newer Bangalores just throwing that alt and not really thinking about it. So I definitely understand that. All right. Yeah, abilities, like, whatever character you're playing, ability placement is super important in this game, because, like, the abilities aren't very strong. Like, no abilities are really that strong in comparison to other games, and so, like, you have to be placing them well, or else you're just not getting value out of them. So yeah,
Right.
except for, like, something like Bloodhound's pretty brain dead. You don't have to really think about that. But yeah, or like Loba's also pretty brain dead. Not too much thought has to go into that.
Right. Yeah, that's typically the one I like, or that's the one I started with, because there's not much thought that goes into it.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Loba, actually. Like, she provides guaranteed value every game, and she's got a little bit of mobility, so there's definitely nothing wrong with the Loba. All right, so now let me quickly just sort of describe my thought process on how you could use this offensively, this alt. So
Okay.
if you do use it offensively, you want to use it as a, not a pace control, but a space control. Okay, so you're forcing a team to separate, and you're forcing them to do something that they don't want to do and that you want them to do. So let me give you an example. So let's say I've got my 2 teammates up here, and let's say there's an enemy here, okay, an enemy here, and an enemy here, okay. So once again, like, an enemy here, that's the main guy that we want to focus. That's most important. And then there's 2 guys on the left. If I throw my Bangalore out nice and far, like this, okay, and I tell my teammates to come with me to the right, now that forces the guy that's furthest right to either challenge us 1-on-3, because he was right here. He could challenge us 1-on-3, or run through my Bangalore ult to get to his teammates. So either way, he's doing something that he really doesn't want to do. And so you're using the alt in open space to force them to do something that they don't want to do. The other thing that I didn't mention is the team might just decide to push us off that if we throw it too far, to just completely avoid the Bangalore ult, because if we throw it that far, it'd just be easier for them to push into us. But if we're in an advantageous position, it's going to be so easy for us to kill them from that point on. So anyway, does that make sense how I sort of separated them?
Yeah. You threw it down to where they either have to fight all 3 of you 1v3, or they have to run through the alt as it's detonating.
Exactly. And then, as I'm sure you know, you get stunned for like 8 seconds when you get hit by a Bangalore ult. You can go test it if you want to see how long you get stunned by it for. Go get hit by it on purpose, please, just so you see. And pay attention to how long you get stunned for. Um, yeah, now try to like run
Oh
around.
my.
Yeah, and that's 8 seconds. So if you can stun someone, so a Bangalore ult, it's not even about the damage that you do because it doesn't do that much damage. It's more so about the fact that if you can hit someone and then fight them while they're stunned, you're gonna win that every single time because you see how long that lasted.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
You couldn't
also
sprint, couldn't do anything.
exactly, yeah. And so that's also why it's so bad offensively usually is because if your teammates aren't on the same page with you, so I'm going to throw this left, wrap with me right. Okay? Like that's an example of being on the same page. Um
Mm-hmm.
that's why it's so bad offensively because if your teammates aren't on the same page, even if it hits your teammates, they're also getting stunned for 8 seconds and so that's like 8 seconds that they're out of the fight. So like it's
Mm-hmm.
so bad for the it's just so bad offensively unless you put a tremendous amount of thought into it like I just did. So, yeah. Um yeah, so basically throw it left, wrap wide right, and then usually he can get angles. You can throw it like you can also throw it in ways that forces teams off of advantageous positions. That's really good. But my favorite thing to use it for is just countering third parties because it gives me so much more confidence to fight fights. And then if we do get thirded, I can throw it at that third party and they can't do anything for about 10 seconds, which allows us to unpinch ourselves.
Right.
Because that's the issue with
Yeah.
third parties is, of course, getting pinched. Um,
Yeah.
And so then that's your job as a Bangalore to say, hey, there's a team here. I'm throwing my ult at them. Follow me. We're going to unpinch ourselves because there's no way we win the situation. We're pinched right now by two different teams. So that's your job as a Bangalore. So,
Gotcha.
yeah. Very last way that we can use the alt is if you just get ready to follow me, please. So let's say we get pinched, or like let's say we just want to get out of a situation really badly and we don't want to get chased. So I'm gonna throw my alt. Get ready to follow me, please. Also holster your weapon probably because you'll move faster. So yeah, so I throw my ult in front of us and then we run through it and then it explodes behind us. There's no way we can possibly get chased because it's exploding behind us. So you know, always just throw it in front of you and then run through it if you really need out of something.
So if you're running through it right as it hits, you'll make it.
Yeah, you will. Yeah. And then like once again, remember they get stunned for 8 seconds. So if you stun someone, what you want to do is you want to turn around and shoot them because they're stunned for 8 seconds. So I've done that a ton of times when a team is chasing me. I throw my Bangalore ult, I hit one, and then I get a free kill on one, and now I'm like 1-on-2, for example. So it's a lot more easy for me to deal with that situation now. So
Gotcha.
because they can't move. Like if I hit them, they can't move. So they're basically dead so long as I hit my shots. So yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's all I've got for Bangalore. Any other questions on Bangalore?
No. I think you answered all of the major ones.
Cool. All right. Um, next thing is let's talk about guns now. Is there any other legends that you want to talk about?
Uh, you probably haven't got to play with her too much, the newer one, but I'll probably put that off until later,
Yeah.
until one of the other ones. But for now, I think guns would probably be the way to go.
Cool. Let me just give you just one quick tip. So you want to use her sniper from range and then use her tactical as a way to accelerate. So the issue with running snipers on any other legend, I'm sure as you've noticed, the issue is that you're going to consistently be behind your teammates and you're not going to be able to help them as quickly. But someone like Pathfinder or Vantage, you've got the ability to advance really quickly. So being behind in a fight isn't as much of an issue. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's basically how you want to be using her is to take angles that no other legend can and then use her ability to advance very quickly if your teammates need you. So, yeah. Other than that, I think she's pretty straightforward. I don't have a ton of tips. But if you ever do like have a VOD that you want to review, we can definitely review it and sort of talk. Or if you have specific questions about her, we can talk about it. What's her passive? Oh yeah, her passive. Yeah, so she's a super straightforward character. But yeah, I could also recommend you someone that you could be watching if you want any tips to see exactly how to play her. So yeah, his name's Albrelelli. If you don't know him, by the way, Albrelelli. He has been playing her to perfection. So yeah. All right, moving on. Weapons. So recoil control. Recoil control is pretty much the most important thing in the game. So first thing that I want to debunk is pretty much everyone thinks that every gun, you can look at my screen for this one actually. Yeah, perfect. So everyone thinks that guns have the exact same recoil pattern every time. So just observe the pattern. I think it's ridiculous when people tell you to memorize patterns. I think that's like, it will help you get mediocre level control, but as you can see, this pattern's completely unpredictable. It's completely inconsistent every time. I mean, like, it's a little bit consistent, but it's mostly inconsistent. There's a ton of variation in the pattern. And so when people tell you to memorize patterns, that's like, there couldn't be any worse advice in the world. Instead, what you want to be doing rather than memorizing is you want to get better at reacting to them. So what I'm doing right now, I have no idea what the pattern is. I think that's a terrible idea. So what I'm doing is I'm reacting to it. So I'm simply pulling down to the right when it goes left, and I'm pulling down to the left when it goes right. And that's it. I have no idea what it's going to do. I'm just reacting to it. So it's, does that make sense? Hello?
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah, cool. All good. Yeah, so you understand. It's inconsistent. Don't memorize it. Just learn how to react to it. Now, what I mean by learning how to react to it, what I mean by that is learning how to, not learning how to, but learning the rhythm of specific guns. So when I look at like the flatline has a totally different rate of change than the R301. So the flatline bounces around a lot more than the R301. So it requires less precision, but it requires more consistent adjustments. So that's sort of my philosophy on recoil control. Of course, you can do jitter aiming and recoil smoothing on the flatline.
What's that?
You don't know what jitter aiming is?
Nope.
Yeah, so what jitter aiming is, I'm not a huge fan of it personally, but what jitter aiming is let me grab my mouse. So what jitter aiming is, can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So it's when you do this. So you tense the muscles in your forearm like this. You tense them, and then you sort of almost go in a circle. It's not actually going to be a perfect circle though, but you tense the forearms, and because the fire rate on the flat line is so slow, it basically, if you're tensing, it's sort of like a glitch, and it negates the recoil significantly on the flat line basically. So that's jitter aiming. Yeah, so you tense the muscles in your forearm so that your mouse is shaking, right? And then that negates the recoil significantly. See? So that's jitter aiming. I'm personally, as a controller player, I'm more of a recoil control guy. I just basically control it by holding down and then pulling in the opposite direction that it's pulling. But the easiest way is to jitter aim. You just basically, but it's like the issue with jitter aiming is the fact that, it's sort of hard to track then. So to jitter and track at the same time. So what I mean by that is like if your target's moving, you don't really want to be jittering, because if you're shooting a moving target, you're going to have a lot less recoil anyways. So like this moving target is actually arguably a little bit easier than the standing still targets. Like if this target, let's say it was moving 100% faster, like twice as fast, it'd be significantly easier to control recoil on it, because this game has a mechanic in it built into it called recoil smoothing, which greatly reduces recoil when you're tracking something that's moving. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
pretty much the input of you moving overrides the recoil.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so that's what recoil smoothing is. So yeah, so when you move left or right, that activates recoil smoothing. I kind of suck at it, but that's recoil smoothing. And then, so there's like different ways to recoil smooth. So like if you're tracking a target that's moving like that fast, you've got very little recoil. But if you strafe left and right, that will also negate your recoil significantly. But it takes a little bit of skill to actually execute that.
Gotcha.
A couple of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of what it's called, recoil smoothing. First reason is because let's say I want a corner peek like this, right, and fry him. So it's important. What I'm trying to say is recoil smoothing is not bad, but it's important to learn how to control recoil with and without recoil smoothing. Because for a situation like this, it doesn't make sense for me to recoil smooth when I could just peek nice and tight to the cover like this and fry him, right? Like I'd rather do that because that's a lot faster. And if things go bad, I'm closer to the cover. So it's just a quick peek and a fry, right? Rather than peeking wider than I have to just so I can recoil smooth. So That's one situation where recoil smoothing I'm not a huge fan. Another situation is bumpy surfaces like this. So as you can see, this hill is nowhere near being flat. So if I'm strafing left and right on this, I've got a ton of vertical
movement.
exactly, yeah. So it's going to, in my opinion, it's going to hinder me more than it's going to help me. And so I'd rather not do that. Also, like, you know, especially if I'm on a rock like this, see, it's like slippery, it's garbage. It's just a garbage surface to be shooting on in the first place. So if I happen to be somewhere where I can actually stand still without sliding around, I just want to stay there and be able to control the recoil without moving my feet. So that's why it's super important to be able to control recoil moving and not moving. It's very important to be able to do both. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Cool. Cool, cool. So yeah, that's that. Next, I don't even know. Oh yeah, so that was recoil control. Oh, a couple other tips is we want to practice with gold mags, please. Always practice with a gold mag. The reason is that for that is so that you get the full recoil pattern. Because if you're like with the flatline, if you're only practicing 8 or 20 bullets without a mag, that's not the full recoil pattern. And so that's why we want to practice with a gold mag. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes.
Cool.
Yes.
And then with the R301, I never practice with a barrel stabilizer. So please don't practice with barrel stabilizers because that makes it way easier. And you're not always going to be able to find one in game. Also, I
Right.
don't practice with stocks. That's a little bit controversial, but I don't really see any need to practice with a stock. I think it's a lot harder if I don't have a stock, so I don't practice with a stock. Now let's talk about sights. Usually, I practice with iron sights. I think you should mostly be practicing with iron sights. Also, one other tip is for practicing. Right now, you're not on a flat surface, so you want to be you want to move on to like right here because it's flat. Just because
Gotcha.
it's flat, so it's going to be a lot more consistent. But of course, you can practice on bumpy surfaces as well if you want to practice that specific niche style of practice, which is a bumpy surface. What was I saying? Oh yeah, sights. Usually practice with the iron sight because that's usually the hardest sight to use. But you know how different sights have different feels? Like the 3X feels a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so usually I also love practicing with the 3X because it's so hard to use. For me at least, it's definitely my worst sight. So I'm a big fan of practicing sights that I suck with. And for me, that's a 3X. So yeah. Because I'm a big fan of, in general, practicing things that I suck at rather than things that I'm good at because that's what's actually going to make me better. So
Right.
yeah. Because I see so many people in the habit of practicing what they're good at because that's fun. But at the end of the day, that's only going to make you so much better. You got to practice what you suck at.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, any more questions on recoil control?
No, I think you've taught me how to pretty much practice to get better at it. That's the major thing I needed was like direction on how to get better on it.
Yes, absolutely. So just a couple last tips are definitely practice on this back target here. Try to hit as many bullets as you can. And then you can also practice on these like medium range. If the back's too hard for you, you can start off on the medium. But like I see a lot of people practicing on the medium targets that should be practicing on the back targets. I think the back targets like I think the medium ones are simply just not challenging enough. But if they're still extremely challenging to you, then you can stick with that. But you definitely want to be moving on and challenging yourself on those back targets as soon as you feel comfortable with doing that. Let's see. Also, I see you practicing the Spitfire. You want to stick to the R301 and the Flatline mainly. Those are sort of the two superior guns. I know that maybe for your level right now, the Spitfire is maybe super like good. It definitely
Mm.
like I can totally understand that. Do you find that is the Spitfire really good for you right now?
It it's good in the sense that I don't have to reload.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can just keep shooting. But the downside with the Spitfire is once you start playing against really good players, like if you played against a really good player that had a flatline and you had a Spitfire, he's gonna kill you way faster because the flatline just kills a little bit faster. So I definitely think that like for newer players, if you're playing against other newer players, the Spitfire is probably better than the flatline. But the flatline kills so much faster that you're sort of limiting yourself long term, and so you sort of want to get good with the flatline and the R301 primarily.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Same thing with the alternator. Like I'm sure you've noticed, the alternator is very consistent. It's very easy to use. But if you played
Mm-hmm.
against a good car player, you're gonna get killed so fast that you're just not gonna have a chance. So,
I actually prefer the car
oh,
over most of the guns.
nice. Because it is that because it kills so fast?
Uh, that and the just the versatility of it.
Yeah. Oh, you mean because the different ammo types?
Yep.
Yeah, and the different attachments too. Yeah, it's really really nice. Yeah, yeah. I'm cars definitely my go-to secondary. All right. Moving on. So yeah, that's how you control recoil. I think I touched on everything. Definitely use different sights. You don't want to be only good with one sight, so definitely practice with multiple sights. Next thing. Now let's grab an R301 and an R9, please. R301 and R9, or R301 and car. That works too. It's up to you.
Okay.
It's basically the same thing. The if you're curious, the car. If you're curious quickly on my thoughts on the car versus the R9, the R9 kills faster, but that doesn't mean it's better. I think the car is definitely better. So like the reason why is I prioritize damage per mag over time to kill. So what I mean by that is, yes, the R9 kills maybe slightly faster, but my chances of one clipping with the car are way higher. So they both have 27 bullet mags. If you have a gold mag, both have 27. But the car does, I believe, 13 per bullet. Yeah, the car does 13 per bullet, and the R9 does 11. And so I much prefer the car for that reason, because it just does more per bullet, which allows, or which like equates to a higher damage per mag,
Yep.
which means that your
Because
chances of one clipping are way higher. So
right, having to reload in the middle of a gunfire is pretty much ensuring that you're gonna get blasted pretty quick.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just not worth it. So anyway, if we move over here, whenever you're ready, I will talk about the difference between submachine guns and assault rifles. So what you have right now is you have one submachine gun and one assault rifle. They are the rules that I'm going to show you are the same for all submachine guns and all assault rifles. So first thing, can you stand right here, please? Perfect. And now this is my strafe speed on the R301 when I
Mm-hmm.
know I already showed you this, but I'm going to show you again. This is when I'm aiming down sights, and now this is when I'm hip firing. Now this is my R9. Remember, this is the same for all submachine guns and assault rifles. This is my R9 when I'm aiming down sights, and this is when I hip fire. See, not the exact same, but very close to the same. They're so similar that if you're more comfortable aiming down sights with a submachine gun, it's not really worth it to hip fire. Whereas if you're comfortable hip firing, it's definitely a good idea, but it doesn't matter too much. It just depends on what you're more comfortable with. Now, when it comes to the assault rifle, I can't possibly aim down sights at this range. It's basically illegal because I'm gonna die instantly because I'm just not moving fast enough. So I've got to be hip firing you. I have to be. That's just the fact. So now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So this is the first way that you can sort of work on your hip fire, is just strafing left and right and tracking that target. So can you give that a try? And I'm going to talk about what you should be focusing on. So first of all, obviously that's going to be a little bit on the easy side just because he's not moving. But I'm sure you're off just a little bit when you change directions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the goal here is to get to the point where you can change directions without losing your lock on, basically, so that you're able to stay locked on when you change directions. That's most important. So your mouse hand is adapting to what your left hand is doing, so you can, the goal is to be able to move any direction that you want and still track him. Also, you're definitely on the, like, you're a little bit on the close side. You want to back up just a little, and that's going to help you a lot with your consistency. Usually fighting that close, it's not bad if you're on mouse and keyboard. It's definitely not good if you're on controller, but not bad for mouse and keyboard. Um, but it's still a little bit awkward to aim at that range regardless of input. Now, next thing that you want to work on is, can you stand behind me and sort of observe me now? So what you were sort of doing was like this, like almost like a rainbow strafe.
Mm-hmm.
So you see how it's not, you're doing a little bit of forward and backward movement. You want to stay perfectly left and right like this, because any forward and backward movement is wasted movement. It's not really making you harder to hit. You want to be perfectly left and right so that you, yeah, there you go, much better. So that, because left and right is what's making you harder to hit. Now, next
My
step,
pinky got in the way.
sorry?
My pinky got in the way.
Oh, next step is going to be to, can you stand right behind me now, please? And just observe. Observe from your screen, not my screen. So now you'll see I'm being a little bit inconsistent and unpredictable with my strafe pattern. So a rule that I like to follow, so there's two rules. I'm going to give you one rule that's very important and then a second rule that's more important. So the first rule is never do more than 2 long strafes in a row. So this is an example of a long strafe. I never go longer than this. Never do more than 2 long strafes in a row, and never do more than 3. This is a short strafe now. Never do more than 3 short strafes in a row. So always switch it up. So just like mix in short and long strafes, and that's what's going to make you hardest to hit. So that's going to be your first 2 rules. Now the second rule, that's even more important than the first 2, which I guess would technically be the third, so we're going to call it the third rule, is never, ever, ever strafe in a way that's making you miss. So if it's making you miss, don't do it. Your strafe through practice should be helping you hit your shots more than it makes you miss your shots. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So what I mean by that is your priority, your mindset and your priority. Also, never crouch strafe. You're sort of crouching right now. Yeah, never do that because you're not moving very fast. You're going to be very easy to hit. So your priority. Also, please don't strafe on the bumpy surface. Just get off the.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Just because it's sort of like potentially instilling bad habits, unless you want to specifically practice strafing on an uneven surface, which I think that is something that's very advanced that not even I work on. I don't think there's much value in that, but yeah. So the what's the thing? Oh, so the philosophy now. So the philosophy is never, ever, ever strafe in a way that's making you miss. Your strafe, the primary goal is your strafe should be helping you hit your shots before it makes you miss your shots. You shouldn't be in the mindset of making your opponent miss. You should be in the mindset of strafing in a way that helps you hit your shots, because if you're strafing, so long as you're hitting your shots, that's good enough. Your strafe is going to make your opponent miss no matter what direction you're going. So yes, I said never do more than two longs and 3 shorts in a row, but at the same time, you can break that rule if it means hitting your shots. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. So yeah, that's that. Now you can try that with shooting and let me know how it feels and ask if you have any questions. Do you understand what I mean by strafing in a way that's going to help you hit your shots?
Yeah, I don't want to juke my own aiming out.
Exactly. Let me give you a little bit more in depth. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So let's say I'm over aiming to the left. I would never strafe left if I'm over aiming to the left. I'm going to strafe right if I'm over aiming to the left. See? That's what I mean.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ah.
All right. Any questions on that?
No, not at all.
Cool. Next one is going to be submachine guns. So look at my screen for this one, please. So now submachine guns. Submachine guns are very dominant at this range because I've got so much movement speed and I can ADS. So if this guy is an assault rifle, he's pretty much, I mean, he's not dead, but like I'm at such a big advantage because if you can strafe that fast and hit your shots, like I'm moving super, super fast and still having a ton of accuracy. I can even do it kind of from a little bit further back. I'm going to be a little bit less accurate. But like if you can stand this range and hit your shots this well against an assault rifle player, you're going to be frying him because he's going to be basically standing still. Because this is too far to hip fire from. Like I can't really hip fire from back here. See? Like, I mean, I guess I can a little. That wasn't bad, but it was a little lucky. That was a little lucky. See, like, I can't really hip fire from back here. So anyway, like, if that guy has a submachine gun, he's basically going to fry me because if I try to hip fire him, I'm not going to be accurate enough. And if I try to ADS him, I'm not going to be moving fast enough. The place I learned that, if you're curious, is Nicewig, a guy called Nicewig. He's an pro controller player. And he absolutely fried me with a submachine gun one day. Like, he had a submachine gun and I had an assault rifle at this range, and he fried me because he knew how to do that and I didn't. So basically, you want to practice this a lot so that you can hit your shots while you're moving that fast. The first step is going to be to ADS like this and just work on your tracking, just like with the hip fire on the assault rifle. Just work on that tracking while you're ADSing. So you can give that a try.
All right. right about here.
Yeah, that's good. You can do a little closer, just so long as you're on flat ground. Also, that's why I practice on this dummy, is because he has flat ground in front of him. The other dummies don't have flat ground in front of them, so yeah.
Gotcha.
Perfect. Awesome. Nice. Switching it up. Very good. So you see those, stand behind me, please. You see your strafes that are this short?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit on the short side because you're not really doing anything. Watch me do it again. Just watch me do it. See,
Gotcha.
it's not really doing too much. So you want to go a little bit longer than that. Not too much longer, but just a little bit longer for your short strafes. Very nice. Yeah, that's looking good. Yeah, and you're switching it up. That's perfect. And so long as you're able to hit your shots while you're doing that, that's most important. Remember, the strafe pattern, at the end of the day, the pattern itself doesn't matter that much so long as you're hitting your shots and strafing. Because if you're strafing even just a little, your opponent's going to be missing a little, at least.
Mm.
So as you can see, like, it's a little bit hard to do that and hit your shots at first. But with practice, you're going to become a lot better at that. So, yeah. And then you can practice different ranges. There's like a ton of different ranges that you could practice. But like you could start out just practicing right here. I think that's pretty good. And then as you get more comfortable, you can back up a little and maybe even practice over like on this platform, like from back here. And then like you can practice from different platforms, from different ranges, sort of. But yeah, like once we get to like back here, you're not really going to be strafing from this far away in game. I mean, you will be a little. But mostly you're going to be, your priority is just to hit your shots from that range, so. All right, cool. Any questions on that?
No, perfect sense.
Awesome. All right, next thing is going to be assault rifles. So now assault rifles, we want to play very cover to cover. You can look at my screen again, please. So assault rifles, we want to play very cover to cover. We don't want to be out in the open. We want to play cover to cover like this. It's okay if we're out in the open. So if we are out in the open with an assault rifle, it's going to look like this. See, nice and fast. Just super fast. We have to get first shot off though, because the submachine gun, it's acceptable to not get first shot off with a submachine gun because you still have a little bit of movement. You still have a little bit of movement that you can rely on to make your opponent miss. Whereas the assault rifle, like I can't hip fire from this far away. And so if I'm ADSing, I just don't have enough movement to, like, if my opponent is decent at the game, he's not going to miss at all. So one other thing that I want to show you is, do you know what flinch is?
Like whenever you get shot.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So aim down sights, please. So watch, right now you have armor. So if I shoot you, you're not going to flinch. See that? No flinch. But now when I crack your armor, see, you are flinching. See? So, yeah, so whoever cracks the other person's armor first is usually going to win the fight. And so that's why it's so important to get first shot off with an assault rifle. Whereas in a submachine gun, you can move so fast that you can sort of count on your opponent to miss at least a little, that it's going to negate that flinch to a certain extent. So,
Gotcha.
yeah. So, now one last thing with assault rifles. If I do get caught out in the open at this range, you can look at my screen again, please. If I do get caught out in the open at this range, what I can do is a hipfire transfer. So like, see, once again, my hipfire is just not very accurate at this range. But now a hipfire transfer is where I start off ADSing and I transfer into a hipfire. See? And now I've got the precision of the ADS with the the precision of the ADS and the accuracy with the strafe speed of the hipfire. So in full motion, it's going to look like that. That was a little bit sloppy, but it's going to look like this. See, so now I'm able to sort of combine them both. See, so I start off aiming, and then I transition back and forth so that I combine the precision with the speed. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. Yeah, so that's a hipfire transfer. That one's definitely like expert level. That's super, super difficult, especially at different ranges and especially with different sights. So watch this with the 3X. It's extra, extra hard with the 3X because the transition from ADS to hipfire is a lot more, what's it called? Awkward, because it's, the transition
view changes so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, that's that. So practice it with 3X. Practice it with whatever sight you want. Like definitely start off with a 1x, but the 3x is going to be the hardest. And so that's what you want to use. Usually. I mean, like maybe you could start off with 1x though, because you're just learning. So, yeah. Do you want to try that?
Yeah, sure. Where's it at?
A 3x? Yeah, so you'll see the transition's very awkward on the 3x.
All right. Where's this one, right? Yeah, that is incredibly weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Fairly accurate though whenever you do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're gonna love that with a bit of practice. You're really gonna like that one. So yeah, that's that. Any questions on that?
Not
Cool. Next. Next. I guess let's just quickly talk about how to control the car. All right, so the car, I'm just quickly looking, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So the car is a gun that I recoil smooth a ton. So once again, recoil smoothing is when you use your strafe to negate the recoil. So watch, you'll see my aim is a little bit sloppy because like just watch my recoil control. It's not, I guess that wasn't too bad, but it's definitely a little bit on the sloppy side. So I want to be using my strafe to negate the recoil. Once again, it's a submachine gun, of course, so I want to be strafing anyway so that I'm harder to hit. But not only am I harder to hit when I strafe, I'm also a lot more accurate. You may not be able to feel it as well as I can feel it, but I'm way more precise when I am strafing. What I'm saying is I've got way less recoil, so at the end of the day, if I'm missing, it's more so my fault. Whereas if I'm standing still, and I miss, so sometimes it's the recoil's fault. There's just like so much recoil that it's sort of the recoil's fault. So, yeah.
Gotcha. Oof.
So yeah, that's the car. It's just got so much horizontal recoil that I find it pretty much necessary to be strafing in order to control this gun. But it's like you said, like you love the car. The car is awesome. It's pretty much one of the best guns in the game. So yeah.
Yeah, my roommate who started playing this game before me was like, "Oh, I hate it. It's so bad." And I was just like, "What are you talking about? I've just started playing the game, and it's by far my favorite."
Yeah. Yeah, some people, like, I didn't like it at first because it was so hard to control, but once I realized how fast it kills, I changed my mind very quickly. Which actually I predicted. Because in Season 10, when this gun first came out, no one really used it, and I sort of predicted that everyone was going to start using it because the time to kill was so high, or so low. But yeah, that's a car. Do you have any questions on weapons or, like, weapon loadout?
Yeah. If I were to run a car as a primary, what secondary would you use?
So like honestly, I wouldn't run the car as a primary because its range just isn't good enough. Um, I mean, like if you're thinking like maybe we're thinking of primaries and secondaries like backwards, but it's definitely the range. Just to tell you the truth, the range is not really acceptable. Like I can't like see like at that range, I can't make that guy think ouch, right? Like you know I can do a little bit of damage, but he's not gonna say like ow, like he's not gonna like you know get hurt badly. So that's
Right.
why the car as a primary isn't really something I'd recommend. Um, but if you're talking about like I don't know, it might combine well if you are running it as a primary. Maybe like a sniper or a shotgun. Like it depends if you want to be like an absolute close range demon, then you could go car with a shotgun. That would be nasty. Um, but yeah, to tell you the truth, I'd much rather go like car with an R301. Run the R301 as my primary. Use mostly the R301, and then the car just use it kind of like a shotgun.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. because you know what I mean by its range. Like it's just not really,
Mm-hmm.
unless you
After
were
about 25, 30 meters, there's like the effectiveness of it's almost nothing.
exactly, yeah. Whereas something like the R301 is just so much more versatile, or the Flatline, they're just so much more versatile. So yeah. But anyway, so like good combos. I would run Scout Car, so I'll just go through them. Scout Car is nasty. It's really good, but I'd prefer R301 car. Spitfire car, if I can't find in one of the other two guns, I'd go Spitfire car. And this is just for light guns, by the way, specifically for light guns. Now moving on to heavies, I would go or first option would be flatline car. Second option would be hemlock car. Third option would be repeater car. And then of course, energy weapons aren't bad either. Like Volt car isn't bad, but you're going to be a little bit close range. Like your range will be limited with Volt car. Um, Devotion car and Havoc car. If you can control those two guns at range, I know some mouse and keyboard players can. I personally can't, but yeah, I could give you a couple tips on controlling those guns at range if you want.
Yeah, sure. Which
Cool.
ones were it?
So Devotion and Havoc. So Devotion and Havoc. First of all, like I just want to point out that I suck with them. But okay, so the reason why I suck at them is because you have to practice them so much to stay good at them. That's why. So like, let me switch. So what I mean by that is, yeah, that's not too bad.
Let's speed up.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so anyway, like the biggest tip that I'm trying to give you is basically getting used to the rhythm and the rate of change. So can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
So like you just pull down and then you sort of flick your mouse back like right and left very, very quickly. It's almost like jitter aiming, like what I taught you earlier. You're just making super rapid changes. So like it's mostly getting used to the rhythm of the gun and the rate of change, which I know may not be super, super helpful because it's not like, you know, that's not really a game breaking tip. It's just mostly opening your mind to the possibility that it is possible to control. And like if I were someone who practiced this, like I haven't practiced this in like probably a month or two. But if I were someone who practiced this often, then I could be pretty good with it. So just practice, and getting a feel for the rate of change. And that now the Havoc, let's see, same thing with the Havoc. The Havoc has a totally different rhythm than the Devotion.
Much slower.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. And so yeah, the Havoc's also very, very possible to control, but just takes a ton of practice. Like, so my biggest tip is you're if you want to use these guns in game, you're going to have to practice them for at least a minute a day, maybe every 2 days, just to get a feel for them. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to fry with them, basically. Oh, also the recoil smoothing is very effective on these guns. So where you strafe left and right and use that to control your recoil, that's very, very effective. So yeah, that is that.
Gotcha. Sorry, my roommates are just getting home.
Oh, it's all good, no worries. Um, yeah, that's all I've got for that. Um, yeah, definitely use the recoil smoothing, and just like honestly a ton of practice. You're gonna have to practice that one a lot if you want to use it. Of course, you can combine the car with a sniper. I'm not a big sniper fan myself. Oh, the best combo though is car wingman. That's such a good combo. It's a really, really good combo. Because it's just so versatile at so many different ranges. So yeah. Oh yeah, and then car with a shotgun if you want to be like a close range demon. But I definitely prefer like car with a assault rifle. Any other
Gotcha.
weapon combo questions?
No, I think you answered the questions I had for that.
Cool, cool.
Uh,
I'll just
yeah.
I just want to quickly go over some of my favorite combos. So my favorites are R301 car, flatline car. So like first of all, I consider the R301 and the flatline to be basically the same gun. I prefer the R301, but they are very similar, so I just sort of use both of them. So yeah, flatline car, R301 car, flatline volt, R301 volt, and then like flatline like either one. I'm just gonna say flatline, but I mean both. And then with like an R9, either one with an R9, either one with a Volt, either one with a car. That's like sort of my go-tos. And then,
Okay.
of course, I love the Peacekeeper as a secondary too. I'm a huge fan of the Peacekeeper because there's certain things that you can do with it that you can't do with any other gun, which we will get into in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, the Peacekeeper. Also the Eva now. The Eva has been buffed. I think the Eva is an excellent gun.
Mm-hmm.
And we're also going to talk about that. I personally prefer the Peacekeeper, but I think the Eva is definitely better overall. But my personal preference is the Peacekeeper just because I'm a little bit better with it. So,
Gotcha.
um, yeah, those are my weapon combos. Oh, also Wingman. I'm a big Horizon player, so I'm not a big fan of the Wingman because it's not the best on Horizon. But any other legend, I think the Wingman's definitely one of the best guns in the game right now.
Why specifically not with Horizon?
So the reason is because I don't really like running it as a secondary. So if you could see my screen, I will quickly show you. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. All right, so let me show you. So this is what my R301 looks like with Horizon. See, so I can queue up and fry people super hard. See, because it's full auto, so it's super easy. Now the Wingman, see, it's a lot harder. It's doable, it is
Oh,
possible. But like if that guy's moving at all, first of all, if he's moving and I have an R301, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really affect me too much. But if he's moving at all and I have a Wingman, it's so hard. So full autos on Horizon are nasty for that reason. So once again, like the Wingman, like it's definitely doable. Um, but now if we compare it to the R301, remember they're standing still, so it's maybe not perfectly fair. But like, see, the R301s is just like it's nasty. So, or the flatline. The flatline's the same as R301. So yeah. Now the Wingman isn't terrible as a secondary because like I can shoot a couple shots with the like it's very nice for that. Like I mean like let's just say I didn't one clip him, so like I shoot like 10 bullets and then I want to switch like that. Like it's very nice for that. But it's not bad as a secondary. It's just not my personal favorite as a secondary. I much prefer a car, like any submachine gun or a Peacekeeper. So yeah, does that answer your question?
yes.
Awesome. Um, let's see what's next. But the Wingman, like combine the Wingman with a car on like Bangalore, if I'm playing Bangalore, for example, that's awesome. Let me give you a couple quick Wingman tips. So you want to use your strafe to aim. That's the first tip. So you want
Okay.
to like, first of all, the thing with the Wingman is we get 100% strafe speed with it while we're aimed down sights. So even faster than a submachine gun. So we want to be using our strafe to help us aim, basically. So you don't want to be flicking a ton. You can flick a little if you're really good at flicking, but I wouldn't really recommend it because that's going to be inconsistent. We want to basically keep our cursor nice and straight. Make very micro adjustments with your mouse, like barely adjust at all with your mouse. And the whole point of the Wingman is strafe. Okay, that's the whole point, is to be using your strafe. And so you barely want to be touching your mouse at all. You're just going to be making micro adjustments with it. And then
You want to
using your strafe.
strafe into them.
Sorry?
You want to strafe into the shot, is what you're saying.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. And then one other tip is like, let's say I'm just making up numbers so you better understand this. So let's say my Wingman strafe or my Wingman fire rate, let's say it shoots every second, okay? I'm going to shoot strafe to the left for half a second, strafe to the right for half a second, and then it's going to be ready to shoot again in the exact same place. See what I mean?
Oh, okay. You want your strafes to be coordinated with how fast you can reshoot.
Exactly, yeah. So see how I always end up shooting in the same place as I started. Not always, but like usually. So that way I barely have to aim at all. That's, of course,
Yeah,
if my opponent isn't moving. If your opponent is moving, you're going to have to rely on a lot more skill, of course.
right.
But like, let's say he has an R301. At this range, if he has an R301, he has to be aiming down sights, which means he's barely going to be moving anyway. And so, like, I can absolutely destroy him with a Wingman at this range. So that's why the Wingman's so strong. Does that make sense? I think you're muted.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah, cool. All good.
I have a like very distant sensitive mic, so if I'm not right up to it, it doesn't pick it up.
Okay, I see. I understand. All right, that's a Wingman. Now, moving on to the Peacekeeper. You just keep watching my screen, please, for this.
Gotcha.
All right, so first thing is going to be time to kill. So like a huge misconception is that the Peacekeeper kills faster than like full auto guns, close range, and that simply isn't true. You would think because it's a shotgun it does, but it doesn't. So let's just look body shots only, no headshots. You'll see they're they're not the exact same. It's very slow. Now watch the R301. Very fast. It's much faster. And so I'll just show you just one more time just so you get a good understanding. Peacekeeper, kind of slow. Now R301, no headshots. If we were hitting headshots, the R301 has an even better headshot multiplier. So like just quick example, see it's like basically instant. And then the Peacekeeper would take 2 shots usually. So yeah, headshots make this test lean even further in the R301's favor. Now quickly, like if I'm out in the open, the R301 is just so superior because like I can do that so fast. Now if I'm out in the open with the Peacekeeper, just like fighting real time, it's just so much slower. So I'm not trying to convince you that the Peacekeeper is bad. What I'm trying to convince you of is that you need to be playing a specific style with the Peacekeeper. You need to be playing strategically with it. So see like this with the Peacekeeper. Because now if that guy's an R301, I'm hitting him like, you know, for a lot of damage every time. At least 60 every time. Usually closer to 90 or 100 though. And he's hitting me for about 18 every time. Maybe like 20 with the R301. When I peek this quickly, he's barely hitting me for anything. So it's a matter of strategy, right? So
Gotcha.
that's the first way so we want to be playing around cover with the Peacekeeper. We don't want to be out in the open. I mean, we can be, right? Like if we get first shot off like this, like swing out, Peacekeeper, 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 that's not bad. That's not the end of the world. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't know, let's say we miss the first shot, like as you know, I'm sure like you miss a lot, so like I'm kind of purposefully missing. That's like sort of a more realistic Peacekeeper engagement. Usually it takes more like 4 shots rather than 2 or 3. So unless you just happen to not miss. So yeah. Anyway, next thing with the Peacekeeper is of course bubble fighting. Like if I'm a Gibby player, the Peacekeeper is obviously far superior. So like because bubble fighting right in and out of the bubble, there's just nothing he can do if he doesn't have a Peacekeeper. Next thing is going to be like, this is how a lot of Peacekeeper players use the Peacekeeper out in the open, is like this. So slide out like this, boom, Peacekeeper, full auto. Oops, that took an extra second. Let me show you how it would actually take, or how it actually look. It would actually look like this. So you slide out, Peacekeeper, full auto, boom. See, like that's sort of the fastest way to kill because it guarantees a 1 clip. So if you hit a Peacekeeper shot into full auto, it's just guaranteeing the 1 clip. So
Gotcha.
yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, so that's the Peacekeeper. Now quickly moving on to the Eva. The Eva, like you don't want to do this thing that I showed you. It's pretty stupid to do that on the Eva because it's only hitting for like because the fire rate's way higher. I'd much rather just stick to the Eva, just Eva until he's dead. Whereas like the Peacekeeper, it's Peacekeeper and then full auto, right? Because the Eva's fire rate's way higher, it just doesn't make sense to be switching weapons. So
right.
Now the Eva, we want to barrel stuff with it. Do you know that it's full auto?
Yes.
Yeah, so it is full auto. Usually, I don't recommend using it full auto unless you're playing against someone who's standing still. Because if this guy's moving, I'm sure as you've noticed, it's a little bit inconsistent when you use full auto. Usually what you want to do is time your shots, make every shot count. Because the fire rate's so slow anyways. I mean, it's not really like a full auto gun. So like you just want to time your shots, make every shot count like what I just did. So it's basically the same fire rate as if I was using it full auto, but rather than just shooting as fast as I can, I sort of just take my time just a little more just to make sure that I'm hitting every shot. So yeah.
Makes sense.
Cool. And like if you don't fully understand what I'm saying, it might just take you a little bit of experimenting, like sort of experiment with using it full auto against someone who's not standing still versus using it full auto again, or not full auto, like sort of just 1 shot at a time. It's definitely superior to use it 1 shot at a time. Next thing, I would
see what that feels like really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah.
See, so if you shoot it single fire, it basically shoots just as fast, but you can just be way more precise. So
That makes sense
Yeah.
for sure.
Cool. Next thing is going to be double tap. So there's this new double tap attachment. It's not actually new, but they just brought it back. So I just want to quickly debunk it. Can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so double tap. This is without headshots, by the way. See, it kills that fast. It seems very good, but now watch single fire. It's way better in single fire. See, that's way faster. So, and the double tap is way harder to aim because you have to track for way longer with the double tap. It makes it way harder to aim. So you definitely want to be using single fire. I think the double tap attachment on the Eva, I think it's a waste of time, but you can sort of experiment with for yourself if you don't fully understand. Yeah, give it a quick try so you just get a feel for it. So if you're playing against someone who's moving, the double tap's way harder to use. It's way harder to use. So yeah, it's not bad. You'll definitely have moments of like, oh my god, this attachment is awesome. You'll definitely have moments like that, but I wouldn't recommend it. I think single fire is way better. So yeah. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Cool. All right, that's all I've got for gun stuff. Unless you want to talk snipers, do you have any sniper questions?
If you have any Sentinel tips, sure.
Yeah. So Sentinel, like it's more so you're just going for one big shot per fight. So like, oops. So what I mean by that is it does so much damage and the fire rate is so slow. Usually you're not going to be able to hit more than 2 shots in a fight. So it's the type of thing where you charge it up, go for a big shot. Do you know that you can charge it with cells?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So you charge it up, hit a big shot, and then tell your teammates to push, right? That's pretty much it. Like, hey, I hit a big shot, just push, right? That's sort of the mindset of the Sentinel. So, yeah. That's really all there's to it. It's not my personal favorite gun because it's sort of weak close range or sort of luck-based. Not luck-based, but just definitely inconsistent close range.
Right.
I'll quickly compare it to the other snipers. So the charge rifle is the most consistent long range because it has no bullet drop. It's by far the easiest long range. It's very easy. But it also does the least amount of damage. So I think the charge rifle, in my opinion, for a legit sniper playstyle, I think the charge rifle is undebatably the best. But it just doesn't do that much damage close range. So it's very weak medium range, very weak because you're going to get outgunned by our 301s and flatlines. The Sentinel, I already explained that. Now the longbow, can you look at my screen, please, so I can explain this one?
Yep.
So the longbow, just quickly, you see the time to kill on that?
Mm-hmm.
It's so fast, right? So you can dish out a lot more damage because, look, it's got 12 bullets in a mag if you have a good mag on it. 12 bullets. So you can dish out so much more damage with the longbow. So much faster than the Sentinel. I mean, the Sentinel is faster because like it's just one big shot type of thing, right? But it takes so much longer to actually fully kill someone. And you can't apply as much pressure on a single team. I'm not saying one is better than the other. It's just important to understand the difference. And now, of course, if I've got a skull piercer, there's really no advantage to the Sentinel. So,
Shit, the longbow can use the skull piercer. I didn't know that.
yes, yeah. So, anyway, that's sort of the difference. They're like I rate all 3 of the snipers. I rate them the exact same. I think they're all the exact same. They just have their own strengths and weaknesses. So it's just important to understand what strength you're going for. If you're looking to get a red armor and just farm your Evo shields and do a ton of damage in long range, definitely the charge rifle is best because it's the easiest to use. You're not going to miss. Like the truth is, you're not going to miss with the charge rifle. It's so easy. The longbow, you're going to miss a little. And you can, but the advantage is you can apply way more pressure to a team because you can shoot way faster and you have way more bullets in one clip. So that's the advantage of a longbow. Now the Sentinel, the advantage is the damage per shot. You can do way more damage per shot. And so if you happen to hit a big shot, your chances of winning that fight are way higher than they were before. So that's the advantages of each one. Any questions?
No, man, you answered it.
Cool. And then the Wingman is, of course, not even a gun that deserves to be a sniper. I don't even know. Actually, I do know why they made it a sniper, and I don't disagree with the decision. But, yeah. Do you know why? It's because of economy, if you didn't know.
The economy?
Yeah, so um um you know how a stack of sniper bullets is 28
Uh-huh.
and a stack of heavy bullets is 60?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean by economy. Um that is 100% the reason why they made it a sniper, is just because they wanted to fix the economy. Because now if you think about like heavy bullets on a flat line versus heavy bullets on a wingman, let's quickly do the math. So 60 bullets times 45, that's without headshots. So 60 times 45, which is what the damage the wingman does per bullet. So you could technically, without headshots, do 2,700 damage with one stack of wingman ammo when it was heavy bullets. Now, the flatline does, what does it do? 18 per bullet. And so 18 times 60, 18 times 60 is 1,080. So you can't even do half the damage with a stack of flatline. So it's like, that's why. It's just the economy. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. Perfect
Yeah,
sense.
cool, cool. So that is why they made the wingman a sniper. All right. Now, which is just a little bit annoying because it can't use heavy mags. I think it should still be able to use heavy mags, but whatever. Ooh, it'd be so cool if they made it be able to use sniper and heavy mags. That'd be so nice, but yeah. I just, so like the biggest thing I don't like about the laser sight thing is, first of all, the attachment's pretty useless because, like I said, we don't really hip fire SMGs anyways because there isn't really any point. And also, the other reason I don't like it is because now I can't hold barrel stabilizers on my SMGs. That's sort of something that's pretty frustrating. I don't really even care about the barrel stabilizer on the SMG. It's just not being able to hold one is sort of annoying, because then I can't transfer my attachments as well to my assault rifle. So, yeah.
Right.
But anyway, that's enough complaining about this stupid update. Um,
I mean, the gold backpack update where you can carry 3 shells or bats instead.
yes, I actually love that. I think that's awesome. It might be a little bit strong, a little bit too strong, but it is what it is. Um, and I love the gold knockdown. Like, I'm so happy that it's out of the game, the self revive, because like as a solo player, I mean, I play solo a little. It's just the most frustrating thing when you knock 2 people and then you're 1-on-1 and then you happen to be 2-on-1 because of a self revive, which is pretty stupid. But yeah. Okay.
How do you do the wall jump?
Yeah, so for this one, we'll talk about that in just a second. I just don't want to get, so that's like sort of step 2. I just want to give you step 1 first. So
Gotcha.
the first thing that we're going to talk about is going to be slide jumps off things. So what we do for this, are you on auto sprint?
No, I have the shift button.
Okay, cool. Cool, cool. This one's definitely easier with auto sprint, but I definitely understand if you don't want auto sprint. So what you do for this one is you climb up, activate sprint as soon as you climb up, hold W and slide jump. Oops, I messed up. But it looks like this if you want to see what it looks like. So we climb up, activate sprint, and then slide jump like that. So you can try that. So the goal here is we're going to stand perfectly still beside it. Yeah, you got it. Nice. Perfect. All right. Next one's going to be a 90-degree slide jump. That's where we turn 90 degrees like that and then slide jump. So like this, stand still, boom. So we just turn our camera 90 degrees. Nice. You got it. You didn't get 90 degrees, but you definitely got the got a nice first try.
Whoops.
So same thing, just turn a little sharper.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Perfect. So that's that one. I'll just quickly show you where I would use this now. So I would use it right here like this. So if I'm using this thing as cover, I hit someone for 100. I just use it to quickly slide to advance on them very, very quickly. That's where you'd use that. So remember, like we can be standing perfectly still beside it and still activate that. So that's a slide jump. All right, next one is going to be a ledge jump. So a normal jump will bring you half the length of this thing for a normal jump, half the length. Now a ledge jump will bring you the full length like that. So that's a ledge jump. Any questions on that? You can try it.
That's
So you just jump, you just climb, hold W and jump. Oh, also sprint too. Make sure you sprint.
Oh, gotcha. Mm.
There you go. You got it. Next one is going to be a 90-degree ledge jump like that. So we just, same thing, we just turn our camera 90 degrees, and then, yeah, you almost got it. Just give it one more try. Got it. Perfect. Now I'll show you where we would use these. If you want to stand right here, please, and just kind of pretend that we're fighting. Like, try to track me when I jump over your head. So if I jump over your head like this, see, that's very hard to track, right? So see, once again, jump over your head, very hard to track. Now you try jumping over my head, and you'll see it's very easy for you to track. So you definitely want to be looking, see, that's very easy for you, right? So you definitely want to be looking to do that to people because it's very hard to track. So now the 90 degree, so let's say I'm here and you're there, I just go 90 degree over your head now. So like it's a lot more versatile because now I can go whatever direction I have to go. So you can try doing that to me.
Instead of just swinging the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, it's so much better to jump over someone's head. See? So, yeah. And ideally, you want to go right over my head so that I have to turn around because that's what makes this extra hard to deal with. So I try to just go right over my head. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's like...
Just gotta hit the shots.
That's so annoying to have that happen to you. That doesn't really happen to me. Like, people don't really do that to me anymore because I'm very good at reading it. So, like, not allowing that to happen to me. So you definitely want to get to the point where you're not allowing that to happen to you. And you want to get to the point where you're doing that to other people. That's that. Next one, wall bouncing. All right, so wall bouncing. Any questions on that?
Nope, not at all.
Let me quickly show you too. We just walk. You can do this on any height of object. We can do the slides like off this height. See, like this. We can do a little ledge slide. It's a lot harder to time off a taller object, but yeah, you can do it off any height. Same thing with the jump. And then you can also do it like off these shorter objects too. So whatever height you want to do it off of, you can do it off of. So that's that. All right, see, we can do it off here too, which I know I already showed you, but yeah. All right, next thing is going to be wall bounces. So right here, we just start right here, please, and run straight into the wall, slide, jump in, and then jump. So we slide, jump. Yeah. So holster your weapon, please, so that you have a little more momentum. Yeah. And then slide, jump, jump. So you jump, and then you jump when you make contact with the wall. Try to slide from a little further away, please. Good. Make sure you're facing the wall. Do you want to see me do it?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll watch you.
See? So I'm facing the wall like that. Because if I go like this, like let's say I'm not looking at the wall, I'm just going to rub off of it. I'm not going to actually connect it to it. So I want to make sure I'm facing the wall. Close. Oh, release W too. Once you're in the air, release W. So try to slide from a little further away, please. Try to slide and jump from further away.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now try to jump from further away. Oh, dead slide.
Let go of the sprint button.
There you go. Yeah, that was it. That was it. Yeah, keep practicing though. Try to jump from further away. Close, close. Try to jump from closer than that. That was too far. Close. Try to jump from closer. Yeah, you got it. You got it. But now try to time the jump a little better on the wall because you sort of did this and then jumped. You sort of connected and then jumped. You want to try to make it nice and... Oops, I completely missed. Yeah, there you go. That was perfect. That was a perfect one. So with wall bounces, what you want to do is get good at approaching it from different angles and doing it off different shaped walls, so that you can do it like, you know, you want to be able to do it off different walls basically. So, yeah. That's a wall bounce.
Gotta let go of W.
Yeah. Good.
I don't know how I got that to work that time, but...
Yeah, you just barely squeezed it in. That was cool. You were on the wall for a while there. So anyway, yeah, that's that. Just
That's
take,
something I could practice on my own time, I think.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it takes a ton of practice. Practice different surfaces, like practice this. So yeah. All right, next one. I'll just quickly run you through these. Or actually, yeah, just keep practicing that for just one, like 30 seconds. I got to get a peacekeeper for this. I prefer a peacekeeper. It doesn't really matter what gun I have, but definitely prefer a peacekeeper for this one. All right. Next one is going to be a bounce peak. Can you stand right here? We're just going to run through these super fast because you're not going to get them today because you're new to this, but you can
Gotcha.
practice these on your own time, and then if you have questions, you can ask next session. So
Absolutely.
first one's going to be a bounce peak like this. See, so it's super,
Oh.
yeah, it's super cool because I'm able to peek you and you're not really even able to hit me at all. So the way I do this, first thing you have to understand is if I approach from here, I've got a ton of momentum going left here. So that's what happens if I don't manipulate my momentum. So how I manipulate my momentum, of course, I don't want to do this because now I'm out in the open. So it's not as cool because I'm way easier to kill then. So now what you do is once you wall bounce, you want to hold D like that. See, now that's how I make my momentum go to the right. So my momentum is going left because I approached wide right, right? And so I want my momentum to go right. I mean, like I want it to kind of go neither left or right. So I counter or I compensate for the leftward momentum with inputting D. Um, Now, if I approach from here, let me show you the momentum. It goes like this if I don't control the momentum. And so what I want to do now is I wall bounce and I input D a little, but not a lot, just a little bit, just for like maybe half a second so that I just stay nice and tight. So the amount that you're inputting D for this is dependent on the angle. Now this is a little bit of D, but not too much. Now, if you want to stand right here and observe the angle, can you stand right here, please, and observe the angle? Now, observe how much I'm inputting W. See, like that, right? So like, see, I'm staying nice. So like, if I don't input W at all, I'm going to go like this. See? So of course, I want to release W so that I bounce. And then once you release it, you input just a little bit of W so that you stay nice and tight to the wall like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you want your momentum to start moving back towards that wall.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So that is the bounce peak. Definitely best with the Peacekeeper for that, but you can do it with any gun. I've done it with the R301 before and it worked excellent, but definitely best with the Peacekeeper. Any questions on that?
No, not at all.
Cool, cool. Next one's going to be a bounce off a shorter object, so right here like this. So how we do this is we are going to approach from here. And if we want to go left, right when we bounce, we input A. Okay? If we want, and then if we want to go right when we bounce, we input D. And that's all there is to it. Because the reason for this is because it's short. So if we don't input anything, we're going to do this. If we just let go of W and don't input anything. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool. So that's that. Next one is going to be you actually,
Whoops.
yeah, you almost kind of got it, but you you didn't really bounce. But yeah, that's that one. Practice it like at this angle right here. This angle is going to be easiest right here. Ooh, close, close. You didn't jump. I could tell you were holding A, but you didn't jump. Close. Close, close. But yeah, this is definitely like an advanced one. So you probably want to master the very first one, and then you can move on to this.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that one. All right, next thing is I'm just going to quickly show you, if you could observe my screen, please. I'm going to quickly show you how I bounce at an angle like this. I'm actually messing up, but so pay attention to my camera. Like pay attention to what direction I'm facing. So you'll see last second. So if I want to bounce at an angle, last second I turn my camera into the wall. So what I'm doing here is, like, if I just do this, if I don't turn my camera in, I'm just going to slide off. So I've got to be looking at the wall in order to bounce off of it. So if I want to bounce at an angle, it's like that. So that is it. Sorry?
Gotcha.
Cool, cool. Awesome. All right, next one's going to be a fatigue bounce. If you want to come over here. So fatigue bounce now is where we just jump at the wall. So first thing that you need to understand is, what is jump fatigue? So jump fatigue is, my first jump is always higher than my second jump. So you see right now we have jump fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why it's called a fatigue bounce. It's also a momentum thing too. So we need to not have momentum. Watch this. Watch when I try to wall bounce without sliding when I have momentum. See, it just doesn't work. So when I have momentum, I have to slide like that, right? But when I don't have momentum, I don't have to slide. If I do slide when I don't have momentum, it won't work. But see, now I'm able to wall bounce normally. It's called a fatigue bounce or an infinite wall bounce because I can just keep doing it because I have jump fatigue, right? I don't have momentum. So that's that.
Gotcha.
That is my favorite wall bounce. This is my favorite wall bounce because it's so much more versatile, because now I don't need momentum. Like before, we needed momentum. So this one's just so versatile because we don't need momentum. So yeah, we basically just jump at the wall, and then jump again. And you can hold whatever key you want depending on the direction that you want to go. So this one, the timing is very difficult. It's very easy for me to explain. As you can tell, the explanation is very, very easy. But to actually execute it, it's going to take a lot of work to time it. So yeah, that's a fatigue bounce. And then let me quickly show you this with, yeah, you got it right there. That was it. Let me can you stand right here again so I can show you the bounce peaks? Now watch the bounce peaks when I fatigue bounce you. See, I can just keep doing it over and over again. See, so it's so good because I can just keep doing it. So yeah, that's that. Any questions on that one?
No, not at all. That's insane.
Yeah, it is. I love it. So yeah, just take some practice. All right, next one. It's going to be a bounce over a wall. If you want to come down here. So a normal climb, like a normal wall climb, looks like this. Also, do you have tap strafing bound? Do you know how to tap strafe?
Mm-mm.
Okay. What do you have bound to your scroll wheel?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Or I guess it just changes weapons.
Okay, cool. So are you interested in changing that?
Yeah.
Cool. So what we want to do is we want to have down bound to jump. Down on the scroll wheel will be jump. And let me know when you get that.
Let's see. All right. Okay. I want it to be jump.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you how. So we go mouse and keyboard settings here. And we're going to do jump like this right here. And we're going to do down on the scroll wheel. See?
Yep. Yep.
Perfect. And that's going to make your wall bounces so much easier too, because it's just going to be easier. And then one more thing that you want to do. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
W, we're going to bind that to up on the scroll wheel. Let me know when you have that. That's what I just showed you. Every single mouse and keyboard player has that. There's basically not a single mouse and keyboard player that does not have that. It's super, super important. So, and that is tap strafing. That is how we bind tap strafe. So anyway, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. But first thing that I want to show you is just the wall bounce. So to do a bounce over a wall like this, now let me just show you how most people do it. It's like this, just climb. But now what's a little bit cooler is like this. If we can do a bounce, like a wall bounce, boom, like that over the wall, because we're a little bit harder to hit and just a little bit cooler. So the way we do this is we start right here like this, slide jump, and then when we bounce, we just hold W. And you want to bounce. So this one, like, you probably won't get this either at first, but we want to attach right here, because if I hold, like, if I attach here, I'm just not going to wall bounce. All right, it's just not going to work. So I want to attach right here like this, or here. Either one works. And we bounce like that, and boom. So yeah, and now once we get a little more advanced, we can do this with a tap strafe. So what this would be, what I just did there, I messed it up actually, but it's going to be like this. See, like that. So the way that you do that is you do, it would be a wall bounce into down on, or it would be, so it'd be slide jump. You would jump with down on the scroll wheel, and then you would hit up on the scroll wheel, and it gives you an instant momentum shift like that. So that is sort of a tap strafe. But you're not going to get that today. That's very advanced. I need to teach you how to tap strafe first. But just a basic one would be just holding W in the direction that you want to go, and then that's how you bounce over a wall. So that's that. But moving on from that, another way that you can practice your precision with wall bounces is right here. It's just like bouncing off that and then threading the needle. So I already taught you how to do that. It'd just be, you would slide, jump, and then hold D, and then jump again. That's how you do that. Hold D right before you make contact with the wall. So once again, like, I don't think you'll get that today, but that's just a cool thing that you can practice if you ever want to practice your precision. Any questions on that?
Nope. Sounds good.
Cool. All right. Moving up here now, when you're ready. We can move on from that.
Oh my goodness. What a guy.
All right, now let's talk about climbing. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
So this also ties into wall bouncing. We need to know how far left we can look and how far right we can look and stay attached. So see, I can look that far right and this far left. Okay, the reason why that's important is because when I wrap around a beam like this, I need to be looking at it, okay? And I need to understand the dimensions, like how much I need to be looking at it. Like how much I need to be looking at it in order to stay attached like that, like what I just did. So, and then the advantage of this is we know how to climb things like this. So it allows us to climb things like this. So you can start out like stand up here like this, and then try climbing up to here like that. Okay, so what you want to do is if you want to wrap right, you hold W and D on your keyboard. W and D if you want to wrap right. Yeah, there you go. And then once you get to this side, you hold W if you just want to go straight. Once you're done with going right, you just release D and hold W. Got it. Perfect. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Cool. Next one. This one's going to be the same, but way harder. So you just stand right here on my portal, please. And I'm going to show you how to do this. So for this one, we go like this. We go, so we slide off of that and then jump, and then we climb, we wrap around. So the goal is to wrap around and climb the opposite side. And so this just, oops, I fell. That just allows you to climb like pretty much anything that you possibly want. And so yeah, you can give that a try. Also holster your gun, please.
What the hell am I watching you do?
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, do it one more time.
Yeah. So it's slide, jump, and then
Jump.
wrap around like that.
Okay.
So yeah, that one's expert level. Very, very hard to do that one. Oh, my portal just disappeared. I'm gonna get a zip line because Pathfinder is superior for this. So yeah, that one's super hard. Once again, I doubt you'll get that one today because it takes some practice. But yeah. Let me do you want to do this one with the poles again? I just want to sort of observe you. Yeah, just do this one more time. I just want to make sure your mechanics are tight on this one so that we can move on to the next step. I just want to see you do it like sort of 3 times, and I'll give you some pointers. Perfect.
Ah!
Now try it on the left side. I just want to make sure you got it. Yes. That was good. Didn't get it, but it's good. Right there, just take your time. This one's all about just taking your time. Right there, you forgot to release D.
Well, I was trying to go all the way around it.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, so you can get a feel for that. Nice. So yeah, I feel like you've definitely got a good basic understanding of that one. I'm gonna set us a zip line now so that we have a zip line up.
I didn't jump off. What a goober.
Yeah, so
That's how that works.
yeah, obviously like it's a ton of different mechanics being combined. That's why like I say it's an expert level drill. Just slide, so it's like a jump, like it's a ledge slide off of there. A ledge slide into a ooh, that was close. That was actually really close. So yeah. Do you want to observe me doing it?
Yeah.
So like this, slide, jump, wrap around. So see, I attach. So the amount that so like you for this one, since we're going right, you can hold A if you want to slow down. So obviously you're holding W so that you stay attached. Remember, you don't have to hold jump. Like for some reason, a lot of people think that you have to hold jump to climb walls. You don't. You just hold W to climb a wall. There's absolutely no
Oh.
reason to input jump at all. So yes, slide, jump, hold W. If you want to speed up, you hold D. If you want to slow down, you hold A. That's how you, whatever it's called. I don't know. That's how you control it. But you're actually, wow, you got it. Nice. Awesome. You got it perfectly, actually. So that's good. Any more questions on that?
No, that was dope as hell.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad. So yeah, now you know how to climb pretty much anything. So now all you have to do is be creative, right? You just have to think about things that you can climb, right? Like now you know how to climb, you just have to think of what you can climb. So that's all there is to it. All right, next thing is going to be super jumps. So what we do is for a super jump, we look at the zip line, hit E, and then down on scroll wheel. Hit E, release E quickly, and then down on scroll wheel. Yeah, you got it. And now, if we want to be a little more coordinated, try to get up here. So hit E, down on scroll wheel, and then up there. Like just try to be a little bit coordinated with your direction.
Well, that's not the one I wanted.
There you go. Perfect. Yeah, that's a super jump. Much easier to do that on mouse and keyboard. All right, next one, if you want to move over here. There's a zip line right here that you can jump onto. That works too. All right. So this now, I'm just going to spark your creativity on the super jumps. Oh, I'm also going to switch to Wraith, so you can see that this can be done on short characters as well as tall. The height of your character does not matter. So first thing is, I just want to show you, you can super jump from above things as well as below. See, like that. See, so I super jumped up here. So all you have to do is look down at it, hit E, and then down on scroll wheel, and then you can super jump up. So no need to try that. You can, unless do you want to try it?
Sure.
So first of all, to get up here nice and easily, what we can do is stand back here. So it's a lot easier if we stand back here. Hit E, down on scroll wheel, and then W, and then you'll easily get up there. You just mistimed it a little. All right, yeah, back here like this, as far back as you can and interact with it, and then E, down on scroll wheel, W. Perfect. Yeah, now look down at it to where it says hit, hold, E to interact. You have to look down at it to, yeah. And then same thing. Close.
Oh.
Not quite.
Oh. Oof. It's just gonna take some fiddling around with to get a feel for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is like the perfect place to do it. This is like a zipline playground right here. So yeah. But anyway, I'll show you. I'll just do it one more time just so you can see it.
Yep, let me get up there.
So see, I look down at it, E, and then scroll wheel. So yeah, look down at it, E, scroll wheel. And that's all there is to it. Yeah, you can try it one more time. Get a feel for it. So I think that what's happening is you're not releasing E fast enough. Make sure you release it immediately. So just tap E. Do not hold it.
I'm going the wrong way with the scroll wheel.
Oh, I see. There you go. Perfect. Now look down at it.
Why is it not pulling it up? There we go.
There you go. Yeah, you got the super
Now
jump.
it's gonna aim. Yeah.
So, cool. All right. Now I'll show you like a couple of the other places that I like to practice this. So if we, you can give that one more try, and then I'll do this. Close, close. All right, next one. So see, I stand here like this. I look across here at this one, and then I go boom up here. See? So it's super. Oops, I fell. But it's super valuable, like for getting up places, because yeah, it's just nice. I'm messing up a lot, but yeah, you get the idea. You can give that one a try if you want. There you go. And then yeah, you just have to hold the direction that you want to go, and that's how you do that. I'm messing up. There we go. Got it.
Ah! Oh my goodness.
You flew in with a little too much confidence.
Oh, okay. Slow down.
Slow down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get on from over here. I gotta get the zipline speed down.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
And say, so what I do is I attach, detach by jumping, and then aim for that.
Yeah, the red thing, yeah.
It wanted me to go away.
It's all good though. We move on to the next one whenever you're good.
Yep.
But yeah, that one just it takes like, a lot of practice with different things because you're new to the mechanic and that's sort of expert level, so it's going to take you a minute. All right, next one, if you want to come up here, I just want to show you just one last one. This one you might be able to do, but it's definitely very hard to do as well. This one's a lot more forgiving though because you don't have to stand somewhere that's ridiculously hard to stand. All right, for this one, now we stand here. You can look at my screen or yours. But yeah, see, so I activate it like that, and then I go up there like that. See, so stand back there, boom, and then up. So back here, E, scroll wheel, and then you would like hold S, kind of, so that you move backwards, and then you just like climb, kind of. Hold W to climb, of course. So release S, and then hold W to climb.
Okay, Grant.
So yeah, you're definitely going to want to work on your timing a lot of the super jump. Close, close.
Come on, where is it?
Very close, very close. So a small tip is watch where I attach. See how I attach to the middle right there? Oops. Oops. See, so I'm trying to attach to the middle. That's what I'm going for. See, the middle? It's a lot smoother in the middle because the middle is like sort of a beam, whereas the cage...
Oh, right there.
Yeah, because so the cages have a lip at the top, so it's not as... It's still possible to climb, but it's not as smooth. It's a lot smoother if you attach to the middle. So it's definitely possible. There you go. You got it. Awesome. Cool. Any questions on that?
Mm-mm.
Awesome.
Not at all.
Are you interested in this at all? Like this sort of stuff?
That's just a super jump sideways, though, right?
Yeah. So the first thing is going to be like a super jump. So we just E and then scroll wheel. Yeah, you got it. Next thing is we're going to hold the direction that we want to go. So that direction is S because we want to go back and then reattach. So you just reattach by holding back and then turning and holding E. And that's how you do that. So right there, you jump too early. You want to hit E and then scroll wheel. So look at it. We can even start off by standing still beside it. So just stand still beside it. Yeah, E and then scroll wheel. There you go. You got it. Yeah, and then you reattach. Perfect. It'd be best if you turned. It'd be a lot more coordinated and fluid if you turned and then hit E. But you don't have to if you don't want to.
All right. Yep.
Cool.
Gotcha.
Cool.
So just. Oh, I didn't hit the back button.
Yeah, so hold S, turn, and then E. There you go. Perfect. And then if you get really fast with it, you can reattach like that to where, see, I can reattach where I don't even super jump too. So just do like a nice reattach. That one takes a lot more speed with the turn and with the holding of E. So you probably won't get this one today, but it's just important to know that it is possible that you can do it. So that's how I reattach twice, is just like that. So yeah. And you can't reattach more than twice. If you see clips from before season 5, you'll see that you could reattach unlimited times, but now you can't. Yeah, you
I
can't.
bet that was annoying.
Sorry?
I bet that was annoying trying to catch.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like the thing is, not really anyone could do it, so it wasn't that annoying. So yeah.
Yeah. If you saw someone doing it, it was because they were really skilled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like it didn't really bother me because like if I'm just dying to someone who's better than me, it's whatever, it is what it is. So, but yeah, that's that.
Well, my man, we are at the 2-hour mark. I don't want to steal any time from you.
Cool, yeah. Do you have to get going, or because we're almost done? Do you have to get going?
Let me talk to my roommate really quick. He wanted to tell me something.
Oh, okay, cool.
1 second. Okay. You would have grabbed me something. Okay.
Cool. Do
All right.
you have 5 more minutes?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Next thing is going to be just actions per minute. So, can you see my screen?
Yep.
So most people. So what's your unholster on? Is it on 2, like for a shotgun?
The 2 to pull out the first weapon, and then.
And then what about the other one?
1 is 1 for the first weapon, 2 is for the 2 weapon, and 3 is the holster.
Perfect. Yeah. Cool. So most people. So let's say for your shotgun, you've got it on 2. So most people would hit slide, jump, and then 2, right? You can just watch my screen for this at first, please. So most people would go slide, jump, and then hit 2, like that, right? Or like, let's say we're sliding around a corner like this to swing a corner. We do slide, jump, and then hit 2, right? That's a little bit slow. What we can do, what's way better, is if we hit 2 and then slide jump. See, because now we're swinging with full momentum. So it's also better than just running with our gun out because we don't have full momentum. So we're going to get beamed if they happen to peek us. So what we do is we hit 2 and then slide jump. We've got full momentum and our gun is out. So 2 and then slide jump like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So just, yeah, run around in a straight line and just try that. 2 slide jump and then holster. 2 slide jump holster. 2 slide jump holster.
Oh, this is weird. I use my W, the same finger I use on W. I use to hit those buttons.
Yes. Exactly, yeah. So that might take a little bit of practice or maybe even button remapping. But it's well worth it because now you can switch weapons while running, which is one of the biggest advantages of mouse and keyboard, is the speed of which you can switch weapons. So you definitely want to be abusing that. So yeah, so holster your gun. Yeah, perfect. And then 2 slide jumps. So you might have to switch around your fingers, might have to switch around your layout maybe. You could even bind your unholster to like like your scroll wheel click, where you click in your scroll wheel. You could bind it to that if you want, so that unholsters, or you could bind it to one of your side buttons so it unholsters.
That is actually really smart. Let's see.
So you've got a lot of options. You definitely want to figure out something that you can do to allow you to abuse that mechanic, because it's a very strong mechanic. Very strong. Like, it's very underrated, very strong mechanic. So yeah.
I'm gonna have to rebind my side buttons to something else because they are currently on the wrong gun or on the wrong buttons. The side buttons are mapped to like G and C. I just need to take that off.
Yeah, for sure.
Where we go. So 1 and okay. It's not recognized.
Ooh, that was so cool.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to remap buttons on this.
I could quickly give you a tip. It might not work, but I'll give you a tip.
It's the Logitech software.
Yeah. What if oh, for the side buttons. I understand. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I guess you can just do that after the session.
Yeah.
Cool, cool.
That'll be something I can mess with afterwards.
Yep. All right. Next thing is going to be the same exact thing that I just showed you, but with a heal. So let me quickly damage us just a little. You don't have to like hurt yourself too badly on that. Just take a little bit of damage. All right, now can you see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so for this, let's say there's a doorway right here. There's a set of doors. So what most people do is most people go slide, jump, open the door, close the door, and then heal behind the door. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But what we want to be doing is your heal on 4?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to hit 4 and then slide jump, open the door, close the door, like that. See, so it makes it way, way faster because I'm able to start my heal and slide jump at the same time. And now once I get behind the door, my heal is already halfway done, so it's superior.
Whoop.
So 4 and then slide jump. Also, I'd recommend practicing the timing of this because the timing is very precise.
My crouch button got unmapped. Pulled up.
Unfortunate.
It must have happened whenever I hold up. What? You know what? The C button's a toggle, isn't it? Okay.
Do you still have the hold map?
There we go. I figured it out.
Cool.
So it is you're sprinting, you hit 4 crouch. Oh, the 4 didn't go through.
Yeah, so remember it's 4 first. But also try to get in the habit of having your weapons holstered when you're not shooting them. It's going to be very, very helpful to you. That's super, super key. So yeah, just try to be in that habit. So yeah, so it's 4 and then slide jump. 4 and then slide jump like that. So this is also useful for like sliding behind any piece of cover. It's just 4 slide jump behind the cover, and now your heal is way, way faster. So yeah, that's that. Any questions on that one?
No, that is really good advice.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, just work on doing the timing. You don't want to do it too early. You don't want to do it too late. The timing's got to be very precise on that one. So yeah, cool. I think that's all I've got for today. Next time, do you want to go over some footage?
Yeah, I can absolutely record one or two, or even more than that.
Yeah, cool. And if you could also like put it on YouTube or put it on YouTube or something like that, that'd be awesome. Or send it to
I
me.
think Twitch will keep my VODs.
Perfect. Yeah, that works awesome. Yeah. So yeah, and then send it to me because I definitely prefer to have it where I'm sharing my screen to you because then I can use my cursor to point to things and pause exactly when I want to pause. So
Gotcha.
yeah. And yeah, we'll go over VOD and we'll also do, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off the session by talking about some terms. So some terms that I like to use to describe certain situations and breakdowns and team fighting. Do you want to get better at ranked?
Yes, I just want to get better in general.
Awesome. Yeah, for sure. But if you could do ranked footage,
Yeah,
especially like if you
absolutely.
happen to have some teammates that you play with often, that would definitely
Hmm.
be superior. But like if you want to just get better in general, we can definitely do pubs as well. It's just I personally prefer to coach ranked because it is a little bit more in depth, whereas pubs is maybe a little bit less detail oriented. So
Yeah, you'll have a lot more people just rush.
yeah, yeah, it's a little more on the brain dead side. So like usually my pub tips are just how to find as many fights as possible because like I don't want to teach you how to play super slow in pubs. So yeah, just find as many fights as possible basically are my tips for pubs. But of course,
This scroll wheel for wall jumping is hacks.
yes, yeah, because it makes the timing so much easier. So yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna go over those terms that will describe certain situations, and then we're gonna talk about that in the VOD to see what we do be doing better. So yeah, cool.
Gotcha. All right.
Awesome. Well, have a good night.
Will do, man. Thank you so much for hopping on here with me for a couple hours.
Yeah, awesome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.